Welcome to Tales from SYL Ranch, where everyone is entitled to my opinion, and I'm Bill Stone. Well, it's happening again. In the aftermath of yesterday's looting and violence and general widespread arson in Minneapolis, now across the river, across the Mississippi River, we have attacking again. We have had reports now of widespread looting. We have had reports of the looters with weapons, anything from handguns to a machete to a crossbow, for God's sake. Oh, I was up until the wee hours of the morning taking care of this thing on Minneapolis. I thought I'd maybe get some sleep this afternoon, but no! These guys have made that impossible. So, for the benefit of my viewers, I am not a reporter. I don't pretend to be one. Hang on, I've got to kill this volume just a little bit. Don't pretend to be one. I'm kind of a news aggregator at this point. But I always like to talk about what it is that I do and how I find my news, because I pay absolutely zero attention to any of the traditional press, because all they do is sensationalize and free associate and generally call it wrong. These morons are calling last night's mayhem and destruction a protest. No, I'm sorry, that was violent rioters. The psychopathic, disgusting individuals. So, how I get my news? Well, the first thing I do is what I'm doing right now, which is listening to the first responders frequency, which is, for right now, it's totally in the clear. Let me get a URL for that, so that if you like, you can follow along, and I'll post that over in my chat. That is the frequency for St. Louis Police Fire and Public Works Dispatch. A lot of traffic going on right now with the St. Paul Fire Police and Public Works Dispatch. Hi, the Smooth Apple. No, not still riots. We got some new ones starting over across the river from Minneapolis in St. Paul. And as I say, now this is how I get my news. First off, I'm listening to the first responder frequency, because that will be the most up-to-date news that you're ever going to find. You'd be shocked at what the traditional press does not report. I always like to point out, as an example, during the last Republican National Convention for presidency, there were some protesters outside, and the press insisted on calling them peaceful protesters. What you didn't hear, however, was the fact that a bunch of them were running around and injecting people with numbing agents, and some of them went to the hospital because the numbing agent had effect on their hearts. So that's the sort of thing you will never hear, and that's why I listen to the first responder frequency, and hopefully you can hear it to some extent over my microphone here. It's a little hard for me to talk while I've got this damn thing high. So, here's how I get, as you say, I get my news that way. The second thing I do is I geolocate, because if you don't live in these places, you don't really have a good idea of where it's happening exactly. You just hear these streets, and you don't really have any way to, figure out what they're doing. So what I always like to do is to geolocate, and I have done so here. The majority of what we're hearing right now, doing this on the fly, the majority of what we're hearing right now is generally centered around this Target superstore here. What we're hearing about is widespread looting of all the businesses in this general vicinity. I'm still listening to figure out exactly what it is exactly, but where and what it is, and I'll move my map around once I hear specific information. But the last time I heard, it was at this Target there in general. They've actually had staging areas, people showing up in cars and parking in particular places. I've heard that over the first responders. Smooth Apple asks, how long do you think the riots will last? Well into the night. That would be my guess. It's going to escalate well into the night, unless they do something like just to, call out the National Guard fairly directly. That was what got them to disperse yesterday, was the National Guard. So, we got it going again, and I am tired. I did not get much sleep last night because I was running this thing. But we've heard calls now. They're getting ready with tear gas. They're starting to set up barricades and whatnot. Oh, we will just see how it goes. The amazing thing is I don't believe that there is a nearby police station. I might be wrong. Yesterday it was centered around a police station. Now, in general, it's centered around against general area of University Avenue, Hamlin, that sort of thing. So now they've got strike teams they're calling out. I don't have yet any citizen journalist feeds of the area. Let me have a look on. Let me have a look here and see if I can find anything. I will reload my web page. The other thing I like to do is watch citizen journalists. I don't want people who are, busy. There we go. There's a live one. That's Primal Movement. Let's see if I can get that in. Oh, let me pull this out as another window. Hit play. This is a citizen journalist who is on the ground. Let me pull him into my stream here. So I need to add a window capture. We'll call this, who is this? I can't tell who it is. Let's see. We'll just call it On the Ground 1. The software that I use for this is yeah. Okay, we want to grab this guy. And I'm going to change the size of this window so that it's not horrifying. And I don't like the fact that it's vertical, but what do you want? You take what you can get. And let me move you. Oh, you're all right there. Let me move you over here. Building cards on the fly. All right, so here's a guy who is a citizen journalist. I like citizen journalists because if they're the good ones, they just sit there and they point their cameras and they shut up. Where the hell is this? St. Paul map, lower third. I can't put this in behind me for some weird reason. I'm sorry about this. It's when you're doing this stuff on the fly, it gets a little weird. Okay, well, I can't put him behind me, unfortunately, but that's all right. DeComo had something to say, but retracted the message. Okay, well, this guy here, let me see if I can, well, I don't want to get him any smaller than this. Let me see what he has to say.
I'm gonna come back. I'll go back later. Make sure to subscribe so you can see it.
Okay, he's going to go off. Okay, well, that's all right. Is this part of my... Okay, I'm going to slide this out of the way. Okay, because I'm not sure where that's coming from, so I can't get it behind me. All right. Setting up of strike teams now. So, Greg Troy asks, why hasn't the supervisor manning the body cam footage getting live fired for failing to call off the officer? There's no one officer. There's a whole bunch of them because we are now seeing more widespread looting in the area. We can't get body cam footage on them, unfortunately, but if you're talking about when the man was killed, that guy is off the force as well, and they're facing criminal charges. I don't know what any of these idiots think they can do by looting and arson and all kinds of stuff like they did last night, and the looting they're doing today, and the weapons that they've got. I don't know what they think they can accomplish. I mean, it's already in process. They just had a really frustrating press conference with the mayor, who blamed basically slavery for this. Yeah, that's what he did. Greg Troy says, Red Eye says, I hope you're reporting fairly on behalf of the community. I am not a reporter. I don't pretend to be one. All I'm doing here is sort of aggregating what I'm hearing and seeing before me and, telling about things as they go along. I have opinions. You will hear them. But I usually will tell you when I have them. Unlike traditional journalists, I understand that I do, in fact, have biases. I know what some of them are. We'll just see how it goes down. Rick James says SpaceX. Yes, SpaceX is cool. I'm waiting for that launch on, I believe, Saturday. Red Eye says, agree, needs more organization and a new law against cops in place rather than looting. That's reporting you dunce. Oh, well, not really. No, it's not like I'm down there on the ground doing anything. When I find somebody who's live on the ground, I will pull up. Oh, God, let me see if I can pull it back up. I think I maybe closed out the window. Let me close you out because I don't need you, and you out because I don't need you. So let's go back to YouTube and see if we can get any citizen journalists that are on the ground. Let's search for St. Paul. Go with live and see what we've got. That's me. Live. Nope, nobody's sitting on the ground yet, which isn't surprising. This started not too long ago. It maybe started kicking in a half hour to 45 minutes ago. And I just decided I'd get a head up on it this time and see what happens, and cross my fingers that it isn't as bad as last night. Although considering what they're doing right now in preparation and hearing about all the looting and the weapons, I don't have much hope that this won't last well into this evening and tomorrow morning. Let's see. Sorry, I have to hit my glasses here. I don't like put them on because they tend to reflect a lot of light. If you're looking forward to SpaceX, I've missed the boat. Oh, did they launch or something today? I thought they were doing a launch on Saturday. If so, yes, I did miss it. Red Eye, all I'm saying is speak with a mindful view that you are a part of the people and not the system. Yes, I am definitely not part of the system. Again, I'm going to do the best I can here. I don't know that I'll be perfect, but I will be telling you what I hear and geolocating it as we go along and as I hear where they're talking about. So I mentioned before, the vast majority of this seems to be centered around a Target superstore. Hopefully you can see me waving my tiny mouse around it. And it's sort of also moved north up in here. Police were reporting in this area, all of the businesses were being looted. I didn't catch where the streets were, but they're sending out mobile forces. So they learned from last night that you've got to get this, get in front of this very, very early, or it gets really bad. So. Let's see. Busy Bone says, can I stream Facebook? I can't at this point really live stream to multiple services. I don't have the software right now to do that. Because of the views that I get on Facebook, however, I am looking at what's necessary to get so that I can do live streams like to Facebook and to YouTube simultaneously. Right now, this is just all I've got. Onward to Ghana. They are dispersing the 40 millimeter launchers just as authorized. Yes, they are dispersing those for essentially tear gas. Greg Troy says, purpose of body cams is for supervisor with authority to call off the knee-jerk officer, Mr. Floyd's neck. Yes, it's an interactive system. Fire the camera supervisor. Again, I think they fired 4 people. They fired 4 officers, and they're now facing probably, I would assume, manslaughter charges. You can't charge them with murder because that requires intent. So probably manslaughter. Hopefully they will go through the system and get thrown in prison where they belong because they murdered this guy. Busy Bone says they're live on Facebook right now. Who is live? I'm curious. I will take this videos. This is Facebook. Let me have a copy of this. Oops. I can probably pull that up. I didn't realize there was a stream. Hang on a minute while I go into Facebook and pull this up. Yeah, I don't see anything there on the at the riot. Let me see if we've got. All right, St. Paul riot. I want videos. And they're chucking bottles at the squad cars now. That's 50 seconds, 50 seconds, 50 seconds. One. I am not finding that live feed, Busy Bone. If you got any more information about how I can find that on Facebook, let me know. Yeah, it's Tails, get the link up and put it up. Not sure which link you're talking about there, Red Eye. Same, you don't either. Yeah. Good afternoon, Ninja. How are you doing? James Galloway. Anyone have a link to the body cam video? The body cam video of when they killed him, I don't know about. That's not what I'm sitting on here talking about. I'm talking about a new set of riots that have broken out in St. Paul, Minnesota, across the river from Minneapolis. It's called the Twin Cities for a reason. They're both big cities that are bisected by the Mississippi River. Let's see. Greg Troy says they merely fired the street beat cops, not the body cam live supervisor. Oh, ultimately, Chief of Police Mayor Frey. Well, hopefully they get everybody who's involved. Fox 9 was streeting, but suddenly it cut the feed. Unsure what happened. Okay, let me have a look out at Fox 9. That would be Fox 9. And we'll do a watch live just to see what they've got. They got the chief of police gibbering on right now. But he's not going to have any impact particularly unless he is able to get it stopped. Anyone have live for St. Paul's? Give a link to Tales. Yeah, if you got a link for anything that's, and I'm talking here for me. I like to see citizen journalists, or if it is a traditional journalist, mute it and wait around to see if they have footage on the ground, or more typically aerial view. So if we can get that, then you can listen to that. But what's happening? God. What's happening with traditional journalists is they don't know what's going on. They're just a bunch of talking heads who will sit there and free associate about everything in sight, and then sometimes their producer will give them a little more information in their ear, and they'll free associate about that, and just spend all their time doing it. Now, I am free associating right now, but I will tell you outright that I am free associating. Let's see, Greg Troy. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, hang on. I've got something. Oh, this is last night on Fox 9. Sorry about that. Let me put my phone into silent mode so that I don't have to worry about all that crap. Okay. All right, Facebook and YouTube have been censoring all day and night yesterday. Seems like it's still happening. Can't find any live feeds on Facebook. We were able to find about 2 or 3 citizen journalists last night on Facebook that were, up and live. And I prefer citizen journalists because they just point their camera, shut up, and they let you make all the decisions based on what you are seeing. So, the jogger is going to burn down St. Paul tonight. PC police? I don't know. We've got something starting in the general vicinity of this Target Superstore here on the corner of St. Anthony and Hamlin, I think, streets. Although it has to some extent moved north along Hamlin Avenue and University, and there is widespread looting. Oh, man. Red Eye says I had a couple on YouTube last night. I had to type George Floyd, though. Yeah, I'll take a look for some more of those on I'll keep looking for those as things go along here and reloading my YouTube page to see if something comes up. But citizen journalists are much better. The only thing that your average, traditional journalist is good for is shots maybe on the ground or more typically from the air, which is what I like to see. Anyone check Instagram for live coverage? Jay Spike says, I have not just yet. I'm doing this on the fly, so I'm pulling in what information I can find. Doublet says Midway target, hot M. Yeah, is that the Midway target? I don't know. I don't live in Minneapolis or St. Paul. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska, about 7 hours drive from there. And I've been there numerous times. I have family that lives in the Minneapolis, St. Paul area. And I think they're doing all right, fortunately. All right, Chris Kochi, the Papa scanner's popping off. Yeah, I've got the local first responder frequency on there. How is the smelling exit off of 94? Let's see. I don't know where the smelling exit is, all honesty. Most of this seems to be occurring north of, God, I can't tell, 94. Seems to be occurring mostly north of 94 in this general vicinity around University Avenue. Yeah, my problem is I don't live there or anything, but mostly they so far have stayed well north of 94. I haven't heard anything going north of 94. Yes, University Avenue. They specifically have been talking about University Avenue and Hamlin several times, and the businesses along there being looted. Snelling is being blocked off at University is shut down. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay, thank you very much, Easoff, for telling me that. I don't have access to all the news in the universe. I can only do what I can do. And at the same time that I'm doing this as a one-man shop, I have to keep looking at my windows and making sure that everything makes sense and adding things as it goes along. So I appreciate that very much. You're very welcome, Fraser. Hey, Doublet, Dub Tilt, I guess. He's off target and Foot Locker is being looted right now. Yeah, I'm not surprised that we've had reports of that. So here's the target that's being looted. That's one of the things that I like to do is geolocate, and you say there's the Foot Locker. I don't know where that is with respect to the target. One of the things I also like to do when I can, because it's if you don't live there, you don't really know anything about it. So I will try to put myself into street view sometimes. Well, let's put myself up here, say. Yep, there's stuff going on at the target. I just heard it. So here is the target that is being looted as we speak. No live footage for it, but I always like to say, look at it and see what it looks like on the ground, because otherwise you really don't have any conception of what this looks like unless you actually live there. So onward. Gehenna says north of 94 is Frogtown, donating a poor black neighborhood residential. The area they are attacking is newly built commercial bordering Frogtown. Not surprised. Robert Street. God, there's so much here to keep track of. I don't know where Robert Street is. Wow, really? That's an awfully long ways away. Huh, hope it isn't. Wow, that would really suck, Beavis. If it's that far away, maybe it's west? No, it's still... Wow, that's a fairly decent distance from the target as I know it. Let's see. Supercrude 63. Hi, how is looting and burning businesses considered a means of protest? It's not. It is just horrible. Dub Tilt, looters and protesters are different people. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They're very different. Very different. Robert Street, Tasha says, wow. It's, okay, well, that's not pretty at all. Let me kick back up the scanner so I can maybe hear it a bit while I continue to look for a live stream that works. Fox 9 on here is doing coronavirus stuff. Let's see if they're doing something on YouTube. They had something last night. Minnesota COVID update. They don't have anything live except for the Minnesota COVID update. Are there any agent agitators? I couldn't tell you that. I can't tell you that for certain. What I know for certain is last night there were disturbances. Sorry, I'm listening to them. Okay. I don't know if there are any agent agitators. I know that it was reported last night that in Los Angeles, where they blocked the freeway and did some other stuff, that they had Black Lives Matters in there. So, don't know. Onward, Gehenna. It isn't necessarily good. It's just a reaction to people with no real recourse, anger, and a system that has failed so many. This is the boiling point of lots of years of this garbage. This is not appropriate. It doesn't matter what they think. It doesn't matter whether they believe that they've been wronged for the past 400 years. It doesn't matter. This is uncalled for. And Supercruise 63 mentions Martin Luther King probably turning in his grave. He appalled violence. I agree. Ezov says riots are happening because we are silence protesting. They shot first, including riot suits, flashbangs, and shot silence where people are fighting back. It isn't simply looting. Yes, it is. I covered this for 5.5 hours last night. The police did not fire first. The police did not fire first. They were surrounded, and they fired with non-lethal weapons. This is uncalled for. I'm not some guy that goes off on the police, but I was watching, I was listening last night. They did not shoot first. What shot first, what happened first was rioting and looting and attempting to storm a police station, and they fought back with non-lethal means the entire time. Anyone that tells you anything different is a liar. Tasha Ford says, Buddy loved orgies, who knows? Mr. T. Sprinkle says we need to keep peaceful. Yes, if there is a stream for me, okay, I'll take a look at that. Looks like Foot Locker 2 blocks east and 1 block north is being looted. Organic FUD, what's not appropriate is the police standing by and watching. You're looking at it all wrong. The police were not standing by. Oh, you're talking about the Floyd murder. Of course, that was horrible. But the lootings last night and all that, no. Totally uncalled for and did not need to happen. The police in that circumstance were not doing anything but trying to defend themselves and the property around the area. They burned down an enormous section of the town. Well, not an enormous section of town. Let's see if I can do here. Dublet says there's no end game for looting and setting fires. Jay Will says, oh my God, look at this whack-ass. Alex Jones, well, I'm not a whack-ass Alex Jones wannabe. I simply was watching for 5.5 hours. If you don't like it, leave. Let's see. Team America, looting is not helping the community. It's actually destroying the community. Wake the hell up. Yes, they have just, because the protesters are largely African-American, they have just provided every scumbag who is a racist, a white supremacist, something that they can point to and say, look at that. Look at what black people do. This is totally counterproductive. Onward, Graham says, oh, they absolutely fired first at people kneeling with their hands up. That's when target got taken. No, they didn't. They did not fire first. The police responded, and that is all. Anyone who ever told you differently is a liar. I watched it happen last night. The looters were storming this police station, getting bigger and bigger till there were thousands of them, and they burned down 10 blocks worth of buildings and looted them. They were not responding to the police. The police were responding to them with non-lethal force. Anyone who told you different is a flat-out goddamn liar. Am I Steve Lookner's dad? No. Organic FUD, not the murder, the looting. The police did nothing. They arrested nobody. They couldn't arrest anybody. There were thousands. Let's see. Destroying local businesses hurts the community. Absolutely. Laughing her ass off. I am such a fracking angry dick. Well, I'll tell you, I'm angry when people are telling me things that I know are lies because I watched it happen on multiple feeds last night for 5.5 hours until 4:30 in the morning when it finally dispersed. See here, Ring XZ30, thank me. Yeah, some people crazy. Organic FUD, they stood around 100 deep protecting the precinct and did nothing to protect the city when you needed them, and they weren't there. They were overrun. I was listening to the friggin' police frequencies just as I am now. They were totally overrun. Repeatedly, totally overrun. It's a damned lucky thing that they weren't killed. They had nothing they could do except try to keep things back from that station. There was no way to control that situation. It was impossible. Let's see. Supergroup 63 says animals. Onward to Gehenna. You were there, you know. Where were you precisely, and why were you there? No one should have been there. Want to be Hitler? Yeah, whatever, idiot. From my knowledge, the AutoZone started looting. No, it wasn't. It was other places that started looting. They did burn down the AutoZone. They burned down the Target, if I understand correctly. This is amazing. Thank you. I'm autistic, hardly. I'm inciting agent. No, I'm not. I don't think there are any there. Just because you yell like an angry dork doesn't make you right. I'm angry because I'm pissed off. Driver 1, I watched it too. There was instigations that brought it to a point of violence. But what if, sorry, I'm trying to get you all this. Sorry. What if we were actually there and watched it happen? I don't know what to tell you. All I can tell you is what I was hearing on the police frequencies. When they ran out of non-lethal means and they had to go back and have them resupplied. There were non-lethal all night long. And it doesn't matter what happened. There is no excuse for this. None whatsoever. Target was first taken in the afternoon, not the evening. You don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, my eyes saw it happen. Why were you there? Why were you there? Did you participate in the looting, the rioting, the robberies at gunpoint? Were you carrying around a gun? Because I saw a lot of people doing it. Were you setting fire to places? Why were you there? Why were you there? There was no valid reason for anyone to be there last night. You speak entirely with emotion? Well, sorry. I'm pissed off because of that. Listening to the scanner as well. They're trying to attack the police line at St. Paul Target. What a shock. State police arrived. Good. Do they need more officers than people to maintain control? You don't get it. Well, you need all the people you can get. The police only have X amount of people. And when you get Y amount of protesters that you can't control anymore, yeah, you're going to need extra help. Police scanner just reported looted a lamp store. It says the suspects are wearing shades. Okay. Driver 1 says there were fully equipped hazmat suited men going around breaking things before the violence started. Yes, there were. Smashing police cars, etc. Yes, I saw that too. Man, I've got enough here that it's a little difficult to, let's see, man. I have to roll way back in my chat. I try to answer everyone. I may have to let it go because this is the first time I've had something like that. Will I be showing us live footage when it's available? Yes, I will. Tribe 1, on my friend's live stream, there were people in hazmat suits setting fire before the people got violent. Mr. T. Sprinkles, they were protecting stores. No, they weren't. Nobody could protect stores. Everything in the area last night was looted, and many things were just burned to the ground. But everything was looted. They should have seen the footage I did of the Target being looted. Let's see. Instigate to point fingers. I don't know. Posting this link to 4chan. Thank you very much. Geographic on Facebook has a live feed of St. Paul. I'll look for that. 4chan doesn't like joggers, so good luck. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. If I was a jogger, I wouldn't have this spare tire running around me right now. People weren't using the weapons, Mr. Sprinkle says. Yes, they were last night. I saw them using it. I think you mean Reddit. There was a tobacco store being protected. I don't know who protected what. I mean, the police, from what I was watching, were barely keeping them from storming the precinct house there. I will be showing live footage when it's available, Senator Funkstein. Don't crap where you eat. Yes, they weren't. Okay, let me see here on Facebook. If anybody's got a link to one that's live, let me know. This is happening very, very fast, and so I have to find a live stream. Most of the stuff I'm seeing for St. Paul, just as people gathered outside of the Target. The media's covered it. Don't believe anything that you see in the press. Where riots in LA, there were fires in other cities. The peaceful movement in Memphis was a great example of a way to do this. I agree. One store trying to business was arrested. Well, he shot somebody. I understand why they arrested him. He actually shot somebody. Nothing was saved. The police stood by and took a wait until they got tired approach and watched everything burn. Every business on both sides of the main road for a couple of miles was looted. Yeah, I know it was. And I don't want to say to somebody who was there. All I can tell you is what I was watching on multiple citizen journalist live feeds, which was the police were trying to hold lines, and there weren't enough of them. How do you go out? You know, you're trying to keep a bunch of people from storming a police station and doing God knows what. How do you go out and protect anything after that? It's just impossible. There aren't enough human beings in the world. Let's see. Does anyone in the chat think the police are right? Okay, I think the police murdered this guy. I think they murdered him. Outright killed him, murdered him, period. And the video is damning. And the people that did it should be on trial, preferably for their lives, but at least for a life prison sentence. That would be fine with me. George Floyd was a criminal crackhead. Glad he's dead. I don't think necessarily that means you should be dead. So St. Paul riots. Okay, let me try the St. Paul riots on Facebook here. There's one by Adam David. Oh, good. I think he may be a citizen journalist. All right, let me put him. I wonder if I got him accidentally in this window. Yep, it is. All right, let me change the size of this window so that it's a little better. It's unfortunate. The thing is, let me pull it out now. Jeez, I hope it doesn't die if I pull it out. Hello? No, I can't pull it out. Okay. So there's the front of the Target. You can see that there are police officers there. Let me pull this up so that it looks like I'm looking at off to the side. Yeah, that side. 75 minutes. Abolishing police won't do anything for the scaredy cats. I'm not sure. You can't abolish the police. That's ridiculous. That's utterly ridiculous. I am going to mute this because it's causing too much. I can't hear everything. Didn't know there was a marathon in the Twin Cities. Yeah. The fire department let it burn the police. The fire department couldn't get through the goddamn crowds. I mean, how do you save anything when you can't get through the crowds? I mean, it's just impossible. And there weren't enough police to cover everything that was on fire last night. National Guard been called yet? Not that I'm aware of. Native Americans have a higher death rate than the Black Lives Matter movement. Absolutely. I'm a huge supporter of Native Americans because I come from South Dakota. I live in Nebraska, but I was born in South Dakota, spent a lot of time there, and I know the abject poverty that you'll find on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation that nobody knows about. The alcoholism rate is roughly 100%. Most of the children there are born with fetal alcohol syndrome. It's terrifyingly bad. Onward to Ghana. Look, man, if it's such a big deal to you about whether or not the police fired first before the looting, you aren't understanding how long Target was getting looted way before you believe. I believe that. But again, I admittedly, I didn't come into that until about, I don't know, I was on for about 10 p.m. So it's certainly possible that you're right about that. I didn't see it until then. So I don't know what to say about that. But in any case, everything I heard on the scanner was non-lethal. If the police fire at you, even with lethal, run! Run away! Let's see. Good, you're glad the department store burnt down? Why? Let's see. You're a supporter of white people. man, we don't need that much support. We have it pretty good. Department Department should turn the hoses on the looters and knock them on their butts. It was a very touchy situation from what near as I could tell last night. If a live shot had ever been fired, it would have descended into complete chaos and might have triggered other worse things around the city. We're all one people, Driver One says. Yes, I totally agree with you. It wasn't the evening. Onward to Grim says it was the afternoon. Okay, I wasn't on. I wasn't paying attention that time. I didn't get notified until later that this was happening. Non-lethal for sure, but these were people kneeling with their hands up. No reason to gas them. I watched last night. If you look at the feed for last night, I watched numerous people just saying, well, you killed one of ours, this is what we do. That's wrong. That's just immoral. The guy who got killed, the people who killed him, they are in the process of going to prison eventually. It's only been 4 fracking days. The justice system doesn't work that fast. You have weeks, sometimes months, between the time a crime is committed and when you actually have a trial or something like that. This is unnecessary. This is just taking advantage of a situation. Don't see the color. Yep. Because they're pigs. I'm not sure what you're talking about with that, Danny boy. Someone was shot to death in the riot last night. Yes, there was I believe. Don't quote me on it because I'm not certain. There was a pawn shop owner down the street from the police station who stayed in his business to attempt to defend it, shot someone on the way in, and that pawn shop owner was arrested, and I believe that the victim died. St. Paul is not under attack. Citizens are safe. We're tired of the police brutality and injustice in the so-called justice system. Until we see justice, there will be no peace. Describe injustice to me, please. Honestly, describe what you think is injustice. I think the cop should be arrested already. I don't know what his status is. He sure as hell should be if he's not already. The person shot to death was killed because he tried to loot a jewelry store. Okay, I know that there was something that went on there. I know that there was a guy in a pawn shop. I heard that one. So, police department are known for using provocateurs to disrupt peaceful protests. Oh hell, organic FUD, you're paranoid. They always throwing glass bottles and rocks from the back of the protest line. No, you're full of crap. It's insanity. It's not about black or white, about police brutality. It's about one instance of police brutality. Beyond that, please tell me exactly how unjust it is. Somebody's at McDonald's on Midway in St. Paul with a crossbow. Yes, we've heard about the crossbow for a couple of hours before I came on. Okay, injustice is when you ask for 15 satchels of tomato sauce at the McDonald's drive-thru, and they say you can only have 3. Burning down the city is just dumb. Yep. FBI and DOJ are investigating the officers involved. Good. I didn't know that, Super Crew. Thank you very much. Organic FUD, taxation is theft. I'm a libertarian. I am totally with you on that. But that's not why they're rioting here. If they were rioting over taxation, well, that would be a whole other problem. Onward to Gehenna. He's not in custody last night. 100 plus police in full gear surrounded his house to protect him. Well, you see, when you get mobs going out there to lynch someone, that's what you do. Looks like my feed has petered out or something. Let's see. It's not just the once, though, is it? How many times does it happen? A lot. Okay. How many times has it happened in Minneapolis, St. Paul? How many times has it happened in Minneapolis, St. Paul? Beyond that, give me the exact number of times and you have to know, I'm going to kill this window out. Give me the exact times that it has occurred anywhere in the nation, and to tell me exactly what happened. Tell me what happened at the trials. Because that guy who was, the one that they Black Lives Matter really loved, hands up, don't shoot guy, that's not what happened. He put his hand into an officer's car to try to wrest the gun away from him, wrest his gun away from him. He failed, shooting himself in the hand in the process. He turned to run. The cop got out, told him to stop. What else can a cop do under those circumstances? And that man turned around and ran toward him. The forensic evidence was obvious. He was shot in the front running toward the cop. So you have to look at the details on some of these. You can't just look at the press and go, oh, this is terrible. They killed him for no good reason. Cops are out there hunting black people. No, they're not. That's insanity. It's true police do incite the violence in the riots. 100% true. Prove it. Prove it. It's a thing that happened in the pipeline, right? Pipeline prostitute. The dude tried to dress up as a... I don't know enough about the pipeline protests. People are way too paranoid about the cops. And maybe it's different for African Americans than it is for me. I can't tell you. I'm a white guy. But regardless, when I listen to these police streams, I do not hear anybody saying, go out and kill the black people. You know, that doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. Non-lethal after bullhorns and tear gas. Screw the rioters. Well, you have to be careful with this. You don't want to do anything that's going to cause it to go worse. You're working in Oakdale, Griffin says, about 5 minutes from Sunray. Looters in full military gear looting. Wow. Cop gets shot, sentenced 12 years, changed identity. We have no idea what's going to happen yet. We don't know. We just don't know. We got to wait and see. Mr. Sprinkle says he brought a gun, was trying to bring the gun into the actual group, but he went to the wrong spot and the police ended up catching him. Okay. 10 strike teams assembled. Not surprised. Sorry, I'm having to... God, I've never had these many things going through. I'm going to have to skip ahead because I'm way behind now. I try to answer everybody, but typically I don't have that much going through. My control panel's lying to me right now and saying I'm only having 3 concurrent viewers, and that's obvious that that's wrong. This one cop is involved in 3 to 4 shootings since 2008. Do I think that's a coincidence? I have no idea. I have no idea because I don't know what the statistics are and stuff like that. It's very possible he's just a crappy cop, and in that case, he needs to go to jail for the rest of his life. Let's see. Exercise your right to bear arms. Absolutely. I don't think I wouldn't want to shoot any looters right now. I really wouldn't. That'll only inflame the situation, and this is something that if it goes real sideways could cause additional problems throughout the country. Let's see. PC police. Nobody's saying that the cop did the right thing. Just saying that burning down your own city is not the smartest response. Mr. Pringles, a white person had cops point guns at me. They don't give a crap. They want to use they want to use their gun. I don't think they want to use the guns for sure. If he wins, some people definitely going to get COVID from last night. No, they're not. No, they're not. That's another thing. The press is lying to you about the COVID stuff. The real danger that we face right now with COVID is rampant starvation. Here in my part of the world, we're watching the agricultural system collapse. That means if it collapses, the death of everyone in every major city by starvation. All of those cities will burn. Let's see. Griffin says, struggling business I work for due to the pandemic has shut down doors, yet they are again today due to looters making businesses too hostile. Pathetic. One fool says, we don't shoot looters, they will start killing innocent bystanders. So far, these guys have not killed anybody. They have, looted and committed arson and committed armed robbery, but they haven't actually shot anybody, and that's why you shouldn't shoot at them. It will only inflame things. If they do that, it'll be hugely problematic. Okay, we got a good link here. Okay, let me see if I can keep it from scrolling away on me. Thank you, Senator Funstein. Let me see if I can get this. And I'll put it, God, where did I put my... Jeez. Too many windows. It's this one. Too many windows for me to deal with. That was So let's see what we got over here. I'm getting a Okay, there's another guy doing a live stream who has some decent footage here. Let me see if I can put it up. And I will alter this window to get rid of some of the more... start him. Go to his live. Okay, let me see if I can make this bigger. And change this, if it's not, over to theater mode. There. And then we'll... Sorry, one-man shop, you got to do all yourself. Okay, so we got some more live stream here. God, I wish I knew which feed this was. Let me pull this window over now. I need to put this behind me, but I don't know which. I'm sorry, I'm having to wait here. I'm just, it's trying something. Okay. I see what happened. All right. Let me get another. On the ground. Okay, there we are. All right, let me I'm sorry, I'm going to have to delete this out. I'm sorry. I'm only one person, so I'm doing okay. What? Okay, so I need to get my lower third back up above that. St. Paul map is there. All right, let me just add a new one. Okay. No, wrong. Where is my... I can't understand why this is... Okay, the same... I don't get it. I don't get what's happening here. It's not a good day. I'm grabbing stuff, but it's not showing up in my... Let me see if it's just not listing. Webcam, chroma key, my mic. Damn it. You're not hiding behind this, are you? No. What happens if I just add something? Okay, a window capture. We'll just call it window capture. Okay. Can I move you? Okay. But I can't, it's not showing up as behind me. All right, I'm going to have to do this because it's too much to, it's too large and I can't put it behind me. And I have to do that so you can see me. Okay, oh wait, that went behind me. What, is that also in the... I don't know where it went. Let me get back and listen to some of the police scanner and reply to some of my commenters here. You don't need to see me. I know what I can do. I know what I can do that'll make this easier. Well, I'm going to take myself on my cam. Let's go to the... We will take you, and we will slide you way the hell down here. No, I want to keep this up. But we will take you... Nope. Okay, that's the webcam. Okay. We will just slide me down so I'm smaller. And the map's behind me, so that's fine. All right, let me add this video in. Window capture. On the ground. Okay. All right, now we can see here. Okay, let's see. Back into my chat. Let me kick up the volume too on this thing so I can hear what's going on. So thank you. Way better. Starter cap and jerseys are gone. Hitting the KFC next. Give you the link to the video so we can all watch that instead. Okay, I can probably do that. I'm stupid. I'll give out somebody's stuff. Police is not military. They're citizens. If this turns violence, officers will drop their badges and guns and protect their homes. I don't think that's true. If it goes violent, they will probably have to respond in kind, but they will probably call out the National Guard like they did last night again. Joggers at the Popeyes for a minute snack. Dova says, I'm kind of hungry. Me too. I haven't eaten since last night. Governor nowhere to be found. Pathetic, yes. That's when all those gun-toting folks fight back. Well, I hope it doesn't come to that. I really don't hope it comes to that. That would be horrible. PK, I live in Minnesota, and I hate this crap. People will counter-protest tonight. It goes down like that again, and we won't be Minnesota nice. Yeah. Yeah, they're hitting all sorts of stuff. I can't even get track of it. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that in terms of living in Minneapolis. I have family who live there as well. Minnesota's a great state. Minnesota is a great state. Wonderful state to live in. I love it. Foot Locker, GameStop next to each other. Where are the priests? Probably praying. More footage here. All right, let's take a look at that one. Because I ain't... oops, wrong one. Sorry, guys. Let me pull this out. No, there we go. Okay, they're throwing out smoke bombs right now. It's just smoke is what they're doing. Enough people that they're trying to disperse them with smoke bombs. Let's see. /watch question mark V equals. Some more question marks. Another one who's all right. Well, let's see if we can get you to a size that isn't horrible. Another guy who's got a live one going. I hate when they get vertically oriented cameras. It makes life miserable. All right, let me try another one here. I'll put in some more video. And see, there he is. And, man, this is going to suck up all of my screen real estate. I will have to do what he's doing down there and put myself in... Oops. God, that's my chroma key. Oops. That's still my chroma key. Or my lower third. There we go. I'm going to put myself down here. No, I'm going to put myself... No, God. Okay. Look, no head. Let me move these behind. Okay, I'm going to have to be in the center because I can't put anything behind me beside the one that I've got. Okay, back to my thing here. You can only use lethal force against looters if yourself is threatened, except in the great state of Texas where the castle law is in place. Cops historically drop out first. This is why they need to turn the city over to the National Guard. Well, they may have to. Blazer one says, why don't they arrest the officer who killed George Floyd? I don't know the answer to that. They sure should. He belongs in jail, where, you know, and hopefully prison sometime soon. Footage is, is this footage from yesterday? The one that I'm seeing here? It's showing live. That's, okay, they're going to, okay, they're, okay, they've just gotten approval to use rubber bullets on the crowd as well as gas. Make the stream itself full screen. I got too many videos to be able to do full screen, I'm afraid. It's just too big. I can move this stuff around, but it's misbehaving on me in a way that I can't deal with. Twerking, this is not protesting, this is rioting. Should make a giant no. That's a racist thing to say. Don't do that. Loot the bowling alley, please. PS5, you aren't even out yet, good folks. They're good folks, not really. This is from yesterday. I don't know what's from yesterday. They've got, let's see. I mean, what they've got going on here, I can't tell. Let me try doing something with the ordering of this. I'll try to mimic what some of the other guys are doing here. So they're needing strike teams at the target until they get that under control. All right, so let me see if I can maybe move this stuff around so that it makes some level of sense. All right. You could be bigger. Yeah, this is all very much centered on this target right here. Hang on a second. Let me pull out my map. God, this is miserable. Oops. I have too many layers on my thing. The violence here is largely centered on this target right here. This is the one they're talking about right here. It's not too far from Interstate 94. And we've also seen looting up in this general area of University Avenue and other businesses. At one point, I was hearing reports that the looting has had spread to every business in the area. Well, let's see. Gas and rubber bullets are from yesterday. No, I'm listening right now to the police frequency. I don't know if you can hear it in the background on my mic. I'll kick up the volume so maybe you can. But no, they just momentarily ago, the field commander gave them permission to use 40 millimeter and gas, tear gas. Arrest these mad people. There's too many of them to arrest. If they start burning apartments, can residents fight back? Well, they did that yesterday. You could, but I wouldn't advise it. I would advise running away as fast as you can. If you start shooting people and stuff in something like this, it can snowball very, very rapidly in a way that you don't want it to snowball. Yes, the target was the target that burned down last night. It is not this target. The target that burned down last night was basically across the street from the police station that the rioters were attempting to storm. This is a totally different one in St. Paul. That one was in Minneapolis across the river. Let's see, Mr. Sprinkles, new Sprinkles flat. Yeah, well, yeah, okay. Rioting. Why are they hitting up Targets and not Walmart? Who the hell knows? I don't know that there's any rhyme or reason to it. I'm told, one of my other viewers who lives there told me that it's adjacent to what amounts to a poor black neighborhood. And so it's just in the vicinity. And if you're going to loot, well, a Target is a good place to loot. Sneaks, man, they should be arrested. There are too many of them. There are too many of them to arrest. You can't, you could go out, walk out and they're saying, you are all under arrest, and they will laugh at you. There aren't enough cops to arrest them all. Why are they hustling stolen goods? Oh, I'm not. I'm just saying what's happening. Mace for the win. They are going to have to be real careful about that. I've been targeted by police for nuances, but I am Hispanic, but this is too much. I agree. My opinion on this is that it is setting back race relations by giving every scumbag racist in the country something to point to and say, look, this is what black people do. I think this is a really bad idea. You guys should just, if you're in this, get out, go home. You're making it worse. This is not helping at all. Let's see. Cole Brand, I saw that there were Asian provocateurs dressed in all black starting out, bringing out windows when this started. How do you know they were agent provocateurs? How do you know? How can you identify them? How do you know that they were? Because if they're doing that, they're doing it off radio. They're going to somebody and saying, hey, quietly put on some other clothes and go start doing stuff. I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second. I think that this is just totally different. I got hustle saying to hustle the hustle. I don't know what you... As a strategy for police, is racism real in America? Sure, absolutely there are racists in America. I don't think there are as many as a lot of people think, but there are absolutely racists in America. Who knows what or who sparked each incident? We can't defend hundreds and hundreds of people looting the stores. They did that themselves. What sparked the incident was the murder of a guy by police, an African-American man who was outright murdered. We've seen the footage. He was outright murdered. The guy who killed him should be arrested and in jail and eventually on trial. I hope that they're going to get to that. It certainly makes sense to me. The mayor has said that that guy should be arrested. So one certainly would hope that they go and do that soon. Do I think the National Guard would be called? Could be. They were called last night. It was so obvious. A guy was all dressed up for it. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Organic food. There's more than enough cops to arrest them all. Not everyone looting at exactly the same time. It's a slow-moving riot with clusters of action. It's not like thousands of people are out looting non-stop. Well, from what I was seeing last night, sure looked like it. I mean, they burned down a huge chunk of the area around that police precinct. These guys feel emboldened to loot today. Yep, because their buddies got away with it yesterday at Target. Send in the National Guard now. I would be thinking that. Blazer 101, RIP AutoZone. That was one of the buildings last night that burned to the ground. Cody Brand says they were dressed in all black, wearing a gas mask. There is video. I think the end game of this, it was talked about in Cooper's book. I don't know Cooper, who you're talking about there. I'd have to see these gas masks and people dressed in black because that's not unusual. I don't know how you can say someone dressed in black with a gas mask is necessarily a police officer. Might well be that some bright guy, because they're operating on unencrypted frequencies. If you're out there in this and you listen to this frequency, you can move around and avoid all the cops. Maybe some smart cookie thought, oh, they're throwing tear gas out, I should bring a mask. I'd have to see this. I'd have to see these pictures for myself to be able to make a determination about any of them. Racism is what? Let me see what that said. Max Spear, racism is healthy. Everyone but white people are allowed to be racist and hateful. Well, I don't think it's healthy, and I don't think white people should be racist either. That's silly. Can I read this very important net plate NE114AJB? What is that about? I'll put it in my notes. Let's see, long-term issue, probably a white supremacist. Was definitely a cop, or at least knew that he was instigating. Prove it's a cop. Prove it. Because, as you know, I was born a white man. And maybe it's different for African Americans. I don't know. I'm not an African American. But I have never once in my life ever heard that, police were out gunning for black people. I have never, ever heard that as a white person. It's not like we run around going, oh, how can I get black people today? How can I kill some African Americans? And I don't think cops are doing that either. You'd have to really prove to me that is a cop who's trying to stir things up. Greyhost says peaceful protest has happened for years and no change. When does a protest need to be a revolt? Read history, fool. If you're going to revolt, you're going to lose. A lot of people will be killed, both sides, but ultimately, African Americans would lose a race war. Make no mistake, they would lose. Now, in terms of things getting better, I've been on this planet for 55 years. When I was born, it was not uncommon at all for white people to use the N-word to refer to black people, or to call black men boy. People were discriminated against in everything, where they lived, where they worked, etc., etc., etc. We have come a huge distance since 1965 when I was born. Is it perfect? No frackin' way. But has it changed? Abso-frackin-lutely. What we need today is another Martin Luther King. Somebody who can go out and do civil disobedience rather than rioting. That'll be, you want to do civil disobedience? I'm right behind you, dude. I'm going to be the guy who's supporting you all the way. But when you're just going out and rioting and burning and potentially murdering people and committing robbery and arson, no. No, no, no. And if it turns into a race war, black people lose. Period. Let's see. Last night was 10 hours of looting. It was slow moving for the entire hours. I watched it. I watched Unicorn Riot was one of the videos that I had up too. Yeah. How can people do this? It's awful. I'm sitting in my bed crying. The people rioting are no better than the racists. Yeah, I tend to agree. Cops aren't military. They sure shouldn't be. They've been militarized since the Iraq War, however. They have equipment that they should never have. Mr. Student, was anybody tried to look for a new PS4? Oh, God. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Can I read this for a plate for Riot? Again, I've got the plate. Let's see. It's the same one you put down. Is that showing up someplace? I'm not sure, Ben Baines, what that's referring to. This is dehumanizing blacks. I think it's very, very counterproductive. I think that what it does is give every scumbag racist in the country an excuse to say, yeah, I was right. See what they do? I think that's ultimately what that goes. Nebraska, is that, okay, wait, I can read this important car note. I don't know what this is about either, but let me copy it and throw it into my notes for future reference. Mr. T. Springs, I was born a white man, and I believe that cops are pretty petty and fracked up. The fact that you don't means you're privileged. Go frack myself. Oh, you know nothing about my life. I am anything but privileged. And I used to teach for a while. I taught for 3 years at a technical college that had a criminal justice program. I got to talk with cops. I got to talk with FBI agents. And I will tell you that those guys are trained in a way to get information out of you that you should never, ever give out. The reality is, if you're approached by any cop for any reason, do not talk to them about anything. Just shut your mouth. If they want to keep talking, you ask them, am I being detained? If the answer is no, you leave. But never talk to cops. Never, ever. I've had cops at that thing tell me, never talk to cops. They will manipulate you emotionally. Never, ever talk to police. The only time you should talk to police is when you have a lawyer present and he can tell you when to answer questions and when not. Okay, they're ruining Minneapolis, a city with a long history that they couldn't care less about. Who's the guy on the right? Let's see. I'm not sure. It's someone's channel. He's just got, he's found a citizen journalist, and those are the kind of feeds that I like to see. Maybe I should do this for myself. I look bigger than him, so it's me. Let's see. Revolting works. Look how it became a free country for the British. Brandon Lee, it is absolutely true that if you lose your rights, the only way to get them back is via revolt. But if there is a race war between black people and everyone else, black people lose. That will not help. Peaceful demonstrations and civil disobedience and marches, and look to Dr. Martin Luther King. He was doing it right. He would be on here with me telling you that this is wrong and asking these people to stand down and back off. You need peaceful solutions. Martin Luther King was responsible for much of the changes that we saw in the 60s and the 70s, even after he was passed away, or was killed, rather, murdered. This won't help. It'll only make things worse. Let's see. You grew up a white Christian community most of my life. Racism is alive and well. I'm not sure what bubble I live in. I live in a bubble called Lincoln, Nebraska, a city of about 340,000. I know precisely 0 racists. I'm not saying that they don't exist out there somewhere in that 340,000 people. But anyone around me, anyone that I have ever talked to, anyone that I have ever worked with in 40 years in IT is not a racist. Not saying it doesn't exist, just saying I don't see it. And my bubbles have been multiple workplaces over the years. I probably worked at 10 different companies over the course of that 40 years. Never once saw a racist, not one single time. We had lots of people of many different colors working there. Never saw a racist. Never once. We had, oh my God, the Muslims, my God, in IT. Muslims are very much basically people from Pakistan, sometimes India. They're heavily into IT. If we were racist, we would hate those guys. We don't hate them. They're, frankly, some of the best people we have working in the industry. Let's see. I'm so far behind. This is 2020. You'll get my head split for saying the N-word. That's why I don't. Aaron C., you've run into a lot of racism. Anytime people run into racism, particularly if you're active African American, my advice is vote with your feet. Move if you can. If you got the money, get up and move. Come to Omaha, Nebraska, city of 1 million, filled with many different people of many different creeds and colors. You come to Lincoln, Nebraska, a city of 340,000 or so. There just isn't that much racism. Go to Des Moines. I didn't even see a lot of racism when I worked in Chicago for 10 years. I guess in that particular case, I did know one guy who was a real racist SOB, and everybody stayed away from him because he was a racist SOB. But there are lots and lots of places in the U.S. where racism is low or doesn't exist. Move there. Vote with your feet. Let's see. Why do you think African Americans lose? Half people in the streets aren't black. If it's a race war, they'll lose. Because when you get into something like any kind of war or revolt, you're talking about fighting your country's military. If you think that you can, at this point, fight a military that is used to urban warfare and has all kinds of tools that you can't even imagine, they have stuff that is classified that you don't know about, you will lose. If it is a race war, black people will lose. And it will be even worse than it is now. Looters are backing away from the target. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Or link the streams. Sorry, I'm having a hard time keeping up with my chat. It's really going by fast from when I'm on. Worked in California, worked at Bell Carter, saw nothing but illegals. Yeah, there's certainly quite a lot of illegals out there. Let the giraffe out at the zoo? I didn't catch that. Oh, my God. See, listen, Mr. T. Sprinkles, you can do what you want in my feed because it goes by so fast, but kind of silly hawking your stuff. It's on 494 right now. Oh, good. Let's see. Is this dude a cop? Me? No. I'm retired. I spent 40 years in IT. I built much of the internet that you are now using. You're welcome. I'm not a cop. I simply have had experience with cops by virtue of working with them and seeing them at a technical school that I taught at for 3 years. There was a criminal justice department there. We had a lot of adjunct people, and they tended to be cops, and they tended to be FBI and stuff like that. And I have once been interviewed by the FBI. That was an interesting experience. I'll put a pin in that and maybe talk about it in a minute, but this is all getting crazy. Hey, Jay Marshall President, happy, nice, glad to see you there. This is getting crazy, as you can see. Did I just describe a race as IT? No, IT is information technology. I was saying that in information technology, we see lots and lots of people of different races. And in particular, people from Muslim countries like, what am I trying to say? Pakistan, India. A lot of people in information technology come from there. If we were racist, those people wouldn't be hired. It's just that simple. You think this is going to bomb again like Tulsa? I don't know what's going to happen. It's really impossible to know. Military needed years and trillions of dollars to deal with Afghanistan, which has 1/100th the guns as Texas. Yes, but look how fast it took to get rid of Iraq. That didn't take long at all, really. When the actual invasion, and they're used to urban warfare. They can shoot you with drones before you can see it coming. They can use all kinds of lethal means, shoot tanks at you, shoot from armored vehicles at you, shoot you with jets. No, in a black-white race war, black people lose because they don't control the military. White people do for the most part. Not to say that there aren't African Americans in the military, there certainly are, but they got to follow orders, and I don't think people in the military tend to be very conservative. People that come out of the military often become police. So they tend to be very, very conservative, and they're not going to just disobey orders because here's a neat little interesting bit of note. Do you know why the officers in the military carry a sidearm, a pistol? It's not to shoot the enemy. It's to kill anyone under them that refuses their orders. In a combat situation, if someone is refusing your order, do what I say. Oh, you're not? Bam! You're dead. That's what they're for. I do not see a way to win against the U.S. military in any kind of revolt. They have gutted the Constitution, the Second Amendment, to the point where it's about impossible. Brandon Lee says Minnesota's in chaos. No, it's not. Let me back out of this for you. This is Minneapolis, St. Paul, where this is happening. Let me pull back. Minneapolis is a city of something like 3 million people. I'm not sure what St. Paul is. They're basically two cities separated by the Mississippi River. Okay, this is Minneapolis, St. Paul, where this is going down. I'm still zooming out. 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 This is the entirety of Minnesota. This dot here is where things are happening. So no, Minnesota's not in chaos. Minneapolis and St. Paul is being problematic. So it's not the whole state. Individual states are very different from each other. So, thank you, Marshall. I appreciate that. I've got so many windows again, and I'm dealing with a lot of chat, and I'm hearing I have to read the plate out loud 3 times to get location in Skid Row. It's NE 1414ABJ. I'm really not sure what you're meaning by that. We use tactics. Oh God, I got so many things. Minneapolis is roughly 450,000. Let me see. Let me see if I can get another browser open so that it doesn't frack up everything I'm doing. Where's my mouse? Because I looked it up yesterday during the thing. The city itself is smaller than the metro area in terms of population. This is true. Hello? Think, McFly, think. There we go. No, it's not. All right, let's just do... Oh, it must think I mistyped and it thinks I'm doing a... Come on, Beavis, get it together. Minneapolis. Waiting for Wikipedia. I'm going to have to do something here real quick if I haven't already. I'm shutting down my my BitTorrent server, so I'm not sucking up... Okay, population. The population of the city is about 382,000. However, the metro area, including all of the suburbs, is 3,629,190. So you have to count the suburbs. You can't just count the city. If you just count the city, it's going to be fairly small. You have to count all the suburbs as well. The metro area is 3 million people. Let's see. This is called crapping where you sleep. Well, maybe. God, so many. I'm going to have to just go down. I'm sorry I'm having to drop some of the chat stuff. If an insurgency happened here like a race war, it would be similar to Iraq. Yes, African Americans don't have a military, but they do have weapons that can... It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you're against the military at this point, you lose. That's all there is to it. I mean, the guns that they now allow you to have. My father had a very large gun collection that is now at my disposal. And you could load up every single one of those things, but a drone would take me out, Black Wall Street, KKK arson spaces, hundreds of innocents killed, losing to a target or a multi-million-dollar company branch won't kill you. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Masks are only mandatory in Minneapolis. Yeah, here the masks are not even mandatory. I guess it is when you go into medical places. We don't really have a problem with in Nebraska with the coronavirus. God, I said it. Now I'm going to get that virus. Yes, Grego says, I guess you didn't know a lot of white people also have guns. Yeah, in my father's collection, there are at least 5 rifles, 1 shotgun, and 4 pistols. I myself personally own a hunting rifle, 4 handguns, one of which is essentially a Model 1911, which is one of the best guns ever made. It's useful for personal protection, but if I was going up against the military, 1 drone and I'm dead, and I will never see it coming. This is justified? Are you saying, Trainer WSM, that this is justified? Because it ain't. This is not. Let's see. Drones are definitely a problem, huh? They got them. They'll kill you with them if you try to go up against them. Riot stick in the minds of the police and get them to stop getting immense power trips. Then you won't have to worry about losing your local target. If you think that doing this is in any way helpful, you're a moron. It's just that simple. This is not helpful. This gives every racist scumbag in this country an excuse to say, look, that's what black people are like. All of them. This isn't helpful in any way. This is setting back race relations to see this happening here and also in other protests. Why are we spinning? Oops. I'm going to have to reload this page. Okay, Beavis. Come on, stop spinning on me. There we are. Play. Did he go? Yeah, he's live still. Okay. Racists have to hide from African Americans. Well, I don't know if they hide or not. Most of them don't talk about it if they are. Sean Kelly, born and raised in Minnesota, and stores I have been going to my whole life are in ruins. Yeah. Fluoride in the water, chemtrails, it's all just for you. There is no such thing as a chemtrail. Don't get me started on that. FC every racist scumbag. Why should anyone care about the racist ammo given to them? Are you saying that makes them right? Coward. I'm not sure what you're meaning by that. Why should anyone care about the racist ammo given to them? Ammo? Oh, you mean in terms of being able to point to someone and say, this is what all black people are like? That's what racists will do. They will. Cops at the nearby Target and Cub Foods, they say that their, quote, success, this is their success blueprint, put some at nearby Timberlanes to sue, yeah. Can also make chemical weapons, sure, although I think they'd be loath to use them. It's against numerous treaties. What happened here? Okay, he's still alive. They must be going to do some kind of press conference here, Department of Justice, so I don't know what that means. Yeah, they sometimes riot NKWX, but I don't point to that as something all black people do. I have known lots and lots of African Americans. They're fine. There's nothing wrong with them. I don't want to say the words, I have African American friends, because that's what every freaking person who wants to say that gets you called racist every time. But I do. This isn't behavior of everyone. This is mob behavior. You know, it's not so much that it's black. It's not African American. It's a mob. A mob becomes stupid and uncontrollable. A single person, a single individual, they're great. Get a people in a small group, they're great. Get a mob and everything goes to hell. You know, you just can't predict it. And it's not just black people, it's white people too. I've listened to plenty of disturbances in Chicago where it was largely white. And you get into a mob and psychology goes out the window. It's just that simple. All right. Can't get how any of this helps. It certainly doesn't. Something is happening at the Target parking lot. Could be just logged on. Want to be fit? What happened now? Well, last night there was some destruction, arson, property damage, physical damage, at least one murder, looting, robbery, armed robbery. Until about 4 in the morning Central Time, and today they decided they're going to try it across the river in neighboring St. Paul. Minneapolis and St. Paul are oftentimes called the twin cities. That's because if you think about it, they're kind of almost one city, but they're broken down the middle by the Mississippi River. So they were over in Minneapolis last night, and they're over in St. Paul today. The POS that Jehovah is still chilling in his home in comfort, protected by his cop buddies. People are focused on the wrong ism. Statism has set one law for us and one for them. I sort of agree with you on that, and I certainly agree that the cop who is responsible for Floyd's death should be in jail right this frackin' second. Just right this second. White suburban kids will show up later and lay in the streets and protest. Who knows? Who knows? The owner that shot the guy was white. If so, God help us all. I don't know. It was never stated. The whole situation with this is, by God, you don't want to have to fire a shot of a lethal round if you can avoid it. It would just turn the situation horrible very quickly. And in my opinion, given how race relations have gone to the crapper since Obama was president, under his presidency, I think you could, if you did that, you could well spark other disturbances like this across the country. Pretty clear case of negligent homicide. I think you could call it manslaughter. It's murder is as when you. Certainly some kind of homicide, but murder is when you have intent to kill someone. That cop, I don't think, intended to kill him. So it'd be some level of like first-degree manslaughter. But don't ask me, I'm not an attorney. That's just my guess here. Yeah, the pawn shop owner was arrested. He shot somebody and was arrested. That's exactly right. Shoot the looters. I don't think it's a good idea. Right now. You could spark something far worse. Instead, run away. Run in the opposite direction. Just get away. Don't go where this stuff is happening. Leave. It can't get better. The only way it's going to get better is if they disperse. Leave. Just leave. We don't want a repeat of last night. Everyone out with a gun last night on Unicorn Riot was white. That's not true. I was watching Unicorn Riot in my stream last night, and that's simply not true. I saw black people brandishing weapons as well. Your son, yes, Barack Obama, my son would look like Mike Brown, Obama, yes. And, Mike Brown was not the poster boy they should have gone for. Where's the National Guard? I'm not sure they've gotten to the point where they feel like they need the National Guard. They've had a lot of looting, but it looks like from what I'm seeing here, if you look at the stuff down, I don't know, the big one over there with the guy who's in it on it, who's got 3 different streams that I wish I knew what were. It looks to me, this is not like last night. It's not as horrifying as last night. That said, nightfall has yet to happen. So, nightfall is when it all went to hell last night. Let's see, God. This reminds you of the Rodney King and Michael Brown situation. People were rioting and hurting people. It was way worse last night. The area that was destroyed looks like freaking Beirut. The murder was intended. You could tell by his body language he was enjoying it. See, the definition of a murder one is that you intended to go after someone. It wasn't just opportunity that happened to be there. It was you planned how to go and get someone. When you don't plan it, then it falls under manslaughter. In this case, I think it would be first degree. But again, don't talk to me. I'm not an attorney. If there's one in my stream, tell me if I'm wrong. White people are looting here. Well, that's interesting. I will take a look at that. Let me grab that URL. And, God, open up the Brave window. This is not, oh, it is live. I got another live stream. God, where am I going to put this? Man. All right. I'm not actually seeing any looting in that stream you just gave me. Let me put it up. Too damn many windows. Alright, let me see if I can squish you down a little bit and maybe make it so I can put these various windows all around the place. So on this one, I mean, I'm seeing white people, that's for sure. I didn't yet see any looting. Oh, good for him, yay, he's out in a freaking stupid protest / riot, and he's see, I'm looking over there, out in the middle of a protest riot with his mask on. That's kind of stupid. Martin Luther King wouldn't allow this, unlike Sharpton the race baiter. I agree. God, it's so hard to catch. Somebody said, ask me. Do I think Trump supporters should start surrounding and protecting these stores and buildings? No, not at all. I think anyone should run away. You don't want to be there. This is likely going to get worse at nightfall, and you don't want to be there. You know, if you're in Minneapolis, St. Paul right now, I say drive up to Brainerd and get a motel room through the weekend. That'd be my guess. Stay the hell away. Target was sacrificed for the cause. The target today I haven't been able to keep track of. The one last night, God, no, it wasn't. It was just looted and burned. It wasn't sacrificed for anything. It was just looted and burned for fun. Scared individuals who are not confident that they can control someone stronger are more likely to kill someone than a confident individual. No. No, really. I'm a big Second Amendment supporter. My favorite saying, 2 pounds of steel and lead equalizes a woman against a 250-pound rapist. And that is a true statement. You know, you don't have to be scared to fire a gun. It is dependent on the circumstances. I don't think it means people are scared. Target sacrifice for the cause? No. Target store has been losing business since the rail system was built. I hope this looting is the nail in the coffin. I hope the owner shuts that Target down. No more looting in the future. Why would you want the looting at all? If you want this to be the nail in the coffin, you want looting? No. Can't believe it's happening again. I'm saying it'll be all right tonight. I assume it'll be worse because by then, I mean, that's the thing. People operate under the concealment of darkness. That's the way it always works. I knew when I started the stream last night that it was going to be a long, long stream that went most of the night. It did, because when night falls, people take advantage of it to mask themselves. They hide. I saw a lot of whites yelling at cops precinct. That could be. I don't know. The vast majority of people in these crowds are obviously African Americans. So, can I cut out short crust? Please stop terrorizing Mark Harrison. Oh, okay. I'm not. That's somebody in my thing. Princeton Curry's going to per chain rocks. Funny as hell. Well, if you're thinking it's funny, I got to skip forward in my. Okay, encourage Trump supporters to go and comfort the protesters. Hopefully, I don't think protesters need any comfort. I think they should, when they start getting violent, protests are fine. Peaceful protests are fine. It's when you get violent and start burning stuff down and, holding people up at gunpoint like they did last night. And I have a good friend of mine who is also in information technology who had a client who was a physician who had his office broken into, all the money stolen, all the drugs stolen, and then his building was torched. Rodney King riots, the Korean protected. Yeah, there's a very famous shot of a Korean business owner who was protecting himself with his gun. I'm not sure if that will work here or not. Now, speaking of the crowds, talking to the officer. Oh, okay, police must know jujitsu or something. I don't know what they're trained to do. I don't know what they're trained in that respect. I just don't know. MAGA is retarded for police, whatever. They never attack conservative neighborhoods because if you kick someone's car at 10 p.m. at night, they have 6 little friends that go through you at 1,000 feet per second. The vast majority are not black. Show me a crowd where the vast majority are black right now on my screen. Well, this one, I mean, I can see white people in there. This is a white guy, or I think he's Hispanic color, judging from the skin color. But there's white people in there. I guess it's not all black. There are some white people in there. Okay, they're a-holes too. They're complete a-holes. I'm an equal opportunity guy here. I'm not trying to be racist about it. If we see a lot of, I'm looking around at other stuff, there are white people sprinkled in there. There's no question about it. I stand corrected. Let's see. Southeast of Minneapolis is a Detroit 2.0 right now. Well, I haven't been there in years. Basically, it's the Democratic voters. I don't know. I don't know if it is or not. There's no way to tell. Let me tell you something about how I handle this. And I'm sitting here doing all this chat, and it's hard to keep track of events. But let me explain how I do this. I certainly have opinions. I got good and emotional at the beginning of this stream. So I certainly have opinions about stuff, and I'm not afraid of talking about them, and I'll tell you when they are. I am not a reporter. I'm a guy who is just trying to keep abreast of things and trying to be as truthful as I can. And I'll give out opinions, and I'll be mad sometimes if it seems like if it really pissed me off. But what I really try to do is operate as much as possible as what's called a fair witness. Now, this is a fictional profession that was invented by Robert A. Heinlein for his book, Stranger in a Strange Land. The way that a fair witness works is if you asked a fair witness, what color is the house across the street? They would say, it's white on this side. And they wouldn't assume that it was white on all the others. Even if you walked them around the house and all of them were white, they would not assume that they didn't change to green spontaneously when they weren't looking at them. So what I try to do here is just look at what I can see. I'm not trying, and what I can hear on the police frequencies, because that's informative. But I'm not trying to talking head you. You can just look at what we're seeing here and make your own conclusions based on what's happening in front of you. As I say, trying to be as much of a fair witness as possible. This is what I can see right now, and I can't come to any other good conclusions about it. Now, what I'm seeing, for the most part, fortunately, at least where the citizen journalists are here, is peaceful. Yay! Hope that stays the same. Maybe the cops were just going, oh, God, and they did some looting earlier. I know they did some looting earlier. I know they did. Maybe this has come down to where we're just left with peaceful protesters. I don't know. Haven't been able to listen to the free because I've been talking to my people in chat. But what we're seeing here on the videos that I've got is generally peaceful. Yay. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Yeah, okay, Vincent Valentine has the right point of view for protesting. He's definitely not condoning the looting and calling them out. He's also black himself. Good. Al Sharpton certainly inflames the situation. Yeah, I want to be fit, absolutely. It's about impossible for me to take him seriously. Hasn't hit downtown St. Paul yet. Yeah, for the most part. Oh, God, I have so many windows. I should keep you up. For the most part, the looting has been confined to an area around this target right here, this target that's not too far from I-94. There was some looting here along Hamlin Avenue. They had, at one point early on in the afternoon, they had what they were calling a staging area, which was where a lot of people were coming and parking their cars to come over and start doing stuff here. Oh gosh, let me put my other thing up here. What is the URL for the stream on the right? So many windows. That's the one on the right with the guy's face in it. Watch me and him as well. They are at a store instead of the Attorney General, Mayor, Governor's Office, or Police Station. But again, as long as they're peaceful, that's fine. Danny Britt has no fade in the black. He's back. He loves free cake in next. Keep Joe out of the spotlight. Was there a bridge and collapse in Minnesota in July of August of 2007? There was. I don't recall it that clearly, but yeah, I know there was. I am not a Minnesotan myself, but I've been to Minneapolis, St. Paul quite a number of times because I have friends, and relatives that live in that area. And at one point, I was working for a consulting company that brought me up there quite a lot. Anybody notice last night how they attacked the protesters trying to put out the AutoZone fire? Well, last night was a complete nightmare. Just a complete nightmare. Okay, Sean Kelly's saying the 35 West Bridge. 35 West is one of the freeways that goes through downtown Minneapolis, yeah. Hope people watching the stream realize that this is only happening in Minnesota. To be clear, this is now St. Paul, Minnesota. Last night was Minneapolis, which is across the Missouri River from St. Paul. Today it's St. Paul, centered around a Target store that is not that is essentially right next to I-94, which is also one of the freeways that goes through there. Oh God, yeah, L.A. attacked police vehicles and blocked interstates, blocked freeways. I heard that last night. If that's happening right now, I'd want to know it. But LA's protest was really more of the kind of protests you tend to see. It's a pain in the ass because they shut down, like I-5 or something. But there wasn't any of the violence and mayhem that we were seeing in Minneapolis lately. So many white people on my screen. Thought it was vast majority black. Well, I mean, in what I'm looking at, what do we got over here? It's underneath my... What I'm looking at, there do seem to be quite a lot of white people in here, but I don't know what to talk about. It's certainly different from last night's crowd, I'll tell you that. But we'll have to see what happens in another 4 hours or so when night falls. So, hey, stand corrected. There, I can see it now. There's a significant number of people there who are white. Minneapolis is headquarters in Minnesota. Well, Minneapolis is the largest city. Mississippi River. I'm sorry, I lived near the Missouri. If I said Missouri and said I was wrong. Target HQ is in Minneapolis, so they started linking them as support. Okay. Docomo, I'm back. What did I miss? Basically, me talking a lot in some live streams. Target can get more from insurance on the loss than they had sold product during this quarter. Maybe. But does that mean you burn it down? It was the same last night. It's not quite. It wasn't. No, I was doing a stream last night for 5 freaking hours until 4 in the morning. And it was not really the same. It's not the same yet, anyway. We have to wait for nightfall to see. It's not. Last night was... horrifying, just horrifying. Would you say those white protesters are pretty based? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Biased? I don't know what you're meaning. Are you hoping your bull buys you a Switch for being such a good boy? Oh, you're talking to Organic Fud. Okay. Headquarters downtown Minneapolis on Nicollet Avenue. Okay, that's for Target's headquarters. I didn't know that. Target does fund the police union, but they also fund a lot of charities. Sure, yeah, Target funds lots of stuff. Won't miss anything until it gets dark. Yeah, you're probably right. Probably right. It's going to be worse when it gets dark. Let me close off some windows here so that I don't... you're going to see a few things happening here that... Because the less windows I've got up, the better. By the way, what you were seeing there, I got that $1,200 from the government, or $1,200 of my own money back, and I am planning to buy a Taurus, a 7-round, 357 Magnum, 3-inch barreled pistol as my new carry gun with that money. Thank you, Blazer101, for subscribing. I appreciate that very much. St. Paul's Rondo Midway neighborhood was the center of the local African-American community. Don't know anything about it. Most of the original Rondo Avenue and much of historic Rondo neighborhood were destroyed when Interstate 94 was built. Didn't know that either. That's why they're posturing around for stores instead of effective people for areas calling for injustice. More than 600 African-American families lost their homes. Really, numerous businesses and institutions were lost. Wow. Yeah, I got that Taurus. Yes, it's kind of a cool pistol. It's 7 rounds, 357 mag, but it also comes with another chamber that'll let you do 9mm. Not that I'd go 9mm. I like 357 mag. Thank you very much. But I like that, so that's one of the reasons I'm getting it. Yes, I got my Trump check. Yeah, that's what it was. How bad do I think it'll be around the Midway Turf Club area? I have no idea, because I really have no idea what the city's like. Yeah, I'm coming to you from Lincoln, Nebraska. I am 7 hours away from Minneapolis and St. Paul, so I don't know. Goodman said, loot, loot, loot. Danny DeVito, it's always sunny 2020. Would have never guessed you carry. I might have misjudged. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a huge Second Amendment supporter. I used to do work in the Chicago Loop when I was in IT, and I used to go down there at 2 in the morning. I don't care what His Honor the Mayor was telling me. I went armed. You don't go down there and go the places I was going without a gun on your person. That's just stupid. You sound shocked that a black community with black-owned businesses? Well, I'm not shocked by that. For all you new people, Bill's the most straight-up guy I know. Thank you very much, Subaru Crew 63. I appreciate that. You're in downtown St. Paul right now. Getting a car and leave. I'd leave the city right now. You prefer Glock? Nothing wrong with Glocks. I just happen to like that particular pistol. Would this have been different if NFAC came down and locked down the city hall armed? I'm not sure. Bangs, can you please explain why Chip Buddy and Diamond Legs tried to have it with Arthur Ball? Was it really over them green lever? I don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about there. I don't pay much attention to stuff like that. I don't know what it is. Sean Kelly, you have a 33rd lever action. Well, I have a number of different rifles that were part of my father's collection. One of the most interesting ones is a Japanese 8mm rifle that my grandfather brought back when he came back from World War II. 8mm. You can't even find ammo for that stuff. Screaming Skull Saloon, I cannot leave. I'm watching this to see how close the crazy is getting. You and me both. I wish I could be hearing I'm going to probably let you guys go out of chat and let you sit for a second so I can listen to this police freak and get some idea of what's going on. Do I think the cop will get criminal charges? Yeah, I think he sure as hell should. If he doesn't, it would be a total miscarriage of justice and would almost certainly start a riot like last night's or worse. The man is guilty. Clearly, he needs to go to jail. Cops murdered that man. Absolutely, Mr. J. That's MJS, right? Wonder how many people will be removing those Blue Lives Matter flag stickers from their cars in the next few days. people who have that, conservatives who have that, probably won't be taking them out. I can't see that happening. But same token, see, I don't think you're dealing with a systemic thing here. Everybody wants to say, oh, this is systemic, this is systemic. Every cops are out to kill black people. They want to kill black people. They're just gunning for them. Every cop wants to kill black people. No, they don't. That's ridiculous. It's I'm a libertarian. That's like saying all libertarians smoke weed. Well, no, we want to decriminalize, but not every libertarian smokes weed. We just think you should have the right to decide what you put in your body, whether it's good for you or not. It's not the government's place to tell you. But not every libertarian smokes weed. It's a huge, broad, thing to say that all cops are gunning for anyone. I think that clearly there's one guy who should be going to jail for the rest of his life, in my opinion, for murdering one person. But I don't think that means that everyone is. If it was, cops would be going around black neighborhoods just shooting up people for kicks. It doesn't do it. The suburbs are in lockdown now. I assume for this or for that virus that I can't talk about without getting in trouble. YouTube will derank me if I mention the virus on my thing here. The ones who don't smoke it sell it. Nah, that's not the case. I know plenty of libertarians who don't have anything to do with drugs. You're a libertarian also, MJ? Cool. Happy to see other libertarians. Screaming Skull Saloon, libertarian minarchist. I tend towards what's called anarcho-capitalism. I'm not going to get into that with my viewers. That'll be a whole other thing. St. Paul under attack for historical racism. I don't know the history of St. Paul, so I can't tell how much racism has gone on there. I've never lived there, so I've never immersed myself in that kind of history. Either way, it doesn't matter. What happened last night, rioting, looting, arson, armed robbery, breaking and entering, theft, that's not called for under any circumstances. Trump endorsed the guy that said the best Democrat is a dead one. Oh, man, did he? Boy. Well, I mean, Trump's going to, endorse any Republican who's going to run. That's just what they always do. Trump is a whole other matter that I don't even want to get into. Larry Johnson, a National Socialist. Okay, well, whatever. Well documented. Again, I just don't. There is too much information in the world for me to know. I can't know everything about everything. I know a lot about certain places that I've lived throughout my life, and that's really about it. I certainly worth something knowing. I'll take your word for it, but I don't know it for myself. Do I know the history of the officers involved? No, I don't. I've just seen the footage, and I know that a guy was murdered. They're going after all the stores. No matter the city, stores are shutting down. Hang on a second. I want to make sure it turned off my blah. I'm at a missed phone call. Blah. I guess I'm going to have to turn this off of my mute so that I know if a friend of mine is getting in here. What stream is showing bottom left? Whose is that? Not sure. I can give you a URL to it. Let me scroll a bit and see if I can figure out who this guy is. I'm not sure who it is. Don't know. I can copy and paste the URL into chat because I ain't proud. Oops. I'll put other people's channels out there. Yeah, Ian J., you work 3 minutes from the target in Minneapolis. We're closing for the next 2 weeks, minimum for safety reasons. Wasn't that thing damn near burned out? The one that got attacked last night? Global change, he was smaller than the individual on the ground, comes back to training and likely scared to let off on pressure. Yeah, maybe. But, I don't think that he was intending to kill the guy. I think he killed him unintentionally, which would put this into the manslaughter category as opposed to a murder category, as a homicide category. But, clearly they still could have taken other measures. I think that it is. I'm going to stop watching my chat for a minute because I'm gonna pontificate. I'm old enough that I remember when, if you ever see the old TV series Adam 12 from the 1970s, I'm old enough to remember when police were really like that. That was how cops were. But what happened was, circa the Iraq War and 9/11, they started selling to police departments all kinds of military hardware. Well, in my opinion, police should never have military hardware. If you can't handle it with the sidearm, with your own sidearm and a shotgun in the trunk, and if you can't handle it when you call in backup, then it's time to call the National Guard. They are military. The police should never be military. And the problem is it's now been going on for basically an entire generation. And so you have a mindset, you have a militaristic mindset that tends to frack everything up. And that's what happened here with this guy. You had a police officer with a militaristic mindset that, if you like going, I have veteran friends that, talk about fighting in Iraq and how they're, let me move this because I don't need to see this guy talking. I'll check back on it when it's doing something else. We can watch more oh my God, snipers on the roof. We can watch more interesting things here while we're doing that. But, they get a militaristic mindset. And so, that guy was doing militaristic things. And that shouldn't happen. If it was up to me, I would very much disarm the cops. I might leave them there. I'd leave them there flak vests. The guys that you're seeing that they're showing in the middle video, I would allow them that. I would not allow them anything more than that. They may even have some stuff on them that I wouldn't allow. But they should not be a military. There's a great quote, let me see if I can get it right, from the early 2000s Battlestar Galactica series. And it went like this. Let me see if I can get it right. I'll probably be paraphrasing. The police and the military are always separate. And that's because it is the police's job to protect the citizens, and it is the military's job to fight the enemies of the state. When the two are the same, the citizens tend to become the enemies of the state. And we have militarized our police to the point where we are now, the citizens have started to become the enemies of the state. And that may be part of what you're looking at with this murder. And it is not something that is solely related to African Americans. The militaristic mindset, drug busts. They should not be able to go in and bash down doors like that. Up against the wall and, pointing their rifles around and fully auto rifles around and having SWAT teams coming in to, do a drug bust. That should not happen. It should not be possible to, SWAT people. Call the police and say, this guy's got drugs, go over to his house and bust him. That should not be possible. And it's possible because the police have become so militarized. And you demilitarize them, and things will get a lot better, just in general. And not just for African Americans, but everybody. Let me get my glasses back on so I can go back to... the St. Paul PD live simulcast on Broadcastify is amazing. That's what I've got listening to here. I hope that you can hear it. I can't tell for sure whether it's coming through my microphone, and I don't dare put it into the stream itself. Police are now trained for warfare. Yeah, your police should not be trained for warfare. Your police should be trained, everybody thinks too, by the way, that the police's job is to prevent crime. The police don't prevent crime. The police investigate crimes after they have happened so that they can find out who's guilty and bring them to justice. But they should not be militaristic. And that's what we have done for the last 20 years. Super 63, Reagan was the best president we had since Kennedy, and we need someone like him again. Great orator and a great American. My favorite president of all time will always remain Thomas Jefferson. I think we could use, 100 years worth of Thomas Jeffersons at this point. Jihad, whoops. Jihad, Nebraska, Bill Whittle. I'm not. Muhammad Jihad. Nebraska, Bill Whittle. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. My name is Bill Stone, and I am from Nebraska. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska, city of about 340,000, when you take into account the suburbs. Not sure what you're saying there, but I mean, I definitely am Nebraska. Good people are very logical and rational, but we live in a very backwards world where we hurt those. We should be praising those we should be hurting. I agree with that. Police are getting carried away. Yeah, absolutely. Does military have qualified immunity like law enforcement? Well, military is a whole other thing. In the military, you do what you're ordered to do, or they kill you or put you on trial, or give you a court-martial and send you to Fort Leavenworth. The issue of who is guilty or not for that doesn't even come into play. You know, you get orders from on high and you follow them, period, end of story. Let's see. Okay, God, I'm losing my stuff here because I'm... Okay, looked at the footage close again. The two officers up front, big size difference from the guy on the ground. Okay, you're talking about the murder one. Asian officer looks very weak looking. Same with officer in neon socket. Bad situation. I agree. It was a bad situation all around. But the fact that the guy died, you know, I don't think it was intentional. But it's got to be some form of manslaughter. There's just no getting around it. Let me do something here with one of my windows. I'll tell you what, the amount of chat I'm getting astonishes me right now. It's really hard for me to keep up on. I'm going to try to keep up on as much as I can, but I do want to listen to what's happening on my stream for the law enforcement here for a second, just so I can get an idea of what's happening and where it's happening. And now we have you buffering. Well, you stopped buffering and then I reload you. Well, that was pretty stupid of me, Beavis. I shouldn't have done that. Are you live? Yes, you are. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 windows open. Send Glaze. I hope all cops die. Why? The cop will get killed in prison so fast unless they isolate him the whole time. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He wouldn't last very long. What do you think is wrong with police in general? Sandways. All they do is kill innocent people. Oh, that's complete nonsense. Complete nonsense. There are a million types of laws on the books that the police have to enforce. They don't go around just gunning for innocent people. If you listen to first responder frequencies for any length of time, you know that that's not how it works. They're out constantly doing things like, going and helping out with, medical emergencies, all kinds of different stuff. That, people who are, doing robberies. There are just so many things that cops do that have nothing to do with killing innocent people. It is not everything that they do. To say that it is just crazy. Let me go back. Send in a drone army. Actually, yesterday for a while they had civilian drones over the site. Clogged up the airspace real bad at one point. As a giraffe now on 494, really? Yeah, I heard that somebody said they let the giraffe go. If that's true, my God. Outside of murder, rape, and theft, the laws that they enforce are designed to keep the people down. No. Well, I mean, what if you get, what if your house gets broken into and somebody steals something? Are they just supposed to ignore that? You have to make a differentiation here between the police and the laws. The laws that are passed are almost always draconian, unconstitutional, and strip people of their freedoms and are bad. The police, unfortunately, have no choice but to enforce them. Now, under certain circumstances, they can choose to just say, okay, I'm going to overlook this one for you. But they still have a ton of laws that they have to enforce. They just have to. They have no choice. Press 14 to gas all communists. Well, yeah. Panda Woman, 2020 is the worst year ever. Oh, God, no, it's not. Oh man, no, it's not. I'm 55 years old. Trust me, there's been way, way worse than this. Even within my lifetime, there's been worse than this. I will say that last night's rioting and whatnot was the worst that I have ever seen in my life, including some of the stuff that went on in the 60s. That was worse. It hit a new low. But in terms of 2020 being a bad year, no, we've had way worse years than this. Go back to the late 60s. Terrible. What we've got going on now, the only thing that's different and unusual is our for some reason, we have become just absolutely terrified of a virus that I cannot speak aloud in my stream. Otherwise, YouTube will demonetize me. But this virus isn't as bad as made out. It just isn't. You have to look for the virus at infection vectors. That is what is most likely to cause an infection. So I'm going to drop until something, yipes, everything's gone. Oh God, please don't tell me I accidentally closed all my windows. Okay, well, good Lord, accidentally shut down half my windows. Now I can't see. I could shut you down. Pardon me. I can shut you down. I can lower you. And then, I'm sorry, I accidentally closed every single one of my windows. I dropped my mouse and it just decided, let's just shut you down. No. So now I have to bring every single one of them back up. Okay, I think I got them all back. Oh, God, where are my glasses? Outside of murder, rape, and theft, what laws do we actually need and aren't we being forced on us and against us? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a libertarian. I think 90% of the laws on the books are unethical, unconstitutional. 99.99999999999999999% of what the federal government does is flatly unconstitutional by any sane reading of that document. These laws they put in place do nothing, generally, most of them do nothing but restrict your freedom unnecessarily. So, I certainly agree with that. You could get rid of a huge number of laws. But here's the thing. Laws are never repealed, not ever. They are amended, but never repealed. The only way that you ever get your freedom back is with revolution. There is no other way. Just look at history. One Fu says blacks aren't killing anyone in Minnesota. In 1968, they ran a lot of whites out of major cities. 68, 69 were bad years. 68 and 69 were really bad years. 99.x of constitutional scholars think my argument is absolutely ridiculous. Have you read the Constitution? Really, have you read it? Have you sat down to read it? Can you see? Just look at it. It's plain English. It says what the federal government can do, and then in the 10th Amendment, it says it can't do anything else. Read it. I don't care what constitutional scholars think. I look at the thing and I say, wow, black and white. It's real simple, easy to understand. It's simple, plain English. Doesn't matter. Yes, the Supreme Court ruled that law enforcement is not responsible for actually, protecting us from thieves, murderers, and rapists. They show up after the fact. That's exactly right. Police job is not to prevent crime. Police job is to investigate it, find out who's guilty, and bring them to justice. They aren't there to protect you from, to prevent some crime. They're just there to figure out who did it. Ben Baines, you're getting weird. They should get a polygraph to find out if they're racist. That's an interesting idea. That would be an interesting idea. Giving polygraph tests to any prospective police officers and just asking them outright. That would not be a horrifying idea. Maybe you should lobby for a law for that. That would actually be a useful law. Fear porn. You fear porn? Why do you fear it? I've been watching this for 2 days throughout the live streams, and a guy today was asking if people cared about Floyd or their city, and most said it wasn't their city psyop. Huh. Well, God. Chosen ones are causing this. They want a race war. Oh, God, I sure hope we don't have one of those. That would be terrifyingly bad. They do. Yeah, I know they give psych evaluations. Yeah, I do know that. Yeah, I do. And polygraphs, as NKWX mentions, they're not 100% accurate. In point of fact, I've never been given a polygraph test, but I have a sneaking suspicion that I could probably get away with it because I have a lot of early training in my life. I was an actor long ago in a galaxy far, far away, and I have enough training that I can. I forgot what you call it, but I can control the rate of my heart to a certain extent. If my heart is racing, I can slow it down. I can, relax myself to the point where you could ask me questions and I'm going to look like I'm absolutely... I'm not sure how it would turn on the polygraph, but I have this suspicion that I might be able to beat it. Give Tara Reid a polygraph test. Well, yeah. Tara Reid, situation with him, just to say, as with Kavanaugh, my stance always is innocent until proven guilty. We didn't have any actual evidence with Kavanaugh, so, innocent. So far, there has been no trial, no evidence presented and so forth for Biden. I assume that he is innocent. All you have to do is corrupt the baseline reading and they can't tell. Yeah. I was an extra in Star Wars. Man, I wish. I was 12 years old when that came out. Larry Johnson, I've never heard of blah, 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 blah. I am a libertarian who believes that a huge percentage of laws should be repealed. I lean towards what called anarcho-capitalism. That said, I understand that is something that will never happen. Not really. So the best you can do is limit your government as much as possible. There are some things under those circumstances that laws are good for. Murder as a law, so that you can catch the person responsible. In a real libertopia world, it would be handled very differently. But we're never going to live in that world. I wish we were, but we're not. So you have to make your compromises. You need police to rule over you to feel safe because you don't trust your neighbors? Where do you live? Please come move to Nebraska. My mom has 2 rental properties. One of them may become open. If you don't trust your neighbors, come here because we trust them. We trust our neighbors just fine. It's 2020 and people want technology from the early 1900s to judge someone's character, a bunch of idiots. Actually, it was actually the mid-1900s. It was about 1940s. The guy who invented the polygraph also came up with the character of Wonder Woman. Psych evaluations are flawed. It depends on the psych evaluation that you're given. There is a test called my parents were psychologists. There's a test called and one of my kids is getting her PhD in that and will be a practicing psychologist. There is a test called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory that is very, very good at helping to pinpoint personality disorders or help diagnose them. I was given it. I agree with the diagnosis that it gave. I don't have a personality disorder, but it basically diagnosed me as a loner. Yeah, I'm good in my own skin. I'm an introvert, just as my parents were. I'm happy being alone. The coronavirus stuff, we haven't been locked into our houses or anything, but I've been at home the whole time and it doesn't bother me. So I agreed with that and that MMPI for sure. It just depends on the test you're given. Some are better than others. So, it just depends. Have they taken over the target yet? No, I don't think so. They've been what looks like kind of massing around the target. Let me see if this guy ever came back. Oh, he did. All right, I'm going to do something here. Let me take you, and I'm going to tinify you because you're not all that freaking important. I'm going to tinify you even worse because you aren't important. Well, I guess there's more here going on than meets the eye. Sorry, I do this on the fly. This one is not so much. This one keeps going back to City Hall or something. FBI updating the police. Oh, okay. This is going to be a press conference. Yeah. Let me hear that. Let me hear that press conference. This is a press conference supposedly updating the situation on this guy who killed him. Wish I could hear this better. He's really low. And for some reason... All right, let's stop this. Let me kick my volume up. It's already up 100%.
Okay, so this shit starts in 15 to 30 minutes.
Oh, okay. I'll shut this down then. Yeah, they're going to have an update on the death of George Floyd as the Justice Department. Hopefully that means that they're going to announce that his ass is getting arrested or something. So let us hope. Let us hope that's what's going on. Let's see. I'm sorry I've had to miss some of these. Yes, I mentioned the virus. I can't. YouTube deranks anyone that is not liberal if you mention that virus by name. It's in the middle of what's going to be a long stream, however, so I'm already at 2 hours 21 minutes. Let's see. The thing about the virus, it is not as bad as it's made out. I started talking about that. You have to look at infection vectors, and that means what are different ways that you could get infected. So if you look at New York City, well, good God, infection vector there is huge. The population density is really probably more than anywhere else in the U.S. They have multiple, they have whole harbors full of ships that come in from which nobody is tested for anything. They have 2 international airports from which people coming into the country are not tested for anything. So there's a very, very, very large vector of infection in New York City. Anytime you see anything that's going to be like this, and it'll happen again, the only solution is to depopulate New York City. So New York will always have this stuff bad. Come out to Midwest like I'm at, it's not much of a problem for us. In my city alone, I think we're up to maybe 9 deaths. The number of cases is, I've forgotten how many, but the recovery rate, we've got more people recovered than died. Even if you go over to our largest city, Omaha, it's still not that bad. They haven't shut us down or anything, but we can look at this stuff because we have a very, very small infection vector. We have no international airports in Nebraska. We're landlocked. We have no oceans from which people to come in and see. The only way to get in and out, basically, is I-90 and some I-80 and some other highways and stuff. So our infection vector is very, very small. But if you go down to Colorado, which borders us on the south, they have an international airport. They have a lot of stuff going on with the Air Force. Their infection vector is much higher. They have much more people who are infected and have died. The infection vector matters. Even then, it isn't as bad as it sounds, and they should never have put these restrictions in place. In the part of the country that I'm in right now, we have a lot of agricultural land. And we are watching our agricultural industry in the United States collapse. That's very, very dangerous. It's collapsing because of this. Our ranchers are having to. I'm gonna shut you down because I don't need you. If you're going to be just showing your desktop, I'll put you over out of the way and make you bigger. we haven't been locked down particularly. They just killed all of our businesses. But the ag industry is in serious trouble. Ranchers are having to kill some of their herds. Chicken farmers are having to kill some of their chickens. Ranchers are having to destroy farmers have to destroy some of their crops. Dairy farmers are having to dump their milk. It's just not good. It's just not good at all. And that is going to have a massive impact because the U.S. agricultural industry feeds over 1 billion people worldwide. Not just in the U.S., but worldwide. So if you have that thing fail, you're going to see widespread starvation in the U.S. And the reason that it's happening, and the slaughterhouses have started to close, right? So if you have too many cows and you can't sell them, and there's nowhere to sell them to because the slaughterhouses are closing, it all falls apart. And if that happens, we're going to see widespread starvation. It'll be the end of our major cities. Just the end. They will go up in flames and riots, for food riots. It will be horrifying. So you look at the infection vectors, and then you look at, clearly now it's quite obvious that the cure is far worse than the disease. And all restrictions should be immediately lifted. Period. End of story. Screaming Skull Saloon, thank you for subbing. I appreciate that. I'll throw out that just as a thing. I am Bill Stone, and I typically call myself the Van Dyke Master. Generally, my show is devoted to reviews of science fiction, superheroes, stuff like that. I go into a lot of depth, far more depth than you'll find with any other reviewer. I'm truthful. I am not acting when I do my reviews. I don't. A lot of reviewers act outraged because they found out after The Last Jedi that it sells. But beyond that, sometimes I do come in for a stream like this because I think it's important. And in this case, it's a Midwestern city, a large Midwestern city, not close to me. But, I think it's important to, get sort of what I think is my perspective. You get people talking heads from the coasts and stuff like that, and they're all heavily biased and they will report last night as they did. They reported last night as having been protests. No, last night wasn't protests. It was riots. It was destroying property and at least one death. So it was riots. You just can't refer to it as anything else. So I come to you from the center of the country, almost the geographic dead center of the United States. And that's why I try to give my opinion from here. And I have opinions, I'll tell you. But please do like, sub, hit the notification bell, because if you don't hit the notification bell, there's absolutely no knowing whether or not you are going to be notified when I put something up, or if I go on a live stream like this. You may not be notified whatsoever. The notification bell is important. Beyond that, share me on social media. I am at SYL Tales on Twitter, and I have a Facebook page as well. That you can find. It's facebook.com/Tales SYL Ranch, I believe. I couldn't get SYL Ranch. But certainly share me on social media and tell all of your friends, family, neighbors, pets, and livestock to do the same. All right, let's see here. The disease hasn't killed anyone. They siphoned. Yeah, that's one thing, Organic Fud, that I tend to agree with you. My mother, for example, right? She has COPD, which is an upper respiratory thing. It is not curable. It will eventually cause her to die. So she is immunocompromised. If I get a freaking cold beyond a certain point, I live with my mother. She's 74, so I'm living with her for a variety of reasons. But if I get some kind of viral infection, I'm out of here. I'm off into a motel because I don't want to infect my mom. But what if she got it? They would not, if she got the virus, they would not list her death as complications from COPD. They would list it as a coronavirus death. I mentioned it again now. They would mention it, they would say it's a virus death. That's how they're padding a lot of these. They take anybody that has pre-existing conditions who were, was at risk already, and they take whatever they died from and they say, virus. Well, no, they actually had complications from a prior thing. So that's how they pad those numbers. You're absolutely right about that. SARS-1 and SARS-2 virus I can't talk about are very similar. I don't know enough about it to know that. There's easily possibility of strains with a high death rate. Yeah, but we haven't seen any. Really, we haven't seen that many deaths. If you look at the number of deaths by other things, it's not horrible. Snacks MPLS, this is total bull. This guy is speeding dangerous pop propaganda, and he thinks he's a good guy. Oh well, if you don't like it, stop watching the stream. I'm going to say what I believe, and that is that. I look at what's going on around me, and I make determinations based on that, not on what the press tells me I should think. Nothing you see in the press is real. Nothing. It doesn't matter where you get an article from or a news source, any of it, it doesn't matter. Nothing you see in the press is real. Nothing. And I know this because for 30 years I have been a big critic of the press, a very big critic of the press. And that's because it started out when I was in high school, and I was interviewed for a human interest fluff piece, and they made up quotes. And then I was involved with when Deborah Winger came to Lincoln, Nebraska to shoot Terms of Endearment on location in the early 1980s and watched the entire state of Nebraska, every news outlet, lie about her. I was there at events when I know they were lying about her. Not much after that, I became an actor myself, and I was in a small summer stock theater, and I had a hit piece done on me, just an outright hit piece. And ever since then, I've been, any time that I've had anything to do with the press. So, for example, Chicagoland, when I lived there for 10 years, there was a time when it was we were doing a thing that was basically a, Citizens Fight City Hall story, right? Went to I was on the citizens side, and I spoke to City Hall, and we were interviewed by a woman from the Chicago Sun-Times. And she made up quotes. The next morning, I pulled it out and I looked at it and said, wow, that's a great quote. I wish I'd said it. She made them up. Just made it up. Nothing you see in the press is real. Nothing. The only thing that you can trust, really, is your own eyes to a certain extent. And even then, you have preconceptions that, overlay what you see. But you absolutely can't believe a single damn thing that you see in the press. What I look for, as I've said before, when I do these streams, I'm looking for citizen journalists. I'm looking for people who are pointing their cameras and shutting up, that are not telling me what I should be seeing here, but just letting me see it. That's the sort of thing I want to see. This guy right now over on the right, he's a citizen journalist right there, and you can tell he's got a selfie stick. You got a selfie stick. When I go out to do anything, and I have from occasion, time to time, covered something, I do it with my selfie stick. And I point the camera, I shut up, and every once in a while I turn it to me and I say, this is Bill Stone and Tales from SYL Ranch. We're at the such and such. Let's go back. Oh, hell. I have to take this. Bill Stone. Good. Can I have you hang on just a second? Yeah, thanks. Okay, tell you what, I'm been sitting here for 2.5 hours, and I have to now take this. So I'm going to put you on my emergency trailer, which doesn't really have anything to do with the news part of it, but I'm going to put you on my emergency trailer, and I'll be back in a few minutes. It won't be the 10 minutes that the trailer allots. So be right back. Please stay through my emergency trailer.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Show starts in 8 minutes. Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. We promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go! Show starts in 7 minutes.
It's refreshment time, folks.
Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on. Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on.
Yum, yum. It's a meal in itself. Our all-meat super dog. Enjoy one now.
Show starts in 6 minutes.
As everyone knows, rainbows usually have a treasure at the end. Let's follow this one and see if we can find the pot of gold.
Father, and I suppose you've come to claim me treasure.
Well, we'd like to see the gold first.
Faith, and there's better than gold in here, me lad. No, just look here, no.
Candy, refreshing soft drinks, popcorn, ice cream. Well, that's some treasure, but anyone can buy luscious treats like these at the snack bar.
You don't tell me. Do you suppose you could get me a job as a snack bar attendant?
Show starts in 5 minutes.
Okay, sorry about that. That was my physician. They had me in for an MRI this morning, and that came back all positive, but I got the diabetes, so I got another couple of things coming up testing-wise. The MRI was clear, so I'm all very good and healthy there. Since I'm robbering everywhere, iPhone 11 Pro, yeah. The Organic FUD, you were asking about my emergency trailer, or are you talking about Homer Simpson running on this guy's... Take it off. Take Homer Simpson off, buddy. We don't need Homer Simpson. Let me go over and see if we've got somewhere over on the side I put another stream. Oh well, it's not that important, I guess. Pawn shops are going to be full of stolen items. Yeah, well, last night they looted two pawn shops, as a matter of fact. Oh. God, you can't hear me. I'm sorry. I was saying I had to take that call because it was my doctor. I had a MRI done this morning, and that came back positive. But I got the diabetes, so they are going to be doing some other testing on me, and I have to go and see my family physician because my A1C level was still elevated, which probably means a higher amount of insulin injections that I'm going to have to take. But in terms of that trailer that you saw, that's just my emergency trailer. I throw that sucker up when I have to go leave or something, or a long stream like this. No doubt I'll do it at least one more time. I'll have to go to the bathroom or something. But it's just there to as a placeholder that I find sort of amusing. Oh, the governor is now taking in the National Guard. That's probably a good thing. The National Guard cleared them out rather nicely last night just by showing up. So that's a good thing. That'll bring this under control and hopefully avoid the carnage that we saw last night in Minneapolis. Minneapolis, you're from Minneapolis? Okay. FBI from the Minneapolis location was not ready to have a press conference. Reporters have been waiting for an hour. They will be coming out soon. I can't see that right now. I had it up and now it's gone. Let me see if I can find it. I had the... I slid it off to the side. I mean, it's not there anymore. Oh, there it is. Okay, let me move this over here. Okay, this guy isn't doing anything. All right, there's nothing there. In fact, I could close that window. All right. Well, if you hear something about that, do let me know. I'm not perfect by any means. I can't keep track of everything that's going on. I'm having the National Guard doing there. Can you... Yes, Sexy Garza, I can certainly say your name. Happy to do so. Let's see. During the London riots, the army was not needed. The police instead had battled them. I think in this case, I really think in this case, if the police fired on anyone with, lethal rounds, that could have devastating consequences. Not just in the Twin Cities, but elsewhere. I think that could easily trigger other riots in other cities. Hell, given the number of, well, right now we don't have a lot of students around. University of Nebraska at Lincoln is 30,000 students. And a lot of them would be very, very, sympathetic to this. They're not here right now because they closed University of Nebraska long ago. Those guys have missed basically an entire semester of their education. And don't tell me about this online crap because guess what? That doesn't work too well. The number, I was in IT for 40 years, the number of instructors who are capable or teachers who are capable of producing useful online coursework is minuscule. And the number of students who have the necessary determination to actually sit down and do that is even more infinitesimal. What's actually happened is that all of our students have missed half a year's education, and there's no getting that back. The National Guard will fire on the looters. No, I don't think they will. They didn't last night. Just their presence was enough to scare them. And I think that's probably the case that's going to happen here. They'll just drive in and the looters will go, oh, that's kind of scary. Okay, we got a fire going on down here. We can see smoke going on in that right-hand side in the lower thing that man that I'm going with has. Some kind of fire going on there. So we can see the smoke. So, or maybe they tossed another smoke or tear gas bomb in. It doesn't look like there's much of anything to disperse. That looks very, very, good. There's nothing there. So, I like that. Thank goodness. My reporting is inaccurate. Well, I don't. I'm not. I never, ever claim to be a reporter. I never claim to be even unbiased. I have lots of opinions, and I will say them. And I usually tell you this is my opinion. This is not fact. But whether my reporting is inaccurate, please feel free to correct me if you think you need to. National Guard wasn't there last night. Well, I know they were called out, and by about 4 a.m. they had finally dispersed. I was under the impression that the National Guard actually showed up. Admittedly, I didn't see any actual National Guard there, but they were called up. I know they were called up. Do I think the looters should be arrested? If they've committed a crime, certainly. Now, right now, we've got what looks like mostly peaceful stuff at the moment. There were looters earlier today, a couple of hours ago. I don't know that they're doing that right now. I'm not able to follow I talk to you guys and simultaneously follow the police frequency. So I may drop off answering you guys. I like talking to my viewers, but I may have to drop off so that I can listen some. I think she's shot with rubber bullets and prosecuted. They have been shooting with rubber bullets. They absolutely have been. Even high-profile bands cannot practice. They need to practice. Yeah, I'm glad that you got 150 people instead of 12 last night. Thank you very much, Kipper 1993. I appreciate that very much. Looters won't be arrested. May be fired. I don't know how you'd even necessarily know. Sean Kelly, the press conference is on. Let me see if I can find a press conference. Oh, God, where's my mouse? Got a 40-inch monitor, and it's still a pain in the ass. All right, let's go to YouTube, and we'll go to Let's try Minneapolis press conference. Yeah. And we will see. If you've got a stream, by the way, feel free to put it into the chat. Let me filter this out by live. All I'm seeing on YouTube are the latest news and headline events that's live right now, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure that if you've got a URL, please feel free to drop it into chat and I'll put it up. What we got here? Was Antifa at the riots yesterday? Not that I'm aware of, no. There was reporting that the Los Angeles version of these protests had Black Lives Matter involved, but I don't believe that that was happening last night. I have no idea. Could have been, but I don't know. But Antifa, no. No, there were no Antifa, thank God. Those guys are such a bunch of fascists. Fox 9, they have the press room. Okay, let me go over to Facebook and look at that. Or Fox 9. Get into that. It's live. Well, what I'm seeing live on Fox 9. Hennepin County Attorney updating police. I assume they're going to go there soon. Are they actually showing the thing right now? Because what I'm seeing on live on the Fox9.com website is just showing protesters right now. They're just talking about it. I'll throw it up. All right, let's add another one. Okay, well, it says they're supposed to make the statement soon. So let me deal with this window a little bit. God, so many windows, so little time. Where's a good spot for you? I guess about there. We can slide you a little bit off the screen so that we don't see that. And covering up what's over there is not such a big deal. So we'll see what happens here. KRA 11 also has KRA 11 also has one. KRA 11. Okay, let's try that one. Jeez. It's KARE 11, I think. Okay, block. Well, they've got a picture. Watch live. That's what I want. There we go. Have a second while I get this worked out. I guess you can go away. This is KERE 11, but it's just spinning at the moment. Ah, there we go. There's the podium. And it looks like a decent enough place to put it. I can't get much of this other crap out of here, so when this comes on, I will kick the volume way up. Let's make sure it says it's live. When it comes on, I'll kick the volume up. We can hear what they have to say. Hopefully, they'll be doing something like arresting the guy that did the killing. Released animals from the zoo. Yeah, that's what I heard earlier. That there was like a giraffe on 494. Man, nice podium. Yeah. Let's see. Free the tigers and the bears. The lions and tigers and bears. Oh, my. At 5 p.m. downtown. God, is it 5 p.m.? It's 4:30 already. Jeez, yeah. They release him from the zoo. Apple Valley tonight is going to start rioting. God, I hope not. Governor murdered 662 people via corona and nobody does anything. How did the governor murder someone? Did he go out and infect them? Did he take a syringe filled with coronavirus and go around infecting 662 people? No, that didn't happen. 662 people may have died, but that doesn't mean that they were murdered by someone. You may think that the measures taken were inappropriate in whatever state your governor is talking about here. You may have thought that was inappropriate, but what we're dealing with right now, we should have never done it. We should have just let it run, because what we're dealing with now is the ongoing collapse of our agricultural system, and if that goes, that means that all the people in our major cities will starve to death. And they will all burn. And this will look like nothing by comparison. Let's see. They will peacefully loot the liquor store and burn down the pawn shop. Sounds like a Sublime song. Yeah. The mayor's telling people he's not going to help. To stop. He's no help. I did hear part of his press conference this morning on my way back from getting my MRI, and he was busy excusing the thing with systemic racism going back 400 years, and this is just people all pissed off about that. No. I gotta tell you, man, I know hearing it out of a white guy, you don't want to hear it, but the fact is, no one alive has ever been a slave. None of their parents have ever been slaves. Their grandparents faced a lot of systemic racism, but they weren't slaves. I have never owned slaves. My parents never owned slaves. My grandparents never owned slaves. And in fact, if you go far enough back on one side of my family, they were Quakers. And if you don't know, the Quakers ran the Underground Railroad. And if you don't know what the Underground Railroad that was a way that they would smuggle black people out of slave states and into Canada, where they weren't going to have to worry about becoming slaves. Nobody alive is a slave. If you are sitting there as an African American actually worried about slavery, you are 150 or so years too late. You are not a slave. You have never been a slave. No one you know has ever been a slave. No one you know has ever owned a slave. This is not an excuse for what's going on here. It's total nonsense. If you got a chip on your shoulder about slavery, push it off, because you are not a slave. No one you ever know has been a slave, and no one you know has ever owned a slave. Ticked off about the Irish ancestors. Yeah, there was a lot of. I mean, that happened a lot. When Irish started immigrating to the United States, there was a lot of prejudice against them. Is it real that people are breaking people's cars and property? Right now, I'm not sure. I haven't been paying. I should pay more attention to the police scanner and less to the feed. But I really enjoy going back and forth with my audience. Let's see. People don't know the Irish were slaves too. You go back far enough, and damn near everybody is a slave at some point or another. Slavery was with humanity. Basically up until the mid 1800s, almost everywhere in the world. I hand it to the British. The British, they got rid of slavery without having to have a war like we did. But you can still find slavery in places in the world, but not in the United States, and not for generations. Patriots at the Boston Tea Party did riot. Well, as I've often said, the only way to regain your rights once they have been taken by government is by revolution. Historically, it has never happened in any other way. And the people who, what they call the founding fathers, they created a system that had never existed on Earth before. They created a system that said people are free, government can only do a few things, and other than that, people are free to do what they want. Now the Constitution has been completely corrupted, but by any sane reading of that document, we should have far more freedoms than we do. And my fear, ultimately, is that we will have to have some kind of revolution. The problem is I don't know how you fight the U.S. military. I think it would have to be guerrilla warfare. You'd have to do things like attack military bases in order to take their assets. But I don't know for sure how you would beat them. I don't know. But if it came to it, I know people who are ready to pick up a gun. I'm just not sure how you would win. Let's see. Those who made peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. JFK. Yes, that is a true statement. I think, let's see, Kipper 1993 says, I think modern slavery is corporate and government slavery. Here's the government slavery, absolutely. The government, federal government, currently is involved in stuff that it should never be involved in. That if you look at read the Constitution as written, they don't have the authority. There are so many cabinet positions that should not exist and haven't existed for a lot of my life. Department of Education. That didn't exist until the Reagan administration. And since then, education has gone nothing but downhill. Nowadays, I know from having taught at the college level for 3 years that a lot of students can't read, they can't write, and they can't perform the most basic math. I flunked out 90% of my students precisely because of that, because they simply didn't have the skills necessary to actually read textbooks, among other things. And try teaching binary arithmetic and logic to students that don't understand how to count on anything other than their 10 fingers. It's gotten really terrible, and it's because of that. So, let me see, I got a ding on something here. Okay, well, it's something else. Anyhow, there's lots and lots of things that the federal government is doing. Now, in terms of corporate stuff, here's where that's a problem. Long ago, and I'm not sure how long, it may be within my lifetime, the federal government decided to make legally a corporation a human being. It treats a corporation, which is a group of individuals, as a single individual. That was wrong, because that means that those corporations can do anything they like, pretty much with impunity. I mean, you can fine the crap out of them, but typically it's a fine that doesn't matter in the long run. So yeah, you get all kinds of stuff. They should never have done that legislation. If you want to make it better, repeal it. Repeal that legislation. Make companies just companies, and the people who are their officers and board members responsible for the decisions that company makes. So if somebody decides that they're going to throw toxic waste into the drinking water, well, you can go sue the frack out of the officers of those companies. You can sue them into the ground. And it'll be a nice little objective lesson for other companies to not do that sort of thing. But in any case, making corporations into a human being means you got all these lobbyists, and the lobbyists, well, they give out, bribes to campaign contributions to every politician in sight. That's just horrifying. So, Visco Plastic, you grow up in Nebraska. Well, that's great. That's where I live right now. I don't know if this guy's just coming out to check the podium, I think. So much private data is stolen through us, through our electronics, fracked the spying and listening and tracking and used by us. Yes, having been in IT as long as I have, I can tell you that at any major data center, Google, Facebook, a lot of internet service providers, the large ones, they have in their data centers what is called an NSA cage. This is an area of the data center that's caged off and inaccessible from the employees, and it is filled with equipment that comes from the NSA. And any data that goes in or out of that data center goes through this NSA cage and then is sent off to a very large data center in Utah. If it were me, if you elect me president, my first action will be to issue a pair of executive orders. The first one will be to evacuate that facility. The second one will be to hit it with a tactical nuke. And then I would lobby for a constitutional amendment that would require every 100 years for it to be hit with a tactical nuke, just so that people in the future have an example of what never to build. Because that data center, from what my colleagues can deduce based on power consumption, has so much storage that it goes way beyond exabytes and petabytes and all of that. It's so far up there that, in fact, the definition of what it is becomes difficult to quantify. And it's storing all of this information. It's storing everything that you do. It's taking your phone information, not just the metadata. It is recording your calls. And what it does is it puts this into a big database, and they do what's called data mining. Now, that means that not everybody is constantly watching that data. Nobody's sitting there watching what you do. What it means is they can say, okay, I want to know all about Bill Stone. And they send out and they say, give me a report on Bill Stone. And then comes back this stack of stuff, and they can see exactly what I've been doing. And again, I would nuke that facility. I would just nuke it, tactical nuke it, low yield tactical nuke to leave the area irradiated while not harming the rest of the environment. Oh, let's see. Legal, and what's wrong with legal? It's legal looting. It's legal and advisable. No, it's not. Looting isn't legal in a capitalist, free market society. No, it's not. I'm a libertarian. I'll tell you, the guiding principle of all libertarians is what we call the zero aggression principle. And that states that no human being has the right, under any circumstances, to initiate force against another human being, nor to threaten or delegate its initiation. Now, we don't define force as immoral. We define the initiation of force as immoral. So if somebody sticks a gun in your back and tells you to give them their money, that's an initiation of force. If you pull your own sidearm, turn around and shoot them dead, that is simply a response to initiated force, and that is moral. That is justified. So when you get into a free market, these are all stuff that people own. Somebody owns this stuff. So when you loot them, that is a massive initiation of force. While I do not suggest that anybody who is getting looted pull out a gun and shoot things, because I think that could really inflame the situation, there's nothing wrong with it ethically. So no, looting is not part of a capitalist system. Not under the zero aggression principle. It's certainly not. And not part of a capitalist system. So if you're thinking that this is something that's justified, you're just wrong. Let's see here. Tonight, we've heard, I've got a report from one of my viewers that the National Guardsmen called out. They were called out last night. I didn't see them on the stream by the time I left at 4:30 in the frickin' morning. But I think the mere appearance of them will cause these guys to disperse. They're aware that they have, real military weapons. They will look like real military, camo and helmets and everything. And it will probably frighten most of them back home, I think. So I'm hoping that happens. I don't want to see this go down badly. We probably got about 4 or so hours until it is nightfall in Minneapolis. We get it here about 9 p.m. this time of year. It'll be a little earlier there because they're a little farther east of us. So, but if it hits nightfall, I understand pulling out the National Guard now. If it hits nightfall, it could turn into something from last night. So, 1 hour late for the press conference. Yeah, I sure hope they get it sometime soon. Really, there was a guy waving a flag in front of 4 National Guard troops. That's interesting. Waving a gun. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't see it. There was so much happening last night, it was utterly impossible to follow. They were just kind of standing there. Man, I don't know. There's so much going on that it's impossible to do. Tell you what I'm going to do, though. I want to go back and hear what's going on the police frequency, so I'm going to have to ignore my chat. It's going by too fast. So let me start the police frequency again here. Hopefully you may be able to hear some of it through my microphone.
We have
Let me go over to my map. Oops. Nope. Okay, how am I going to work you around? Well, let's take you, put you here for the moment. I'll take you off the screen until I know you're doing something. And I need to bring my map up higher. Alright, so there's my map of the area. They were still saying they're over, I didn't catch the cross street, but over on University. This is where generally is centered. And University is where they were over here on this street. Somewhere they think they've lost a parking lot. Thank you for telling me. Yes, which lot? Okay, there's a Herbergers.
From west to east. We got trouble from the front of the target lot for approximately 100 meters to the north. The crowd will likely move down to the east and the north, but they are on the west side of Hamlin. We're taking fireworks. Now, that's the third one.
Okay, they're sending out some additional units to the vicinity of this target. I'm unclear exactly where they're talking about yet. Still can't quite figure out where they're talking about. East side of... Let me look in here and see if I can see it. What street is this? Somebody can see. And the crowd's throwing rocks at the officers at some point in this vicinity. They're reporting. Again, I'm not quite clear in this map where they're deploying these additional units. It sounds like they've got some stuff going on in... Sounds like they have something going on in the Target parking lot that we're not seeing on the citizen journalist feeds, so... I'm going to put that down on mute just for lower down on the volume. I'll try to catch that when I'm... try to keep one ear on that while I'm talking to my audience here, so... Oh, let's see. Minneapolis, St. Paul by University, Maplewood, Oakdale, Apple Valley, Roseville. Looters are everywhere. I have to take your word for it. I can't tell for sure what all is going on everywhere. It's just hard to do. Joggers throw rocks to warm up the cardiovascular. I don't think they're doing that. All right, they've got the lot of the part of the target pretty cleared, which makes sense. That's kind of what we're seeing on the citizen journalist feeds. Okay, sounds like they're sending some additional units out to this area around the target. Apparently they have a line there that they're trying to hold. I don't have any citizen journalist feeds of that, unfortunately. Citizen journalists, looters with cell phones? Oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. A good citizen journalist does what I've done. What I do when I've covered a few things. They point their cameras and they shut up. That's what journalists in 21st century should do. Point your camera, shut up. You know, don't loot, don't do anything, don't be confrontational with anyone. Just point your camera, shut up. The best citizen journalists are the ones that do that. When you see stuff on, excuse me, traditional. Okay, they just reported a large crowd here by the Verizon and Noodles and Company. Oh, you're joking. Okay, sorry, lazy gamer. Okay, so they're starting to loot this building here, and they're trying to get them north of University Avenue. Well, I don't know for sure, Cole, how long it takes for the National Guard to get there. Generally speaking, you can figure half an hour at least. There is a National Guard armory in Minneapolis, so generally you can figure half an hour at least from the time that they're called out, because they have to call up all of their guys, you know, they might need. So it could be a while. I don't know for sure. If we're lucky, it'll get there before nightfall. But they are. There's a crowd here, breaking windows and doing a little looting and throwing rocks at the cops. So, yeah, Unicorn Riot. I have also been watching. I wonder if they've got something up. Let me look at. They were pretty good last night. They were also pretty good last night. Oh, what is the name of it? Unicorn Riot, yeah.
Standing by the auto zone, University Lexington, there's nothing here. Step black.
I don't see a current live stream from Unicorn Riot, unfortunately. They're all recorded streams at this point, from what I can see on their page. So, yeah, I do like that. So, Kipper 1993, like my vest, thank you. This is my costume. No one in Nebraska wears this stuff. This is completely a costume. I don't, and I've never met anyone that wears stuff like this. What is my hand? Oh, it's my fan. I've never met anyone that wears anything like this. This is just a costume. This is me saying I am not a professional journalist from one of the coasts. I am more a folksy, down-home kind of guy from the Midwest Upper Great Plains. But when I'm done, I mean, like right now, I'm wearing basically shorts under here, and when I'm done with this stream, I will be tearing this thing off and going back to a t-shirt and jeans like I always wear. So, hey, Kipper, Kansas City, thank you very much, and hello to you too as well. I've been down to KC quite a number of times. KC, Missouri, of course, yes. A number of years ago, in fact, I went to Kansas City for, let me drop you down underneath. Nope. Yes, okay. Number of years ago, more than I like to remember, they held regional auditions for various summer stock theaters, and I would go there for auditions. Funny one was, though, friend of mine who was not an actor, accompanied, very old friend of mine, I still know him, still keep in touch. He went down to, why are you spinning? He went with me on one of those, and he was so he got blind drunk, just absolutely blind drunk. And the funniest thing I ever saw happened at that one. He got out of the car. We stopped to get some gas and go to the bathroom. He got out of the car, just stumbling all over the place. And I said, "You okay, man?" And he just goes like this, turns around, and literally trips over his own feet. And at one point, he had to have me pull over on the interstate so that he could puke out the side of the car. That was kind of a fun time. I didn't get to get as drunk. You can't really do well in an audition if you're really whacked out of your mind, unless you're a drug addict. Is there overflow into St. Paul yet? Cole, this is St. Paul. This is St. Paul. Yesterday was Minneapolis. Today is St. Paul. Are you still spinning? Are you still alive? There we go. I'm having to check my streams. I don't even actually need. And Unicorn Riot doesn't mean anything. You're spinning. Aha! Let's try replaying you. Because now I've got another one spinning. Too much spinning, and I can't find the window that's spinning. Is this it? Yeah. Try reloading some of these. Maybe they've gone off. Yeah, that's live. Okay. Not sure what he's doing aside from standing. And now I still have the one with the what I hope is going to be the press conference spinning. Reloader. The press conference is starting. Naturally, I've got a spinning window on KARE Live. So, there we go. I'll pull it in here so we can... Nope, wrong one. Damn it, where did I put it? Okay, you're duplicate. Sorry, I'm trying to find... Okay, I don't want that. You, I think I'm going to change. I don't know which one you are. Okay, that's good. I've got. I'll bring you to the front. Hang on a second.
We are conducting a robust and meticulous investigation.
Don't know if you can hear this or not.
The circumstances surrounding the events of May 25th, 2020, and the police officers' actions on that evening.
They're saying they're conducting a robust investigation into the matter.
We probably don't need this.
The murder.
Minneapolis, our nation, really the world, has witnessed this incredibly and disturbing loss of life.
Yeah, I got the press conference live down here. Here? Yeah.
My heart goes out to his family.
And they're giving the usual platitudes about how her heart goes out to the families, blah, blah, blah. We can just skip over the next 3 or 4 sentences. It won't matter.
We are grieving, and we will continue to grieve.
Oh, Antifa was there? I'll have to take a look at that.
The Department of Justice has made the investigation in this case a top priority. We have assigned highest to the high in my office to investigate and look at the case. FBI likewise has assigned their experienced law enforcement officers.
She's just saying they've assigned good people to work on the case.
President Trump, as well as Attorney General William Barr, are directly and actively monitoring the investigation in this case.
Says the President and Attorney General Barr are monitoring.
With Attorney General Barr and his staff, and will continue to do so.
I could practically just walk this out. She's talking so slowly.
The investigation in this case will determine whether the actions the former Minneapolis police officers took violated any federal criminal laws.
Next time she starts.
Include any civil rights.
She's just saying they're going to determine whether or not they did anything wrong. Federal civil rights in civil cases have categories. I can't follow her. She's talking slowly, but I can't read it right off what she's saying.
Is acting under their authority.
Kick the volume way up.
And insert or invoke the power bestowed upon them to deprive any person of any right or privilege protected by the Constitution or the law of the United States. That is a violation of federal criminal law.
I don't know if you can hear this or not. I've got my
must be proven
volume cranked as high as I can.
That the subject took action or did not take action when he or she knew that was wrong and chose to do it anyway.
I'm going to push my microphone over towards my main speaker.
All matters. The investigation in this case
Much as I
will
can.
be comprehensive and will be conducted with the highest integrity as the community would expect. For those that aren't aware of my background, prior to being the United States Attorney for the District of Minnesota, I was a judge in Dakota County for over 8+ years. Having sat on that side of the bench and having presided over a multitude of trials, I can tell you, I can tell the community, I can tell everybody interested that it is critical, it is essential, it is imperative that the investigation is done right and done right the first time, and that is what we are going to do. This has been a rapidly evolving situation. We first learned of it in the early morning hours of Tuesday. The FBI reached out directly to me, and we have been working on this case nonstop since we were notified. We understand the severity of the situation unfolding. It breaks my heart to see what is going on in our streets in Minneapolis and in St. Paul and in some of our suburbs. And I am pleading with individuals to remain calm and to let us conduct this investigation. Give it just a minute before I blow over. We share with the FBI and we share with our state partners who are conducting parallel but independent investigations, so that is clear. We have two different investigations and conclusions and recommendations that will come from those to each of our respective offices, but we share an unwavering commitment to see that this investigation is done right, that it's done forthwith, that we act with dispatch, and that we live up to the standards the community demands. Our highest priority is that justice will be served. With that, I am going to close my comments and turn it over to Special Agent in Charge, Reiner Drolshagen from the FBI.
Thank you, Erica. Good afternoon. My name is Reiner Drolshagen. I'm the Special Agent in Charge of the Minneapolis Field Office. Echoing U.S. Attorney's comments, I'd like to say I express my complete condolences to the Floyd family. I'd also like to express my sympathy to the citizens of Minnesota, as there is extreme frustration, anger, and sadness. I also want to thank Chief Arredondo of Minneapolis Police Department. He reached out to me in the middle of the night and requested our assistance. His call enabled me to immediately reach out to the U.S. Attorney's Office to enlist their assistance. And as such, we were able to open an investigation in a matter of a few hours after the incident. Our role in this investigation is to investigate allegations of willful violations of federal civil rights. The FBI team is following the path where the facts will lead us. We are conducting a swift, yet meticulous investigation. In less than 72 hours, much work has been done, but I assure you there is much more to be accomplished. I want to ensure that you understand we respond to cases like these as quickly as possible. We will follow the case to conclusion in partnership with our state partner, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. The FBI is a fact-gathering agency. We collect facts, and we need your help. We're asking everyone that was present before, during, and after the incident to come forward to help us build the best picture of what occurred. Each little piece of the puzzle helps us complete the big picture. If you have any information, or if you have any videos, or you know of anyone who can help us with this, I encourage you to ask them to contact 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, I'm encouraging you to reach out to 1-800-CALL-FBI. No tip is too small. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Freeman, Hennepin County Attorney. We are the principal prosecuting agency for the state and the criminal side. Initially, I want to say that my thoughts and those of my office continue to be with the family and the friends of George Floyd. They know they are hurting over this senseless death. The manager of our Victim Services Division has been in touch with George Floyd's family on several occasions and is keeping them updated on what is happening in this case. They are aware that the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, better known as the BCA, the Hennepin County Medical Examiner, and the Hennepin County Attorney's Office are moving as quickly and thoroughly as possible. I've also been in direct consultations with Governor Tim Walz, with Attorney General Keith Ellison, and others in the state, the city, and the county to discussions on this case. As many of you know, the Hennepin County Attorney's Office is one of very few prosecution offices in the United States who have successfully charged and convicted and obtained a guilty verdict against a police officer for unreasonable use of deadly force. We have developed a detailed plan for that prosecution, and with the BCA, a detailed plan for investigation. Our office has been flooded with calls, many as 1,000 a day, as well as email and social media from people in this jurisdiction, in this state, and throughout the country. The main question is, what are you going to do about the murder of George Floyd? Well, I've just described what we're going to do. We are going to investigate it as expeditiously, as thoroughly, and completely as justice demands. Sometimes that takes a little time, and we ask people to be patient. We have to do this right, and that's what we'll do. I also want to tell you that our office has led the nation in openness on these types of cases. When we decide to charge an officer, we put the criminal complaint on our website. If we decide that the evidence does not support a criminal charge, we put our report and all our evidence on the website for all to see. When we make the decision in this case, we will do the same. What I can assure the citizens of Minnesota, we will do it as quickly as we can do it as possible. We'll do it as quickly as possible. I think Drew Evans from the BCA is next. Drew?
Thank you, County Attorney Freeman. My name is Drew Evans. I am the Superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. First, I'd like to share with my colleagues here in expressing my deepest thoughts and sympathies to the family of George Floyd, the heartbreak that they're going through in the community as a whole. This is a difficult time for our entire community as they mourn his death. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension began this investigation immediately after this incident occurred. When we were contacted by the Minneapolis Police Department, agents were deployed, including our crime scene, immediately began gathering evidence, talking to witnesses, and then working immediately with the county attorney's office, discussing our findings and what we had at that time. Next, over the night, as was indicated, the FBI was contacted. I spoke with Chief Arredondo. He informed me he was contacting them, and that was a contact we all welcome in this process. We're working very collaboratively together through this process. Our agents are working closely together. We've deployed numerous resources. We brought in agents from all over the state, recognizing the importance of an expeditious, quick investigation that is still thorough, independent, and unbiased by all of our organizations. Those findings will be turned over to the county attorney on the state side, and on the federal side, as noted, to the United States Attorney's Office. The same thing we share as the FBI did. We want any citizen, anybody who is there that witnessed this event, that has information that would be helpful to our investigation, to either call the FBI tips line or 651-793-7000, which is the BCA Operations Center. My perspective is we want citizens to go wherever they are most comfortable, whichever line they are, so that we get all of the information in this case so we can conduct the most thorough investigation possible. And with that, I think we'll turn it over to the U.S. Attorney and County Attorney for questions.
And so at this point, we're going to open it up for questions. I can tell you, I'll start by saying we've got questions too, and we're getting answers to those. We're doing our best, we're digging in, but we do, and I want to echo what my law enforcement partner said, we need the community's help. There were folks there on the scene, not folks that we couldn't identify necessarily at the time. We need to know who they are. Come forward. If you have a video, please share it. We want to do, as quickly as we can, a thorough investigation to get answers to those questions. And I know that I saw the first hand going up was in front of me, ma'am. You had a question? My hope is that getting it out through you, that the community will understand that we are taking this seriously, that we're working as quickly as possible, so the community understands we don't announce investigations typically. As you, the media knows, it's unusual for us to come forward and tell you about an investigation. As the United States Attorney, we're counseled that we are not to talk about that until the time of the conviction, typically, or in some cases, perhaps charges. It's really imperative that the community understands how seriously we're taking this and how quickly and swiftly we are moving on this. And so my hope with that is that people will understand peaceful protests are always acceptable. That is the cornerstone of our justice system, is that people have the right to say how they feel and to talk about their feelings and to protest peacefully, but the obstruction and the destruction of property and harm to individuals has got to stop. We are one Minnesota. We're at our best, we're at our worst, and we've got to come together and stop the needless and unnecessary destruction of property and harm to human life. Sir, you may.
Yes. This state is well known and has a strong reputation for firm and thorough First Amendment advocacy. We support peaceful demonstrations. I had a long talk today with Reverend Jesse Jackson, who came at the request of Attorney General Keith Ellison and the governor, and I believe Reverend Jackson will be speaking and asking for peaceful protests today. Peaceful protest is good. It advocates our rights, and it also calls forth the witnesses that the United States Attorney wants us to come forward. Violence is not. Violence hampers our case. It takes valuable police resources away from our investigation, and it also harms innocent people who had nothing to do with that. It gets in the way of our work. So we're asking, please, say what you need to say, demonstrate how you need to do. That is in our Constitution, and all of us believe in that. But please, don't destroy an innocent person's property who had nothing to do with it. violation of my ethics to talk and evaluate evidence before we announce our charging decision, and I will not do that. I will say this, that video is graphic and horrific and terrible, and no person should do that. But my job in the end is to prove that he violated a criminal statute, and there is other evidence that does not support a criminal charge. We need to wade through all of that evidence and to come through with a meaningful,
breaking news. Twitter fact-checking the president for the first
we
time.
Are doing that
Twitter
to the
tonight
best
added,
of our
and
ability.
this has never happened.
Okay. Just say. I bring the same message that African-American Attorney General of the state of Minnesota, Keith Ellison, is bringing. I'm bringing the same message of the Reverend Jesse Jackson. We have to do this right. We have to prove it in a court of law. And I will just point to you the comparison to what happened in Baltimore in the Gray case. It was a rush to charge, it was a rush to justice, and all of those people were found not guilty. I will not rush to justice. I'm going to do this right. And those folks who know me in the African community know I will do my very level best, but I will not rush justice because justice cannot be rushed.
Thank you for that. It was wonderful to hear you say that you came down with other members of the community to ask for peace. And that's probably the most positive thing I've heard here all day. So I cannot begin to thank you enough for that. And to the extent you can share that, and you can share the integrity and the honesty of what we're doing and trying to tell you what's going on, please do, because we need you. We need the community. But it's really important that we emphasize that everybody in the United States is entitled to due process of law. And due process of law requires us, as prosecutors, as law enforcement officers, to make sure that we've done a careful investigation. And it requires us, as I told you, I tried, as a judge, I presided over hundreds of cases, including first-degree murder cases. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is that all your ducks are in a row before you make that charging decision.
I can be and run the best office, and I try to stay out of other people's business. Okay, so the on the streets and the law enforcement is not my business directly. I do encourage people not to do dangerous things and to harm other people or property. But I can say to you that we just can't rush this. I've been involved in a number of these investigations. The BCA has got their most veteran people, and they are good. I have leading the prosecution team, the two prosecutors that brought justice in the Justine Damon case. And as I said to you earlier, it's one of the few successful murder convictions of a police officer or using force in the country. And I had a lot of pressure to hurry that, to do it quickly. You can't do that. These need to be done right. Please. Give me and give United States Attorney the time to do this right, and we will bring you justice. I promise. Esme, as you know from covering these kind of cases for a long time, each of the facts are different and each of them have to be addressed differently. I assure you that if the person who had committed the act, and I do not condone or respect the act done by the police officer to Mr. Floyd. That was excessive and that was wrong. The question in my business is it criminal? That's what I have to prove. And you know, if there are cases that you can quickly and easily evaluate, most of the cases, particularly cop use of force cases, are specifically more complex and have to be done right, and we're committed to doing it right. Sir, you.
I want to answer that question as well, if I may. You know, it's important for, I 100% agree with you. That is the question, right? It is the question that people in my office are asking. It's the question, we were all feeling the pain of watching that. But this is what needs to be understood is, and I know you all understand this, but to the extent I'm speaking to the community, police officers, by the nature of their job, have the authority to use a certain amount of force when they're executing their duties faithfully and honestly and in accordance with their policies. And so a police officer, a law enforcement officer, has within the latitude of their scope of duty the ability to use the right amount of force, but not excessive force. Not excessive force as defined by the law. And so that is what we're looking at with respect to any federal criminal violation of civil rights, is that issue of excessive force.
One more question, one more.
I can tell you that every United States Attorney of all of my colleagues that are out there, we are vested with doing what's right for our state at the time. Of course, we're part of the Department of Justice. William Barr, I report to the DAG, who then reports the Deputy Attorney General, who then reports the Attorney General. But every United States Attorney is given the discretion in their community to pursue the charges and to follow the leads where they are and to pursue the case as they deem appropriate. I am, however, keeping my boss in communication, in briefing, so that he understands the investigation that's going on here in the state of Minnesota. I should have made clear too one thing, and I know it was in our statement that we issued last night, but on our team of experienced trial attorneys, which are the most experienced in my office, I can tell you I've been in viewing the evidence with my criminal chief, with my first assistant, United States Attorney Anders Folk, with my deputy criminal. I can only ask you to trust me that it mattered, and that I hope that I can appreciate the tenacity of asking the question again. I would not have needlessly wasted.
She's buffering too bad. I'm going to shut her off. I don't think it's worth watching her anymore. Dang it, I keep grabbing the wrong element in my... Yeah, I don't think she's worth paying attention to anymore. She's just basically said, we're going to work on it, or we're working on it, and stuff like that. So I have a viewer here. I was trying to show sort of in the window while I was doing this, who is reporting that they may be burning down a furniture store at Furniture Barn. If you look over at my map, I did a little thing here. I also mentioned the UPS store. So there's our target where this has generally been centered. Here's the UPS store, not too far away from that. And across the street is the Furniture Barn. So, tell you what, I have got to get up out of my chair so that my back, with my lower back arthritis, because I'm getting old and decrepit. So I'm going to put the scanner stream. Police gunfire. Oh, great. Well, I wish I could find all of this stuff. There's so much of it, but I appreciate you telling me about it. What I am going to do is I've got to stand up and go do something about my back because it's killing me. So I'm not going to be gone long, just a few minutes. What I'm going to do in my stead there is I'm going to put up the feed for the St. Paul Police Fire and Public Works Dispatch as soon as it gets done. It's so weird. It gives an ad before it lets you in. Let's see. The stream has up with the guy in the corner where I watched it happen. Oh, yeah? Okay. And he's spinning now. There. Okay, what I'm going to do while I walk away is, instead of giving you my emergency trailer, I'm going to leave my stuff running here. If I can, get this guy to reload. I've got multiple spinning now. You could just, you can just go away.
Fires en route for the UPS and for the Furniture Barn. It's safe for them to enter, correct?
Yep, UPS and Furniture Barn are, in fact, on fire. What I'm going to do while I'm gone here is I'm just going to put my microphone a little bit closer to the speaker and make it so that you can hear something while I'm gone, as opposed to just doing that thing. So, but I do have to stand up for a minute and walk around it and stretch my back. So I will be back momentarily. Just watching the volume level here so that I know if it's going to be loud enough for you. Okay. I will be back. I will be back momentarily.
Enter liquor store, just make sure there's no injuries inside. Just FYI. Entering the liquor store at 1726. 626, we're going to join you shortly. Do you guys want to hold on for a minute? Copy that. Okay, just a DOC report, voice page, DOC, Walgreens. Copy to Walgreens, 1727.
Information is false. We got secondhand information from Magic Noodle that the owner is being held against their will by looters. Nothing substantiated on scene. And we have patrol en route.
One St. Peter. Copy 401, just good.
Dispatch 10 1990. Two.
Will we clear this call?
Copy. update on board up. They won't even respond with police escort. It sounds like they may have run out of supplies.
Sorry, I got too much background noise here. Say again.
Board up is unable to respond even with police escort. It sounds like it's more of a materials issue and they ran out.
Okay, so then I need a solution. So if we can have somebody work on a secondary source for that, or third source for that, please.
Copy.
Strike Team 1, call that was leaving the search barn area is coming towards target again. Border crew is almost done. Can I have free rule for area denial with OC vapor and pepper ball? You have approval. We just need approval of OC vapor and pepper ball first. To the back in a couple minutes. Can you try Mark call back?
Affirmative, I will.
639.
639.
Golf 2. Liquor store is clear. Appears there's no employees in there. Must have been locked up.
Copy, thanks. Golf 2.
Yeah, I don't know if your partner was able to tell you, but we're at Metro PCS at Rice and Atwater. I had one shot fired off, and also they were looting the Metro PCS store. I don't know if you've got any squads available to be in this area.
Are you talking about the one that 639 was just at?
849. There was nobody here when we got here. 639, we just drove by that and route our liquor store call. We'll head that way now.
Copy.
Strike Team 7.
Strike Team 7.
We were flagged off by patrol at 448. Lang sent O'Reilly, some looters out here, and they broke into the store. We're going to clear the store and also assist patrol. They had shots fired out here and they have some magazines recovered. We're helping try to look for the gun here in the yard.
Are you talking about the Metro PCS?
Negative 448, Lexington, O'Reilly. Both squad here fighting us down on shots fired call. They recovered some magazines. We're going to get them assistance. Try to locate this gun here. That's through the store.
Copy.
Security's going to get around with 267.
Copy 280.
Golf 6, where are you headed? Metro PCS.
Okay, I'm back. My back. I'm trying a second pillow.
Phones for a message from Intrepid. All team leaders, check your phones for a message
Just a
from
minute.
Intrepid.
I'm gonna leave that volume up just a little bit while I'm doing this here. Yep, I just saw. I was listening to it. I could hear it from where I was. Metro PCS looted. Sounds like they got somebody trapped in somewhere. Okay, so Metro PCS store.
Making contact with the owner. 1332.
Is that it? No. PCS. Metro by T-Mobile, University Avenue. Where's that? Ah, there it is.
Very good situational awareness for that building.
Okay, so they're over here at Metro PCS compared to where the target is here. Yeah, I Laser doing when I do like Agenda Free TV quite a lot. Steve Lookner is usually very good. His coverage of coronavirus has been rather overwhelming. Not real thrilled with that, but he's a good guy. I like him very much. It's too many places too many windows to put up, but I know he's a good guy. I know he's a good guy when he's covering this sort of thing. Interesting thing about this, of course, is when you put in this, you can see exactly how congested they've got it and probably where they've got things blocked off. Let me listen to him again and see what happened here. The looters are headed back to Target. Oh, that'll be fun. Let me see what else I can find. If I can find the...
We don't have anything about the situation update. The wind is swirling and then a solid southerly direction at this point, so we were just fully counting out some gas to come from the north. So we're okay for right now.
Hopefully you can hear some of that as well.
You got step down, please repeat. Strike Team 12, the Magic Bureau security orders lock himself inside. Good copy, thank you. 1990 to strike 1. Strike 2, go ahead. Put together an arrest team. Get a plan.
Looking for some live streams right now.
Before we execute. Let's identify the instigator and let's make an arrest. But I want you to coordinate that with me beforehand. We need to line up squads on Hamlin prior to doing that.
You're watching somebody's YouTube channel.
Let me know.
Wish I could see it.
I need a strike team with at least 3 squad cars that is available to stage south on Hamlin, south of Target. Strike 7, we're clear on rally now. We'll be there shortly.
Apologize, I'm looking for some live streams here.
South of Target. Commander Lego is going to come up with an arrest team plan. If we decide if we have an instigator that we need to remove, we're going to execute a plan of marking, arresting, turning custody over, and removing that individual swiftly. I'm 37 out. Hamlet's on Target.
God, I can't see it.
She didn't call in. It was a medical call. Called in the medics, and there's no one to call back.
Someone on Facebook is live here, sort of. And he's monitoring a YouTube channel, and I've got something spinning now.
273 up into the house.
Let me go back and look at these, make sure I'm at the live.
A group of about 10 to 15 individuals just entered the back of Foot Locker off past one uni. And there's a couple cars, a red one and a black one, a Volkswagen. They keep dropping people off, picking them off, etc.
Target Strike 9 is moving over there right now. Strike Team 1 to DOC. Did you say that you're sending up a mobile field force that will form up on the west on Hamlin?
News Time Live. Okay, I'll try that one.
Strike 1, Lego, can you call me?
Information squad, we have a call at 1346 Charles reporting 6 people putting together some fluids. Call us concerned it may be a Molotov cocktail. Information at 1339.
Molotov cocktail. How wonderful. Was that News Time Live? Okay.
What was that last address location?
1346 Charles.
There it is.
Do we have 2 or 3 squads, area squads that can respond to that location?
Advising my partner now.
You know, we'll try to check it out.
Copy.
One 982. Unit that is in front of the inside portion of target. Can you do tactical spacing and move to the left? Two 6 7. For 23, no one's on scene. What do we need for here?
Go to.
Trying to find that News Time Live one that you were talking about. Not having any actual luck. If you have a URL, feel free to throw it into the chat and I'll go to it. Alright, well, in any case, it sounds like things are pretty much the same in as much as, I guess they're escalating a bit. As you can hear, they've had, among other things, at least one where shots were fired. When they do a shots fired like that, it usually means that the shot did not come from the police. Awful hard to tell on some of these. But a shots fired just usually just means somebody heard the shots fired. So. Oh, man. Okay, well, while we sort of let this go, and we can basically see that what they've got going on is sort of in this general area here, around where this thing is. The places that are being looted and on fire are off in this direction over in here. Actually, sort of here-ish, I think. And it seems to be getting worse. So, wonderful. News Time Live broadcast. Okay, let me try that guy.
We moved a few bodies from the east to the west, but if we stretch ourselves too thin here, we'll lose the east end. That target? Correct. We're looking for more resources on the west end. Who can assist that target on the west end?
There it is.
Is there a strike team that can help? Break 7, Ken. FYI, there's 2 guys that got on the roof of target. On the south east corner, be aware they have high ground people on the roof of target. Are they not employees, and how did they gain access? They're climbing up conduit southeast corner.
Apparently some people have crawled up onto the top of the target.
target. Approved. 13-2, several men received weapon explosive asphalt and ran into the large crowd on the west side of the target.
Okay, good news time live up there for you on that one stream over there. Portland Andy live. Streams offline. All right, where are you?
Disperse the crowd. We're working with employees on the inside to get access to the roof of target. Strike Team 5 route.
Hey, Dylan, I'm having a party. Wanna come?
Strike 12, we're working our way southbound on Hill and pushing the crowd from the west to the east in the target lot.
You're not live. You're also not live.
We've got squads out here.
Squad 361 and 385.
No, that's day 1, day 2.
And 385, first suspicion at 695 East 6th Street. Cop stated that she was run over by someone with her car, and now it's an open line.
And it's also not live. Okay, we're just going to take you away.
361, we woke up.
You on the ground 1? God, I should have named these differently. Sorry. Yeah, that's him. Okay. You take away on the ground 1. Because he is no longer live.
Molecule Force 4, we're going to be out at
I'm sure you are still live.
We'll run in here. Go for it.
Find that window.
Strike 7, we are at the southeast corner of target. We're going to give you roof access. We'll block this access point.
I'm not thrilled with this particular feed, but it does show some stuff. A guy walking down one street, so I'll leave that up there. Keeps stopping, but oh well. It sounds like in general it seems to be getting worse. With the fires, shots fired, generally, where they're telling people to go and things, so. So apparently some people have gotten up on top of the roof of the target. That'll be interesting. Okay, smoke and scan, is that another good one? Barbara, I'll take a look at that.
Blocking the area they were getting on a rough route, southeast corner. Can you describe for us how they were making that access to the roof? What were they using or how are they doing it? There's some bucket meters here at the conduit, and they were able to scale up the conduit, up the roof going about a 20-foot climb because the conduit can scale up it. If you're secure enough, can you send an element around the side of the building for the 3-4 and the 2-3 side corners and see if there's any other conduit?
Okay, so I've got the Smoke and Scan channel up now as well. And we're muted on him. That's good. Okay, one thing I wanted to mention. Somebody mentioned out there that President Trump had signed the executive order about social media discrimination. It is an absolute rock-solid fact, incontrovertible, that our social media, all of them, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, etc., are discriminatory against people who are, libertarian like myself, or, conservatives. There is no question that that is occurring. Anybody who is one of those people knows it for a fact. And Trump's, going on about it on social media. Trump is, from my perspective, far too tweety. I think almost from everybody's perspective. What you have to understand, though, about him is social media is part of what got him elected. So he puts on this very braggadocio kind of personality. He has multiple sort of personalities that he uses in different situations. And that one, he's, very braggart and, in your face. And I think maybe it's too much. But there's no question. There is absolutely no question that these places discriminate. They do not want, voices like mine, Tim Pool, others. They don't want us heard. You got to be somebody like, frankly, Daisy Cousins to be able to get your stuff out there. And even then, anytime she puts up a video, it is immediately demonetized, and she has to go through a manual process to monetize it. No question at all. It is incontrovertible, except to the press, who doesn't want to believe it, that there is this discrimination going on. However, as someone who was in IT for 40 years, I do not want to see something like that happen. I don't want to have an executive order telling these companies what to do, because it is a camel's nose situation. Once they get into one tech company, or two tech companies, or three, there is no limit to what they can get their fingers into, and that's always bad. I prefer... if you're going to say, all right, we don't want people to see you, we'll derank you and, stuff like that. We won't show you on suggested videos or anything. I would rather have that than potentially have big chunks of my field, turn into something that the government can control. As a libertarian, I think that's terrible. So I don't, I understand the reasoning behind it. I also don't think it's going to fly very much legally. I don't think there's much of a legal stand on that. Honestly, if it were me, if you elect me president, my first executive order will be to repeal every executive order prior to that, because executive orders are used for presidents to take control of things that they're not supposed to take control of anymore. Originally, they were just supposed to be something that clarified something in terms of what was law and how they were going to approach it. Now, it's just power grabs. I do not want to see any power grabs. Hey, Marshall, your main system is thermal throttling due to high temperature and high humidity. Hey, man, it's cool. My viewers have been very, 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 very good about sending me off to places where I can find some stuff. They've been watching other places too, so it's awesome. And I've been paying a lot of attention to the scanner as well, so appreciate it. But do what you can when you can. It's no big deal. We'll cope. Lazy Gamer says, if this happens in multiple cities around the country to this level, it will be nationwide martial law. I don't think it would be nationwide. It's like that virus I can't see the name of and have already several times. You're going to have to... I would be very, very surprised, for example, if you saw something like this happening where I live, Lincoln, Nebraska, a city of 340,000. It's really hard for me to imagine this happening here. We have a different sort of mindset. We are, it's just a different thing. Cities like New York City, Los Angeles, etc. Yeah, if it spreads around there, You're going to see stuff happening that we don't really want to see. I'm going to kill this stupid window because it keeps buffering, and it's kind of useless. Who were you? Nope, that's me. Sorry. It's News Time Live. More on the ground. That's you. We'll remove you. Yes. Okay, let me slide a couple things around. But I have a hard time thinking that we'd see this kind of problem in Lincoln, Nebraska. It's impossible for me to imagine it happening in any of our small towns. Conceivably, Omaha, because that has a population of around 1 million people, so you have more opportunity for that sort of thing. But even there, you know, it's just a different deal out here. Not that we can't riot, that's certainly a possibility. It's just a very different deal. So I don't see necessarily national martial law. I could see martial law in large metro areas, you know, maybe Omaha, I don't know. But nationally, no, I don't think that would happen. The thing about martial law is, you know, federally, there's really nothing in the Constitution that authorizes, you know, the government to be involved in martial law or anything else, you know, like that. It's power grabs over the years that have allowed presidents and other governments to do this sorts of things. Even so, like I say, it's hard for me to imagine it happening where I am. Now, I could be completely wrong. I could be totally wrong. I think if school were in session, if UNL were still running, then it's possible because there are, you know, students tend to be very, very liberal. It's not off-stated thing that, if, you know, when you're young, you're liberal, and then you get older and you become conservative. Or in my case, you just go liberal, conservative, libertarian, which is kind of the way that I did it. But, you know, it's just hard for me to imagine. I could be wrong. If school were in session, if UNL were still running, maybe, possibly, because of the large number of liberal people there. I don't know, but they're all home now, so it doesn't freaking matter. They had to do that. There's 3 or 4 dormitories that are gigantic. Let me see something because I don't like what you're doing. Well, there are 3 or 4 dormitories that are just utterly gigantic. You know, hundreds of students for each dorm, and I think they've now got like 5 dorm buildings that side. So, you know, they had to get them out of there for that virus that I can't mention. But as it is now, with those guys not in class, I think it's possible. It just won't happen. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, could be completely wrong. But knowing, you know, that this is generally kind of a red state and all that, I don't see it, you know, being something where people get completely freaked out over this particular murder. If something like it happened in Lincoln or if it happened in Omaha, yeah, I think you'd have a big problem. As long as this stays relatively isolated, I think we're okay. Excuse me. Gosh, can't read that. Need my glasses. Kawaii, I can't pronounce that, sorry. Libertarian is the ultimate form. Well, that's the ultimate form for me. That's where I got to. Not everybody does. A lot of people, for them, conservatism is fine. Me, I just want to have the right to put things in my body, even if it's bad for me, which I have no reason to do. I have enough medications that I have to have. But I don't think it's the government's place to tell you whether you can do that or not. And the government hasn't always done that. At the beginning of the 20th century, it was perfectly legal for you to send your kid down to the local drugstore with a note to buy morphine. Clearly, we have been able to cope with this as a problem without it becoming completely crazy. And this war on drugs has been a complete waste of time. It really has. God, this is really... I don't like what my studio here is doing. Hang on, I'm going to have to see if I can fix it. There's a control panel that they have for all YouTubers, and mine is lying. I know it's lying. It's so far behind what I'm doing that it's hard for me to imagine that it's not. So let me get into this and see if I can get it to tell me the truth. Come on, Beavis. Get yourself there. Okay, now it's telling me the truth, I think. I will have to kill you. Pop you out. Change you to live chat rather than... Okay, and I can now kill you. Yeah, that one was so far behind it wasn't even funny. All right. You're a libertarian. It's annoying that I have friends who say that the alt-right hides behind the libertarian title. It's like they know nothing about libertarians. Almost nobody does. Almost nobody does. The shorthand answer that I tend to give people about libertarians is that we are the party of guns and weed, not at the same time. We want them both, at least available to everybody. The long answer is the one that I said several times on the show once so far in this stream, that libertarians have a principle. It is called the zero aggression principle. That's my preferred form. It's also called the non-aggression principle. I prefer zero aggression principle because the acronym becomes ZAP rather than NAP. It's a more active sort of thing. But the zero aggression principle states that no human being has the right, under any circumstances, to initiate force against another human being, nor to threaten or delegate its initiation. Short version of that is, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Doesn't mean we define force itself as immoral or unethical. Force is not immoral or unethical of itself. It's the initiation of force. It's you starting something that is unethical. So like a mugger could stick a gun in your back and say, give me your dough. And that is unethical. However, for you to reach into your pocket, draw your own sidearm, and shoot the mugger dead is not unethical. That is force used in response to initiated force. So you get down to here with the zero aggression principle, where you can just say, okay, well, where did the initiation of force happen? Where did that first initiated force happen? Who threw the first punch, essentially? And that's the person that's in the wrong. It also goes down to things like property. If you can own property of your own, and if someone comes and tries to use your property against your will, take your property against your will, that's an initiation of force, and you may kill them if you want to. That is a use of force in response to initiated force. Let me think of some other example. Rape, another good one. Obviously an initiation of force. And as I always say, a couple of pounds of lead and steel will equalize a 105-pound woman against a 210-pound would-be rapist. It is imperative that women be carrying, especially in this day and age. It will save you could potentially rape, being murdered, all kinds of things. And what people who are what I like to call victim disarmers, that is the correct term for gun control. You are disarming victims. Remember this, victim disarmers, because it is true. You would rather see a woman raped and then strangled to death with her own pantyhose and dumped in an alley rather than see her with a gun in her hand. Think about that for a while when you're thinking about taking away people's guns. Yard Dog 77, without land usage, there can be no liberty. Well, I think there can be, but property ownership is a big deal and always has been. The ability to, own your own property and decide what to do with it. And that is why I don't want the government telling IT what to do. It's the camel's nose. It is, it is, to me, an initiation of force. When you're taking these companies that own things. I mean, YouTube, for example. I worked in IT. They own their data centers, and their data centers are gigantic, the same as Google's. I mean, I can find pictures if you look for it. If you want to search for Google Council Bluffs data center. Council Bluffs is a relatively small city across the Missouri River from Omaha, that city of about 1 million. And they have a gigantic data center there. Well, they own all that stuff. So telling them what they can and can't do with it seems to be an initiation of force. And while you obviously can't go shoot the government, the best thing you can do is just say, no, this is wrong, and protest it all the way up and down the line. And I don't think that I don't think you can get much legal standing with it. I think that this is, in fact, when I was looking for the exact text of it, which I couldn't find, it seems to me that this is something that, A, unenforceable, and B, a violation of the zero aggression principle. New York is really getting out of control in general, or are there some protesters there now? Oh, Jesus, that's what we need. You prefer lead to pills. Yeah. Zap. You love that and remember it. Yeah, as I say, a guy who used to be a very old friend of mine, and unfortunately we had a falling out, libertarian author L. Neil Smith came up with that particular acronym. But it's, as I say, I prefer ZAP. It's more active. NAP sounds like, So, to me, it all comes down generally to, who has initiated force, where did it start, how did it happen, that sort of thing. So that's where I stand as a libertarian. If you really want to get crazy with me, I'm a libertarian of what they call the anarcho-capitalist variety, which actually would take the zero aggression principle and apply it to government. Because government, if you apply the zero aggression principle to government, everything government does is an initiation of force. Every single thing. Government does nothing without the threat of death behind it. And it doesn't matter what it is. Taxes, for example. If I don't pay my taxes, some people in suits are going to show up and want my money. If I refuse to pay, then some people with guns are going to show up and want my money or want to take me away to jail. If I resist, they will kill me. Every single thing government does is backed ultimately by the threat of death. They initiate force as a concept. And that's why when I lean towards anarcho-capitalism form of libertarianism, that's kind of what we mean. Now, given that, I'm also something of a pragmatist, and I understand that we will never live in that world. So for me, the best thing we can do is just try to get government out of our lives as much as humanly possible. These days, particularly after 9/11, that has become really damn difficult. Yard Dog 77, what land can I choose to stay on, my land, or work towards another's idea? Responsible pursuit of ideas solves much. Well, I mean, you don't have to own land. I don't own any, and I don't ever intend to ever again. I've owned, decent homes and stuff, lost it when I got divorced, became basically destitute for the remainder of my life because that's what divorce does to you. But they never fixed the problem that they had with the real estate crisis in 2008. They never actually fixed that. I think we're probably headed towards some sort of problem with that. My ex, who, when we divorced and got rid of the big house and she moved to Chicago, she is now and has been for years underwater on her mortgage because they never fixed that stuff. The value of her property is now less than what she paid for it. Now, as long as she hangs on to it, doesn't try to sell it right now, there's some chance that it'll get better. But I'm not going to buy any land. I'm not buying any land like that. I'm going to live in apartments for the rest of my life because I am not going to put one thin dime into something that I am just not sure where it's going to go in terms of its value. Usually you can say that real estate, increases in value, but then, look at Chicago and some of these other places where, the state is essentially broke. Man, Illinois is so broke they can't even pay their lottery winners. I mean, that is the easiest fracking way to make money for a state, and yet they can't pull it off. They're so broke. I wouldn't want to live there. So, just knowing what she's got. So I'm not going to ever buy any land particularly. I admit my family has some ranch land in South Dakota that I go to get away from it all from time to time. It's my favorite vacation spot. It's a fairly small spread, and we lease it out to one of my, I think, like second cousins, and he grazes his cattle there because there's nobody that actually lives out there. There's a cabin out there that we go and visit when we want to go to it. So I mean, there's some land in my family, and when my mother passes away, that land now is owned by a corporation for tax reasons, and that there are shares of that land that then are owned by various family members of mine. Originally, it was everybody, and my father, my uncles, my aunt. They've started to pass away. When my father passed away, and the shares went to my mother. When my mother passes away, the shares will go to me. So, I mean, I do own some land technically, but the deal is, let me see if I can get back to what the question was. The problem with owning like ranch land and stuff like that is that government has stuck its nose into that tent as well. It used to be possible, like my great-grandfather, he was one of the last pioneers in the early 1900s in that area of South Dakota. And when he passed away, he had a fairly large spread. And when he passed away, he broke it into pieces and gave it to each of his children. And that was possible at that time because you didn't have death taxes. You didn't have to pay for something like that. You could just inherit it, and that would be that. Now it's just a miserable nightmare of taxation, not just death taxes, but everything. Tax upon tax upon tax upon tax. It becomes very, very difficult to just leave your land to the next generation. And that's why corporate farming and corporate ranching has come about, because they can afford it. The death of the family farm and the family ranch is due entirely to the federal government and its taxation system. And they have been talking for my entire life, literally my entire life, about reforming the tax code. And they never have. And they never will, because that's how they exert most control. There are protesters in New York, some scuffles with cops, 20-some people arrested. It's going to take 1 million protesters to attack New York like this. Yeah, I think you're probably right. You need to hear about a lot of stuff like that. Yeah, and New York City is so locked down right now. I mean, I've seen pictures of people who walk through, what are usually. I've been to New York twice, New York City twice, and I can't. When I see the videos of the empty streets, I'm just like, God, how the hell, I mean, it's just empty. When I was there, it was nothing but completely bustling day and night. Thank you about my divorce. It's long ago now. That was 2004. The only interesting thing about that is I got a tattoo when my divorce was final. It's a Star Trek tattoo, but it's not obviously so. If you ever look at the original series and you look at Scotty's uniform, and heck, I've got it right here. I've got one right here. I hope if I can get behind my computer without pulling out cables. There. On these, that goes on the chest, right? This one is a command insignia. It's got a star inside of it. The ones that you see on inside of Scotty's uniform have sort of a curly Q shape on it. That's what's on my right shoulder blade. And I put it there so that I could put clothes over it and, not have it be anything that anybody sort of got in the head. Because there is some level of actual prejudice against people that have certain amount of tattoos. So it's where it's totally hidden at any time unless I'm, out beach or something like that. And then it doesn't nobody immediately knows that it's Star Trek related. They look at it and go, oh, that's some kind of tribal thing, but it's actually a Star Trek tattoo. Let's see. Have everyone see this set fire to the furniture barn and stole a box truck? Yes, we had heard earlier that the furniture barn had been, come on, there's a furniture barn. Yeah. The T-Mobile and the furniture barn over basically across, where is it? Is it T-Mobile? God, I gotta look for it now. All right, sorry. Where? Yeah, there's the furniture barn. Okay, the UPS store and the furniture barn had both been attacked, and the furniture barn had been set ablaze. Yeah, we knew that. I don't know if it's out now or not. I don't know. I can't. There's no video of it that I'm aware of. So I can't tell you for sure right at the moment. Let me kick up the volume on the scanner here and see what we're hearing.
What's your location?
I don't know. I can't tell much about it. Okay, so they're dispatching people to University and Syndicate. There's our target. This has been around. University and Syndicate is right here, about across the parking lot. So they're sending some people out there to take care of the crowd that they've got over there. Napa Auto Parts might also be on fire. Oh man, this is going to be miserable. And I've been on for 4.5 hours already. Jeez. Oh, boy. So they're just doing the same stuff they've done here. I'll tell you one thing that it does give me some hope about this. Man, I hope if they're going to call in the National Guard to get rid of these guys, I hope they do it soon. We're probably about 2 to 3. We're probably 3 to 6, 7, 8, 7, 8, 9. We're about 2 to 3 hours from it getting dark there. So, darkness is bad, real bad. Darkness means that people can hide under the cover of it and do what they want. Definitely some fire video on Twitter, but can't confirm it's really Napa. Yeah, I can't look at enough windows to be able to see it. Let me see what we got on Twitter. I mean, what the hell? I'm running video all over the place. What were you? Oh, that was okay. Let me get. All right. Let's see if we can do a search. Videos. Well, these aren't live, of course. They're just recordings, unfortunately.
There's a stream showing some...
Well, that's Lookner. Just watching my, looking at videos that they've got people have posted here as opposed to links. Okay, so yeah, they've got the furniture barn from 39 minutes ago. There's a video of that keeps looping. There's a guy driving down the street. He's running into some crowded stuff. So there is some stuff on Twitter that's worth watching, looking at maybe, but it's not live. It would just be sitting there looping. So I'm not going to stick it on my stream here. One person I was getting updates from on Twitter has gone silent. That's a bummer. And another person is planning to go out and get footage later, so I don't have anything. Please let me know if you find something. I'm happy to put it up. I can always use more stuff. But one of the things that gives me some level of hope here is that we are not hearing a lot of stress in the voices of the people on the scanner. I like to talk about, because my ex is in Chicagoland and because my children grew up there. They're not anymore. One of them's pushing 30. amazingly enough. But I used to pay a lot of attention to civil disturbances in Chicago area. And you could hear this one. My God, I got to where I could know the difference between various dispatchers and stuff and different field commanders. So, like when Trump was elected, they had multiple, not riots, fortunately, but multiple demonstrations where they'd go to Trump Tower and, scream and yell and all that. And there was one woman who was an amazing field commander. She could sit out there and you'd hear her on the radio and she would be perfectly calm, no matter how bad it was getting. Totally calm. And she could be like, turning over her shoulder and barking an order and then be back on the thing. But she was totally calm the whole time. And it had a significant calming effect on her officers. I think if she had not been that calm every time I tuned in, she was there. If she hadn't been that calm all the time, it could easily have become much, much worse than it was. You could easily, and what we're hearing now on this scanner is, and I'd always know when it wasn't her, because it was some other field commander, they would get stressed on the, you could hear it in their voices, they were getting stressed, they were getting nervous, maybe scared. Can't do that in one of these things. You have to be, completely under control for yourself. So what I'm hearing now, the most thing that gives me hope is that these guys are not, getting all stressed out. They're stressed, but they're not freaked out. The dispatcher is calm. The officers are pretty calm. Nobody's going nuts. I'm watching here on Twitter, and it's, how long is it? And it's only 34 seconds long. But they do have a picture of, just looking at it, I would have to guess between 30 and 50 people rioting in the vicinity. They went into like a Verizon store a while back. How old is this video? 2 hours ago. So yeah, they were looting and still are. They're just still looting. Lazy Gamer. And Napa Auto Parts, I might be on fire. Don't know. Definitely so. Yeah. The one person I was getting updates from, you said that. Okay. You remember when you wanted to be a cop, and then you started paying attention, and it scared you off. Said before, early on in the stream, don't ever talk to police. Even if it's about a crime that was committed against you, unless you, shot or something, don't talk to the police. Talk to them when you have a lawyer present, and that is all. Because I learned when I was teaching for 3 years at a technical college that had a criminal justice system, a program rather, and we had lots of adjunct instructors who were police officers and FBI agents, and I got to deal with them. One of the things I learned, because every once in a while you get one of these adjuncts that come in, they're supposed to do some kind of a demonstration of their teaching. One of them came in and was doing a demonstration about essentially, how to be doing interrogation. And when you're interrogating a suspect, they've done something. So what you do, for example, is you say, well, it wasn't all that bad. I mean, you could have done this or somebody could have done that. And you'll ultimately get them to admit to something. They just sort of psychologically manipulate you. And the FBI, that was almost frightening. The FBI are, like many police, they're trained to read body language. I had an interview with the FBI at one point because I had discovered, just because I'm a geek and I was fooling around, a botnet of gargantuan proportions. It scans everything on the internet constantly. It's Chinese, and it uses a particular brand of router that is easy to compromise. Compromised a couple of them myself to find this. It's easy to compromise, and it will knock on the door of anything that's on the internet and see what it can try to find. So I had this interview with the FBI, and I was telling him about it, and it was eerie. It was just absolutely eerie because, you know, they're sitting kind of staring at you and they're reading your body language. I know they were. I'm a student of body language. I'm no expert, but I'm a student of it. And it was just eerie because they were sitting there and I'd be talking and they'd just be, they wouldn't move their bodies. They wouldn't react with their faces in any way. They just sat there and looked at me. I was like, later on in life, it occurred to me when I started studying body language, I thought maybe I should, you know, say something to these guys because they've obviously been trained by the same people, probably at Quantico, and say something like, hey, guys, I get that you're reading body language and you don't want to give away any of your own emotions, so that's why you're being absolutely motionless. But every once in a while, just move in some way that's minor so that it doesn't seem ultra creepy. You know, you don't have to be giving away body language. Just nod occasionally or, you know, pick up a cup of water, cup of coffee, just do something that doesn't have you sitting there frozen, staring at somebody with no expression and betraying nothing. Just a big old poker face. Okay, let's go back to the, our, where are you? Oh. You're my,
2274, we got shots heard from north of University and Hamlet. There's correction, University and Snelling.
University, shots fired at Union and Snelling. I don't know where that is. Anthony, Syndicate, hand something. Prescott. I don't know where they're at now. But they have a report of shots fired. Got a fire, smoke coming from somewhere. Oh, the smoke and scan one. Wow.
Northeast corner, University and Syndicate.
Syndicate, okay.
Northeast corner of Uni and Syndicate for possible structure fire 226.
Northeast, north and east. That would be here. This building right here is a structure fire right now. I don't even know what that is. It's not telling me. Oh my God, it's an apartment building. Okay, now they got an auto parts building.
So this is the same fire, or do we need additional fire resources? Is my question. Same building, different fire. Fire just showed up. We should move some of our resources on the south side of Syndicate to the north side to assist fire.
So they got fires going on over here.
Do we have any strike teams that can assist at Uni Syndicate? We need to provide security for fire. They got two problems going on at the same location.
Wow. So somewhere on this... So somewhere in this vicinity they have... They have a fire going on in here. One of them said it was the northeast corner, which would make it an apartment building. I sure as hell hope that it isn't that. I don't know where this auto parts is. Maybe the auto parts is part of this building. I don't know. They've got an auto parts fire. I don't know where the auto parts store is. But whatever they're doing, it's happening over at this intersection here on the north side. Let's see. What drives someone to burn down an apartment building? They're scum. They're vermin. Take your pick. You know, there's a number of things at play here, and it shouldn't be underestimated. You know, not only are you dealing with people who are very angry, obviously, you're also dealing with people who are opportunistic. They're taking advantage of this to go and do stuff like loot places. And you also have the fact that they have been locked up indoors, unable to go out, you know, and going stir crazy for 2 to 3 months. And that's going to affect them psychologically as well. And beyond that, you still get... Beyond that, you still get... oh, God, I forgot where I was going. That's what happens when you're doing it live. You sometimes completely lose your train of thought. You have a giant derailment. 100 yards south of University on Syndicate. South of University, 100 yards. Something going on here, I guess. Right now, it looks like this University in Syndicate is a hotbed of activity. Just to, you know, to give you an idea, this is the target where everything's kind of centered. Right here is where we've got some of the stuff. Rumor is the high school on fire. Where is the high school? Let me look. High school for the Gordon Parks High School. Let me get some directions here. Central High, Gordon Central. That's way too far south. Copy. Marshall. I'm trying to figure out where this is in relationship to the... let's see what happens when I zoom in with this. Come on, guys. You know where the target is. And I've got things that are... I think I've got too many windows, and they're too busy. Let me chuck some of them. I got too many things going on in here. And even my nice new gaming laptop is not able to cope with it all. Do something. There's Hanlon. There's Pascal. That's terrible quality. Yeah, I don't know for sure about that armored store owner thing. I did hear something about a store owner. I wasn't. I only heard it halfway while I was looking through things. They do now have the state police there, the state troopers. So they'll be adding to the deals going on. Pardon me. I'm trying to figure out. You are whom? You are my. You're my Facebook window. Okay. I don't care about you then. What are you? You're also my Facebook window. I didn't even know which. All right, well.
142 7th Street. Called in by the alarm company as well as parties that are taking items from that location. Also looks like there's possibly a bat involved.
It's getting worse. Oh, it's getting worse. Bringing out the weapons now. Lazy Gamer says, I don't understand why Unicorn Riot gets the videos he does and still be alive. Yeah. I had a bad feel for small store owners locked down for so long just to have their store ransacked. I wonder how many companies will go under because of this. Well, we are now in, no question, we are now in a depression that equals or rivals the Great Depression. And it happened in only a few weeks. 41 million people are out of work. And I know businesses here in Lincoln that will never reopen. They ran out of their capital. They can no longer make their operating expenses. They're going bankrupt. We are in a depression. How bad it is hard to say, but it will be at least as bad as the Great Depression. And it's going to be like that for years to come. There is nothing that they can do to help it out. 11:59 on the doomsday clock. I've been alive so long, I've watched the doomsday clock ticking for 55 years, and somehow we yet have to actually get down to it. And that's back when we had, when there were thousands of nukes pointed at, Soviet Union and the U.S. And they got it wrong then. I don't think that I don't pay any attention to that. Oh, let me see if I can do something here. Let's see if I can see something else in Unicorn. Have any other windows around here? Okay.
Were you able to get north of Uni around the syndicate area? We're trying. It looks like there's a large group down at Sherburne Syndicate. There's a medic right headed north of Syndicate as well.
Okay, so now we got people going north on Syndicate, which was where? Let me find the... Hang on.
You guys have that target entrance closed?
Okay. Syndicate was here. So apparently they got a crowd going north here on Syndicate, kind of where they had the problem with the fire just a minute ago. So... Yes, this is not getting better. The best thing I can say about it is that the people on the radios in general are still calm. It's when you start to hear them getting stressed that it's worth saying, oh, God, no. When you get stressed, you make mistakes. And so that's... Tell you what, the arthritis in my lower back is killing me again. So what I'm going to do is what I did before, put my mic down by my main speaker, let you hear the... oh, do you think they will take down the target? I don't know. Took one down yesterday. It depends. If this stuff isn't broken up by nightfall, it's going to get worse. It's just going to get worse. You can bank on it. Nightfall will be, that anybody does anything under the cover of darkness. Anyhow, I'm going to put the mic down by my main speaker, kick it up so that you can hear it, and walk off for a second so that I can get the kinks out of my terribly bad back, because I'm old and decrepit. So I will see what we can do here.
Breaking set was broke up into two groups. The two of the fire departments were in the alleys south of Napa and south of Goodwill. Sorry, north of Napa, north of Goodwill. We got the alley taking cover in two groups. Good copy. And all units know that we have Trooper 9 at our disposal. So if you have something we need an eye on, or you think there's a strategic value, let me know and we will make that happen. We'll have one sergeant fire there, make sure the alley's good for them and if they need any assistance. 19-7 has the alley under control. Those are both fires. Who is controlling the alley? 19-7. The Goodwill fire and the Napa fire. We're in the alley with both fire rings. Take care of both fires. Copy, 7's got the alley. Strike 13. 13, go. We're holding the north side of TJ Maxx and put out a fire inside of that, but there's a lot of looters in the back. If there's any free team to go to the back of TJ Maxx. Lots of looters in and out of TJ Maxx in the rear. Also got cars laying up and past because they have a Foot Locker and GameStop loading up from the back door. Target keys are pulling up in a black Subaru. Good copy. 1601 to 1990. Go ahead. I have 60 troopers with me on the deck right in front of her burgers. Where would you like them? Alright, Strike Force 1 to the trooper with your complement. Come to the east towards target. I will keep my eyes peeled for you and I'll link up with you in the parking lot. Received. Thank you. We'll come right past the East Midway Clinic. We'll march right to that point. Perfect. There's going to be a news truck on your front side. Walk in, and to the right of that, from your perspective, I'll meet you there. Roger that. 167. So, eastbound, behind her burgers, black male, no shirt, black finger on his head, holding a bat. Walking towards target.
Back location, they took the Amazon truck. Amazon truck was number 22 on the front. Group of 5 black males, only one gun was seen. Black male, mid-20s, unknown further. Information at 1841.
$19.90, that's Trooper 9. Hey, we're wondering if you can use your eyes on the roof of target. And then also we're looking for a suspicious male behind target there with a bat. But apparently we have a couple people that made it on the roof of target, which you're directly over right now. Yep, where is it? We'll take a look at it. Blocking off the west side of the target parking lot. It's a continuous stream of cars in here. And they keep parking at the intersection of Syndicate and Uni.
Strike 15 will do that. And information is we have looters back at 1212 University setting fires. We have one spot on team requesting more.
No shirt, just carrying a baseball bat.
Okay. I'll probably leave that at this volume. As long as you can hear me, I may keep this. I'm going to drop it down because I can't hear myself talk. But you heard there what things are going on. The hot spot seems to be here at Syndicate and University. And they are, I heard people are parking in the parking lot, and it's parking to block traffic. And, oh, man. Look at my chat here. You get confirmation. See, a second mention of high school on fire. No confirmation. Thank you. Let's see. Did we get confirmation of animals being released from the zoo? I've gotten people here in the street that have said that. I don't know if that's actually true or not at this point. Let me see what I can find out about that. Let's see. People saying it did, but no pics or vids. Saw a school video, and who knows if that was real. Scary how many guns are being reported and shown in random posts. If a big shooting happens, then that could go horribly for everyone. Yes. Thought about that last night. Saw quite a few guns out. Yeah. Yeah. There were a lot of guns last night. The live streams would just show people walking past, and they'd have extended mags, which means that instead of 8 rounds, they were generally semi-auto pistols like the kind that I own. And they were showing them as they walked past. They'd have extended mags, which means you could have as many as 11 shots in that, because you could have one in the chamber and then another 10 inside the clip. So, yeah, if there's a lot. Oh wow, we got a good one. Smoke and Scan has a really good video down here now. Has a good aerial shot. I wonder where they're getting. They must be getting that from some news station, or somebody's got a drone up. It looks too high to be a drone, but then again, I've seen drones go really high, so maybe they aren't. But you can see they've got. It's nowhere near as large as it was. What are they surrounding?
It looks like the Amazon driver took off on foot in a 10 SUV, might be trying to follow the looters.
So there's an Amazon driver who got pushed out of his car. Let me move this over so that it looks like I'm watching it from your perspective. No. No. There. So yeah, they're surrounded as vehicles over here. Apparently, from listening to the scanner just now, they had him accosting some Amazon truck, and the guy abandoned the truck and ran away. More fire risks, Foot Locker, and my God. Lazy Gamer says, this is bad. I remember in L.A. that truck guy had pulled out and beat to death in the street. Yeah, which is, I'm sure, why the driver ran the hell away. Yeah. Yeah, but the Smoke and Scan one is good. I like this picture up above. Oh, man. Union Syndicate, this usual hotspot here. A guy's got a hatchet. They got what sounds like I guess it's a dumpster fire, which is certainly possible. Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. Where's Discount Tire? I'll put you into my notes. Okay. So there's our target. There's the Discount Tire store that is now on fire. The absolute last thing anybody needs at this point is a tire fire. Toxic smoke, damned near difficult to put out. It's so difficult to put out a tire fire. You know, if that spreads in there, that's going to be a nightmare. That's just going to be a nightmare. Has the same feeling as the LA riots. The cops just let them go. I think what they're doing right now with the police is just trying to contain the situation. Still stuff going on at the Target. Hearing talks about baseball bats and tire iron and golf clubs for weapons. Oh, God. Discount tire fire again. Oh, man. Yeah, if they don't get this out of the way in the next... If they don't get this out of the way within the next 2 hours... If they don't get this taken care of in the next 2 hours, it's going to be dark, and that will be bad. That will be very, very bad. Entire blocks. Yeah, last night they were. They looted everything in about a 10 block stretch of street away from the police station that they were trying to protect. Okay, they're talking about gassing them now, gassing the crowd to get them to disperse. Man, the discount tire one really, really bothers me. But I don't think the cops are trying to let them go. I think they're trying to contain the situation. I mean, if you look at this down here, clearly, large number of people, and getting cops to, I don't know how you do this. I don't know how you would get rid of that number of people. The best you could probably do is try to get them contained in a way. Okay, he's looking at a helicopter shot. I wonder where he's getting that. So, near as I can tell, on the very far left of Smoke and Scan's video, that I think is the target. It has the right shape. And then, not surprisingly, that big crowd of people, that would be at, well, maybe it's not the target. I don't know. Yeah, it'd be the target. So there's the target. And there's probably where that large crowd of people is hanging out, is right there, is in this general area. I can't tell for absolutely certain. I always try to keep myself. I have lots of opinions, and I'll tell you when I have them. But I do try to keep myself in what's called a fair witness mode, which is why we just look at what we see, come to conclusions based on what we see, and that's all. And don't imagine for a moment that it's going to remain constant within the next 5 minutes. Maybe the smoke will make them scatter. That's the intent. Yes, if they're gonna toss smoke or something in, the intent is to get them to move away and hopefully get out. Multiple mentions of the fire at the high school. Let me look around and see what I can get about that. St. Paul High School fire. So that group that we were seeing, the police just estimated that group at about 100 people. I couldn't tell for sure from the aerial scan that we're getting. So, but this is the UPS store that they're near here. So, the UPS store, that's what Smoke and Scan's aerial video is showing. They are up here looting that store, apparently. Or maybe that's, God, now is that the target? Because it's got that round target symbol on it. Jesus. Now somebody's gone to, I love this guy's video down there. Smoke and Scan's video is great. High school. Wish if you happen to see what the high school is that's on fire, because when I do just a general search, and See, oh man, I don't know which of these is going to be closest to, that one is it's 1166 University. That's the high school for recording arts. Okay, well, let's just assume that, let's see, 1212 University. Okay, that's Gordon Park High School. Sun University.
We get reports of potential looting at Cub. I'm at the front door right now. If they have anything here, we'll check the back.
Okay, there's our target. Here is here's our hotspot. The nearest high school is this one, Gordon Parks High School. If something was going to be set ablaze, I would, yeah, Gordon Parks High. Okay, that's the one that's closest to our hotspot. So yeah, if it's, you know, I can't say for sure that it's on fire, but if there's multiple reports on it, it's possible. I haven't heard it on the scanner, but then I haven't listened to it all the time, and I'm only listening to it sort of with a third of my brain while I talk. See, I'm doing what your average journalist does. We just I'm free associating while I try to listen to this scanner and figure things out. So. Well, the Napa fire, they have to leave the area. The smoke is, of course, toxic. It's Gistown Tire, I'm sorry. I don't know which it is now. Oh, it's a Union Syndicate. Okay. So that's our hot spot. Okay, they're letting the fire at that tire place do a controlled burn. They're going to let it burn to the ground. The problem is that there's all kinds of toxic smoke that comes off of those. To be honest, as a tactic, yeah, the police are fleeing the fire, and the protesters might follow suit. That, as a tactic, they just said they're going to let it do a controlled burn. As a tactic, that might be appropriate. Let the toxic smoke get out, and those guys will take off, at least in the opposite direction. They said they were going to do a controlled burn of it, so, and they're getting away from it, obviously, because it's toxic. But, man, I think probably this one that they're showing from the overhead view might be the place in question. God, I had that thing out there located at one point. There it is. All right, so let's compare what we can see here against the aerial video. Oh, that's Cub Foods. All right, so they've got a fire at Cub Foods. Got a fire at Cub Foods and a fire at Discount Tires. But that is Discount Tires. Well, that's a block away from the real hot spot, I think. This is our big hot spot right now over here. The Discount Tire is over there. So we're here to there. It's about a block. So I'm not sure that the fumes from that would necessarily get anything going on here. There's that Cub Foods. That's the only one on University. Come on. Need to see street names, guys. Okay, this is our target. The Cub Foods is a block away. So they're looting the Cub Foods right now over here. This is our target where it all started. And this right here is our big hot spot right now. Now the one thing about it is they have, make sure that's the hot spot. I'm going to get the street name. Yeah, oh wait, the hot spot's over here. Okay. Hotspot's over here, looting over here. Things have been going on in the target off and on. There's a tire place here that's on fire. Oh man. And there's a fire here at the Cub Foods. It's real nice here. We can actually see it. Notice back here is where the fire is. That's right there. So we can, it's one of the nice things about, you know, being able to use Google Maps. And I'll just do this for fun. Put me into Street View. I'm eating up bandwidth for doing this. There we go. Well, that's the back of the Cub Foods. Yeah, so it must be back there someplace that it's on fire. Do like Street View a whole lot. We can't see, obviously, things going on here, but we can... Come on, guys. I know I'm eating bandwidth, but seriously. Okay. Okay, they have just deployed, I assume, some canisters of tear gas or something like that. Make sure I can pull out and find my hot spot. Okay, there's the hot spot. Trying to keep the map sort of where we can see it. Oh, man. Yeah, Cub Foods place is on fire. Aren't these the same people yelling about global warming? I don't think this fire will help that. Oh, well, it'll be nasty and hard to put out, but it's... Yep, it's this here. 1309 is what they were talking about. That's basically here. It's the hot spot at University and Syndicate. Right now, we can probably say that basically what's affected is this area bounded by University, that wasn't good, he was screaming, Syndicate, St. Anthony, and Pascal Street. So it's in that roughly, you know, 2 square block area, I think. More than that, it's more like a 4 square block area. It's right there. Yep, and it's not even dark yet. As I say, if they don't get this cleared out by the next 2 hours, because I don't know when dusk will happen there. Dusk will happen to us here in my part of the country, which is several hundred miles east, or west rather. Dusk will come here at about 9 p.m. It'll be earlier there, and it's 7 p.m. right now. Oh, man. Excuse me.
Well, 7, you are going to need fire to put that out. Along Hamlin, between Target and the Noodle Company. Big brush fire.
Between the Target, this is the Target, and the what company? Well, somewhere in this general vicinity, there's another fire. Apparently, they set the median on fire. So apparently, they set the median on fire. I don't think they're going to do anything with that particular fire. Noodles and Company, is that what they said? Okay. They had a car accident with a pregnant woman in it. God. Man, this kind of crowd with a traffic accident and a pregnant woman in it. I hope she's not very far along. I hope she's not very far along. I know I heard that they've got the state police out. They've got the state troopers out with them. Jesus. Oh, man. I'm going to do something here for my back that I don't usually do because it makes me look fat, but I got to lean back a bit or else I'm going to kill myself. The only thing I can tell you that's good about this, the only thing that's reasonably good, is that unlike last night they were desperately trying to hold the police station. Here, they're not trying to hold the police station. They can commit all of their resources just to trying to deal with this, contain it, break it up. Last night, they were underpowered, undermanned, and were just working hard to make sure that police station held, because it was several times in danger of being overrun. The guys on the thing actually would say we're about to be overrun repeatedly. So at least we don't have that. At least okay, so now they have some traffic problems here on the let's see, the east side of the Target. Oh, man. Pregnant women got hit to the head. But again, this is Syndicate, which is very close to the general hotspot. So here on the east side, something's going on. Oh, man. What a nightmare. Oh, and we've got the, let me see if I can see what this guy is. Pull him in and see what the, this is the intersection of, okay, so they're off, this one they're showing an aerial view off. These guys, I think they're going to go try to block the freeway. Let me see where that would be. It's an exit onto the freeway.
people on the street.
Pine Street, maybe? And there's an overpass.
122, check for an open mic.
Well, I can't quite figure out where it is they're going. But clearly there are some people headed out. It is spreading out of our target area. They're somewhere getting onto the freeway here. From that video I'm seeing here for the guy who was got to add an aerial view. They're clearly getting onto the freeway. I assume the intent is to try to block the freeway or something like that. Oh, yeah, they are blocking the freeway. I wish I knew where this was exactly. There's an overpass. And 1, 2, 3 different possible exits and an overpass. I can't tell what street. So we have an overpass of the freeway. I think it's the freeway. Get your hand out of there. I know you're trying to keep the cam on them, but get the hand out of there. Yeah, that's got to be freeway overpass. So where do we see a freeway overpass here? Stop. And again, there's curving off here. Doesn't look like they're getting on the freeway, fortunately, but it's a curving off. There's an overpass here, but it might not be the freeway. Good God, I wish I knew this area better. Oh man, there's quite a lot. Oh man, there's a bunch of them. What can I identify out of here? Wait a minute. Okay, what can we see here? What can we use to identify locations? Is that the Cub Foods or the...
Copy that. Northbound Hamlin at Concordia should be shut down, and as soon as I get those bodies, I will take care of both of those locations.
Yeah, there's a car fire in a parking lot somewhere. Cub Foods was over here. I don't know. Where is the car fire? Let's see what we can... This is what we do as attempting to be fair witnesses. What we do is we say, okay, on one video, I'm seeing a car on fire. Is there any way to identify where that is? Not really. There's too much... Pull back. I need to see the target of the Cub Foods or something. Come on. There's a building over there that I can't identify. If I could, I'd know where this is. Call the police about can the police shoot tranquilizer darts at them? No. They are using what non-lethal methods they have available to them, which are generally rubber bullets or just smoke grenades, flash grenades, and tear gas, basically. If you shoot them with tranquilizer darts, the thing about tranquilizer darts, most people don't realize because you watch movies and they do it all the time. Those things are really tough. You kind of have to be pretty close to whatever you're shooting to make sure that you hit it. It's not like a bullet, which travels in a pretty predictable trajectory. Those things are kind of like shooting an arrow. It's just tough. Yeah, but again, like you say, they wouldn't die. But shooting them with that is way harder than you think. I'm a firearms enthusiast myself, and you see it in the movies all the time. You just shoot them with darts, but in real life, that's very tough to do. And I don't think they have that equipment in any case. What do we got on our guy on the ground here? Nothing good. He's just looking at that building. We should show me the logo just so I know. I think it's the target. The building that he's now on the right. That's on the right of the camera. These videos of people walking around don't show many people. Yeah, when they do the overhead shots, then you can see it. They have a significant hotspot right here at University and Syndicate. They have a significant hotspot right there. And when they pull out and they do the aerial view, you can see more of the people. There's a bunch of them wandering onto a busy intersection of some kind. I don't think they got onto the freeway that's to the south here, this one. That's the other thing that happens when these things happen. They're describing something that's not related to the riot here. Well, what happens is whenever you get a big event like this where police are being concentrated in one place, that's when the gang members take advantage of the situation in order to settle a few scores. I have seen that repeatedly in Chicago when I'm listening to their stuff. If the cops are all over doing something and they're all over there, then the gang members start shooting at each other. And they just described that. Two cars driving and shooting repeatedly at each other. So, but yeah, you have to see really the aerial shots to get a good idea of just how many people there are. The police were saying about 100 that were grouped together. The ones that you're seeing here are not the ones that we saw when we were doing the overhead shot and looking down from. There must have been a news camera or something on that. So this is the Target parking lot. It's what friends of mine and I used to call Target. You know, yes, not a high-end store really. So back when it was a new concern, people would say, "Yes, I'm going to the Target." So I sometimes say Target. Okay, so we're seeing the front side of the Target, the parking lot, right in about here. And we have long shadows from those trees. I think we're an hour or so away from sunset. This guy would point his cam at something a little more interesting. Oh, that's where the police are gathered. Okay. I see black and whites in the background. And some uniformed cops. Yeah, basically at this point it's a matter of deploying resources where they need to be at any given time. So, I just don't know. Lazy Gamer says, some of the people are militant. I really think they have recruited many angry people this week and are actively creating chaos. Well, this is certainly active chaos. This doesn't happen by accident. This is an unrelated thing to the riots. They just gave out another call. Some guy apparently is threatening to kill his mother and his sister. Yay. But in terms, I don't know that you would necessarily have to recruit anything. The way that African Americans feel right now and have felt for years, but it was very, very exacerbated under the Obama administration. And the press, telling them how terrible everything is. And, the shootings and stuff that we had there, that the press championed as being something really, really, important in terms of African Americans and how they were getting screwed. But when you looked at the facts a little more closely, you discovered that, well, no, actually, those people had done stuff that were wrong. Not all of them, but some of the poster children that Black Lives Matters loved and the media loved. The press completely misrepresented everything about it, and to this day, people believe things about them that are not true. So I think there's a lot of, generally pent up anger that's involved here, and you can't overlook the fact that, some of these places are still locked down. I don't know what the lockdown looks like in Minneapolis right now. Sorry, I'm checking to see where my mic is. I don't know how the lockdown looks like in Minneapolis, St. Paul right now. But you have to remember, you get a bunch of angry people, who are just generally pissed off about what they feel is, how they've been treated. And then you add to that a guy who was clearly just killed by a cop. And then you add to that the fact that these guys have been locked down for 2 months, and that'll sort of drive you nuts. And then you get into the fact that you cannot predict what a mob is going to do. If you got one person, you can be sane with them. You got two, or more, you can still be sane with them. You get 100 of them, and mobs just do things. And there's no way to, have any notion about what they're going to do or when they're going to do it. It gets totally unpredictable. The best you can do is try to disperse them. Lazy Gamer says, an organized effort to recruit people into a professional rioter type thing. I bet some of these people have been in riots around the world. I don't know that that's true. I really don't. I really don't know if that's true or not. I don't make that assumption. We get... Okay, get a video interrupted. Hopefully it's going to put something else out there.
And they've got a crowd on the southwest corner of the intersection. Wait for the southwest. You have to get close to the people on the northeast.
Give me an address. Give me an address for this place so I can geolocate it. I don't know that you could necessarily...
We have approximately 200 people inside Furniture Mart, and they are setting it on fire again.
Okay, 200 people in the Furniture Mart just set it on fire again. Let's see, the Furniture Mart was... there it is. It's the Furniture Barn. That one had been set on fire before, and there's 200 people in there probably looting it and setting on fire again. My video's been interrupted on Smoke and Scan. I may take him off so that it's not making things difficult. I'll move you down there. There. Put myself down there for the moment while I've got anything else to do. What did the furniture do to them? Yeah, nothing. These are definitely black. I can't read it. Black anarchist professionals at work here. I really don't know that you can make that assumption. I just don't know that you can make that assumption. You're dealing with a lot of different factors here. It is a perfect storm of crap. It is a perfect storm of awful. I don't think you can necessarily say that it's, definitely it's because they did this or that or the other thing.
Are you holding anything there? Can you walk to the left and come up to Syndicate? Yeah, we can assist.
Again, the biggest hotspot seems to be right here at University and Syndicate. They consistently are referencing Syndicate, which is the street right here. Keith Ellison promotes Antifa. Yes, there's a big presence in Minnesota with the GDC, Unicorn, Riot, and other anarchist groups. There is all that stuff in there. They very well may be taking advantage of the situation. I don't think anybody planned this, because you can't plan for a cop to kill somebody. That's just not something you can plan for. So, while they have all these groups there, and you very well might see them taking advantage of the situation, that's certainly a possibility. But you still, it's just a whole slew of different factors that feed into this. I'm not sure what you can say without, being on the ground and talking to people and actually, interacting and finding something useful out. Let's see. PK says, I want the police to find out best they can who is setting the fires and lock them up for a while. Same for the looters. They won't be stealing anything in prison. Only problem with that is we have several hundred people involved here. At the corner of University, and Syndicate over here, there's about 100 people. They have there's a tire place. I've lost the tire. Oh, there it is. There's a tire store here. It's not showing up as what it is, but that is on fire. The furniture barn across the street is on fire. It's just an impossible situation. The best that they can do with this is contain it and try to disperse the crowd. That is the best that they can do. Biometrics will get many. I'm not sure. If it were me, Lazy Gamer says, I would definitely be there trying to recruit. Just saying. It's certainly possible. It's certainly possible. Like I say, you could certainly have a situation where people are taking advantage of a very bad situation. I just think you can plan it. You've got a situation where you don't know when somebody's going to go nuts and kill somebody. But taking advantage of the situation, absolutely, that's a possibility, yes. And they might have some people out there trying to recruit, for who knows. Let me see if I can find some more video, live video, because this one, Smoke and Scan, has gone dead on me. Let me check out and see if I can live video here on YouTube. See if these guys are doing anything live. They were good last night. Nope, that's old. Not live.
Strike Team 4 to 1100. The issue has been southbound on Hamlin from University. Northbound is closed down at St. Anthony.
Okay, Hamlin and University is here, so we have a crowd forming here as well. There's so many people out there who are they're opportunists who are taking advantage of this to put something other than their own they're just their own content with a name about St. Paul, so a little difficult to find. What the hell is this guy showing? I don't know what he's showing. Alright, we'll leave it with him. He said some pretty good... The guy's got actual... Look at that. The guy's got actual scanner equipment as opposed to me. Um, let's see. Back up. They've even shut down the Target in North St. Paul and Sunray Shopping Center. Well, considering what happened in Minneapolis last night, if I were Target execs, I would just say shut down all of our stores in Minneapolis, St. Paul until further notice. If you have the new IDs, you've been scanned and are in the database, maybe. It depends on that. See, PK on a separate note, you've absolutely been crushing that vest for hours here today. Subscribe. Thank you very much. I appreciate the subscription. Yes, I'll throw out my usual. I certainly would appreciate it. Let me drop this down for a second. I certainly would appreciate any subscribes, so hit the subscribe, hit the notification bell. Notification bell is important because I'm a small creator and YouTube doesn't like me particularly, so it won't tell my viewers necessarily if I've uploaded a video or if I've gone live. So do hit the notification bell. Share me on social media. I am at SYL Tales, SYL Tales on Twitter. I've also got a group on Facebook. If you go to the About page on my channel page, you can see all of the social media. I am on every social media known to man, even the ones that probably ones you've never heard of. But do like, subs, share me on social media, and to tell all of your friends, family, neighbors, pets, and livestock to do the same. So let's get back and look at my chat. Let me turn back up the thing here so I can hear it. If you have the IDs, yeah, criminals, call them what they are. Yes, these are all criminals. These are all criminals. I don't care if they feel bad. I don't care if they feel angry. I don't care if they feel like they've been locked up and need some kind of release. I don't care. They should not be doing this. They should be going home. They are engaging absolutely in criminal activity. Period. End of story. Agents of Anarchy, because that's the result of what they do. Yeah, it's more than just Antifa. They are the people on the opposite sowing the same seeds. Yeah. Do I have a Discord group? No, I do not. I don't think I'm on. I did at one point. It's been a long time since I checked it. I'm afraid to do much of anything here. I got so much video incoming and outgoing that bandwidth is occasionally becoming an issue here. Who are you?
Reporting people breaking into the pawn shops, some people, information H31.
And now they're breaking into the pawn shops. That's Telegram. No, I don't have an active Discord group. That's not a bad idea to make one. I should probably do that. I've only got 4,000 things I should do with the channel and haven't gotten around to yet. Oh, man. So, anyway, it's mostly... there, we got a nice aerial view. There's an aerial view. I don't know where this is. One has to sort of assume it would be... what are the streets? Yeah! Stop that. What are the streets there? I can't see the street signs. Show me the street signs. It's too low resolution for me to be able to see what the street signs are saying. I want the street signs. There. That is, what is that building? Oh, we're off in Lexington University now? Oh, joy. Well, they kind of are all over. I'm no longer able to figure out where they are. Okay, wait a minute. What's that? What is that? What is that? That sign, I almost saw it. It's almost there. It's blue. Oh, good. They're carrying signs. Oh, thank God. They're carrying signs. I like when they carry signs. Carrying signs is more indicative of peaceful demonstration. Obviously, this has not been peaceful. But when we see signs, that's good. They better have removed the guns in the pawn shops. Do they sell guns in pawn shops in Minnesota? I assume so. They sell them any pawn shop that I've ever walked into. Do we have anti-riot technology to the point where a helicopter could drop a massive taser on a crowd of 50 plus? That would be a legendary, especially in this scenario. No death, just a big message. No, but what they do have, the police don't have it, but they have a cool weapon. That is it's a microwave weapon. It's large. It's mounted like on a truck or something like that on the top of the truck. You aim that at a crowd, and they will instantly disperse. I've seen this thing used. If you look at the news, sometimes I saw one where where are we there? I saw some where they took a news anchor, put him in front of it, and shot this gun at him, and he just like, yeah, and ran off because it's essentially operating the same way as a microwave oven. It causes intense pain. It doesn't actually cause any physical harm. But firing at a large group of people like this, I mean, you could just sit there. You could just sit there behind these guys and aim the thing at them, and they will be getting the hell out of the way the entire time. They don't have that, sadly, but, you know. I think the sound emitters work, don't they? Again, it's I know this one is microwave based. Active denial system, Smart Aleck Production says, yeah. Well, let me look down here, because what I'm trying to sort of see is, you know, where this group of people is. These guys are being peaceful. We like that. We like peaceful. Peaceful is good. You know, the rest of them in our general area here, bounded by this, on the other hand, are not being peaceful. We currently have 2 fires in progress that I'm aware of. Yeah, like I said, sometimes the gangs and stuff take advantage of situations like this in order to settle a few scores, and they just did a thing out there about how they've got some guys with laser sights. So I'm seeing videos from the ground. There's smoke everywhere. They have a tire. They have 2 big fires going on right now. One is over here at this furniture barn, and the other one is a discount tire. The discount tire one is the one that's the most dangerous. The discount tire one, a tire fire. Those burn real nasty. They're hard to put out. They have very bad toxic smoke. Some of that may be what you're seeing from the, in that, yeah. Off topic, having a chuckle over you with my marquee scroll bar. Need to add the good to bad. I'm the one with the gun. Well, my scrolling lower third is designed to be used for my science fiction reviews. So you have a bunch of different statements, either from science fiction authors, like the one that I'm seeing right now. Rom-coms and porn are science fiction. Their worlds have different rules than the real world. That's an actual quote from someplace. Also, one that says, scrolling by right now, donate to the Amanda Smith Rehabilitation Fund at gofundme.com/F/Amanda-Smith-Rehabilitation-Fund. This is a GoFundMe for a poor woman, Amanda Smith, a production assistant on Batwoman. And Batwoman is so incompetent that they paralyzed her. They lowered a boom crane on top of her head and crushed several vertebrae. She is now paralyzed from the waist down. And neither CW, nor Warner Brothers, nor AT&T, nor the production company for Batwoman is paying dime one for her. So you donate to that. It's a worthy cause. Excuse me. She was a victim of an extraordinary level of incompetence. I'm familiar with how these work. They should have people who are just safety people, so that if the crane's coming down, they go, hey, Amanda, step out of the way, the crane's coming down. No, didn't. Just brought it down on top of her head, crushed vertebrae, and paralyzed her. So please do donate to the Amanda Smith Rehabilitation Fund at gofundme.com/F/Amanda-Smith-Rehabilitation-Fund. Do I really think they'll go home when the military tech shows up? How far will they push it, I wonder. Last night, I had a guy on earlier who said he was in the crowd last night. I have no reason to doubt that necessarily. His account of things was different than mine. From what I was seeing from citizen journalists on the ground and stuff like that, it was a very different thing than what he was describing. Always have to wonder, because it's people on the ground. I trust people who are there more than anything else generally, but it doesn't match at all with what I was hearing on the police scanners and getting fed to me as news. So, last night hang on a second, I'm listening. And they're throwing rocks again. But last night, I think what happened was at about 4 a.m., that's when the National Guard showed up. And really all they had to do was just drive up. Because, if you're in a crowd like this and suddenly you're seeing, people who are... sorry, let me move this. And you start to see, absolutely military, personnel decked out in camo and, M16s and helmets and stuff. You tend to go, oh, this is worse than the police, and they tended to scatter. So I don't know for sure if that's what happened, but that's what appeared to me to be happening when I was watching it. Yes, horns, awesome of you to do that. Wow, I most of my channel, most of the time, I do reviews of science fiction, fantasy, superhero, etc., stuff like that. And I sat through 20 horrifying weeks of Batwoman. It is terrible. It is the modern-day Plan 9 from outer space. It's a bunch of people who think they're making high arts, that think they're doing really great stuff. But the problem is they're incompetent, so their really great stuff turns out to be crap. It's exactly like Ed Wood in Plan 9 from outer space. He thought he was making his opus magnum, his beautiful, incredible thing, and it's one of the worst movies ever made. So I sat through 20 weeks of that, and at about week 17 or so, this came out. My God. They're so incompetent. Not only did they make a crappy show, they paralyzed somebody. It wasn't the first time either. Ruby Rose early on had to go to the hospital for emergency surgery to avoid being paralyzed. These guys are terrible. So yeah, please donate to her. At what point can police or citizens use deadly force? I don't know. They arrested a guy who was the owner of a pawn shop last night because he shot an intruder. I don't know for certain. There was a fatality last night, and it may have been that one. But they arrested him for that. The police, they don't dare use anything like deadly weapons. You just don't dare. Something like this, if you start shooting people up, it's going to balloon out of control, not just in Minneapolis, St. Paul, but also other places. Other cities will see that and go nuts. It is a difficult, tense situation to have to deal with, and it's the best they can do, really, unfortunately. The person who is going to be filming on the ground is about 15 to 20 minutes away. Oh, cool. I will definitely watch that. Let me grab this thing here and go over to Twitter and have a look. I will definitely follow that. I've been following my own Twitter account, which, by the way, is at SYLTales. You are free to send me something. So let me find this guy. Oh, Sophia Narwitz, okay. 15-20 days from my station, zoning out to chill music. Not every day people try to suggest others attack me because I'm recording a protest, but what can you do? Well, I hope she's okay. I hope she's okay. Sophia, if you happen to be watching, which I'm sure you're not, I would go armed if I were you. Let's see. Big Daddy Chris says, report on protests, keep it relative. Yeah. It's a miserable situation here. It's just a miserable situation. I have to check something. I have 18 notifications in Find Movie, blah, blah, blah. I think it's starting St. Paul, Mississippi River. Yes, I know that. Yeah, okay. This is all stuff that I don't need to care about. Although I just knew had a follower of the person that I can't pronounce the name of, Kawaiian Zombie, and I just call you Zombie. I can't pronounce that. Anyway, I'll watch Sophia's Twitter account here. Maybe I can put up some video of her, particularly if she live streams from YouTube. That would be useful. All right, back turning up the thing here. Venice Beach. Well, I wouldn't mind going there right now myself. We could send all these guys there, get them chilling out. Kauai Neko Zombie. Okay, Kauai Neko Zombie. If I got that right, Kauai Neko Zombie. Your profile is NSFW. I don't care. I don't care who's oh, they started protesting. Let me Kauai Neko Zombie. I'm going to copy that pronunciation and put it in my notes so that I remember it the next time I see it. So they started protesting in Venice Beach. Well, let me have a look at something.
Why don't we make that swap? Let's move some of your resources to west so we can free them up. We do it quickly.
Well, I'm not seeing anything.
Are you saying that you coming here to take over target, or that I'm going to put them with a team?
Not seeing anything obvious on news, but that doesn't mean anything there. News is always way behind. Max Chillin had good views last night. Okay, well, hey, I'm always looking for something. Let me do a refresh on this to see if I got any more live video that I can watch.
5 at White Castle and Lexington Uni. What did you specifically want done there with them?
Okay. Let's see, this is Fox 10 Phoenix. I found a live stream for Fox 10 in Phoenix, Arizona. They're having some protests. It's not nearly as much as it is in Minneapolis, but they do have some. And they're being peaceful, it looks like, so. Let's see. St. Paul protest continued. You're useless. You're just lying. Okay. Kenya news? That'd be interesting.
They're not telling me, they're telling someone on my team here on a phone. I'm just letting you know. They're asking what you.
That's last night. Okay, well, let's try Venice Beach.
Strike Team 17, what is your situation? Strike Team 17, we're out here at Lexington Uni, the traffic's flowing. We have people milling around, about 50 of them. One person's through a fire extinguisher that we picked up, but that's about it. Traffic is looking fine right now.
Type in a city into YouTube. Yeah, I know. I'm looking at.
At this moment, we were to monitor traffic and direct traffic from what I understand, but it looks like it's flowing with the traffic stop lights.
What I'm going to do here on YouTube is I'm just going to put in George Floyd and then filter it so that I can only get the live streams and see what we got. Minneapolis, Denver, more cities it says. Minneapolis. Yep, there's the Venice Beach, Los Angeles one. Minneapolis. Minneapolis.
You go to the furniture barn.
Minneapolis.
Strike team 13. Report fire.
So we for sure have it going on in Denver and Venice Beach. That's yeah, that's definitely for sure. Max chillin'.
And then we can disregard the furniture barn for now. Strike team 6, we got about another dozen to 20 inches that dropped off at Spruce Street building. They're heading north up Snelling again. Second group. Golf 1, we're 23 groups in Sherwood. We're not finding the other team.
Okay. You should pick up this. Okay. Let us shrink you down a bit. Okay, so here's Max chillin' on the live there. He looks like he's around the vicinity of okay, wait. Was that the Target? I don't know. You live Tribe 1, you live in Chicago and there's people in the South Side protesting? Oh, okay. Find an organized area or anything. There's somewhere out there. I don't know. If you're in Chicago. I lived in Chicagoland for 10 years. I am currently in Lincoln, Nebraska. I always like to point out, Lincoln, Nebraska, city of about 340,000, half an hour away from Omaha, city of 1 million. We are not Hicks and Rubes. So, no, I used to live in Chicago. I did for about 10 years, but that was quite a while back now. I used to... Jesus, man, stop. I used to drive there all the time in order to see my kids, because my ex got custody, so she moved back to Chicago. Okay. Let me see if I can maybe scrunch you down just a little bit so that there's some chance I'll be able to use my map yet.
Strike 13 to Commander Green.
I may have to do something about this map.
Whenever you can get resources to the LA Fitness and Chin Discount Tire Complex, that will end up on fire again if we don't get a strike team there at some point.
Discount fire is going to be problematic again. Apparently they got that fire out, but the criminal rioters are going to start it up again. So, Max chillin'.
1317, copy, and we'll be around.
Those have got to be police. They're all exactly this, dressed exactly the same. So they're being deployed to do something here. Man, I wish I could make this. All right, I'm going to make this bigger because it's too damn small to see.
Sergeant Murphy, can you coordinate with Sergeant Moore? I need a better picture of what's going on and what security is needed for that fire. We're getting very conflicting stories.
Sorry, I'm taking time to do this. It's oops. I want that visible. So. Oh gosh. Oh, you meant Tribe of One if anybody knows where the protest is, but yes, thank you. Nebraska is great if you like flat. Our cities have a lot of trees because people who live here want trees. It is a natural prairie, however. So the drive along I-80 from east to west is the third most boring drive in the United States. Number one is I-70 through Kansas. Then there's I-80 through Nebraska, and then there's I-90 through in South Dakota. In order, South Dakota's better, and Lincoln falls in the Nebraska falls in the center. So, but thank you, I appreciate that. Can you find live feed from outside the district attorney's house? Oh, really? Let me take a look at that. Mike Freeman house. I'll take a look. The sales were just to fireman. Yeah. They had to grab supper grandmas quick and are now coming back. Mike, do you have any idea what's going outside the Mike Freeman's house? This is DA County. I'm going to take a look and see if I can see anything on Mike Freeman. Copied that.
We'll do 5 minutes. Golf one in 1980. Go for 1990. Can we get medics to LaFond and Griggs? The driver took glass to the eye when our windshield got hit. 1990, you need medics. What location and for what purpose?
I'm not seeing anything obvious for that.
Windshield got struck by a rock.
See a lot on Twitter. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on Twitter. I can't even keep up with it all. There's just too much. I think he's set up for more chaos. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that press release. That press thing they did. I had it running. What a waste of time. They just said, yes, we're working on it. That is, we've assigned people and we're working on it. That is the extent of what that stupid thing was. In a long, drawn-out fashion. Jeez. I'm doing the Lord's work. Thank you very much, PK. I appreciate that. He said there was evidence to do not charge the cops. Really? I thought at that thing they just said they were looking around and they were working on it and they were going to get taken care of, at least the one that I saw. It was pretty much useless. I did shut it off partway. It was just being so boring. It's too much going on. It's building up all over. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Jeez, stop that. Get your radio fixed. Jeez.
Golf 9 or Golf 7, we're taking pretty good from the crowd, University Syndicate, or Griggs rather. So we're actually deploying 40 gas blast balls. So if we have another team down to work this way, that'd be great.
I can't tell where he was talking about.
Advise if medics are cleared in to that area or to another area.
University and Syndicate. God, you guys. University and Syndicate, this corner over here has been a hotbed for some time. Every major city has a protest. New York City, Denver, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Memphis, Los Angeles are just some, yeah. People on Twitter blaming cops for the fire. Yeah, right. I'm sure they took time out of their having to do this to start a fire in a tire place. People on Twitter, but that's yeah. Police have a massive stockpile of flashbangs and rubber bullets. Why can't every cop just use 2 items on an individual basis across these lines? There are more people. God, I need to turn this down. There are, hang on a second. Hang on, have a second. I got that'll give me a little more control of the volume. There are more protesters / rioters than there are cops. And The problem is, it is, as we've been seeing here, there are a lot of cities where this is now happening. It is a tense situation where, particularly where Ground Zero in Minneapolis, St. Paul, if they do the wrong thing, if they get, somebody injured, in the crowd, and they can clearly point to the police, that could easily cause severe problems. Okay, one of my guys has gone offline. Who are you? Which one are you? Smoke and Scan Live. Were you News Time Live? No. What's News Time Live doing anyway? I have two of them. Oh, okay. I can take away News Time Live. Okay. Sorry, I'm a one-man shop here, so I have to build and remove things as they come and go. So, is there any others over here? What are you? Which one are you? Because you can... That's my web browser. You can go away. Not the Smoke and Scan. That's... Did I... The Smoke and Scan has now gone... Oh, he's still working on it, so he's working on something. St. Paul map. On the ground 1, is that what you are? Must be. Okay. I have so many windows and I keep finding new stuff to put up. But anyway, this is a really, really tense situation. If you do the wrong thing, you could spark not only worse riots in Twin Cities, but when people outside hear about it, that could spark even worse riots. What they've got right now is an African American man who was killed by police. You do not want anything bad to happen to any African American or anybody of any minority in this crowd, because if you do, it's going to make things way, way worse. It is a powder keg, really. Hit the wrong fuse and you're a done one. Let's see. Yeah, I know. I had a viewer, Lazy Gamer. He said that the police were undercover and started everything last night. I think it's full of crap. I've listened to way too many of these, police scanners over the course of the last 3 years. 4 or so, 3 or 4, maybe it's been 5 now. I've listened to so many of them. You can ascribe a certain level of incompetence from time to time, or poor judgment from time to time, but I don't think anybody's running around trying to cause that kind of trouble. No cops. Where are the Chicagoans? Why are we failing? Where is there a protest going on? Tribe of One says. Well, hey, grab your phone, go drive around, find one, and I will put you up on my stream. Absolutely, I need them. So, more people than ammunition's possible. No Kipper in 1933 says, yeah. Didn't they run out of tear gas last night? I don't think so. When they were running out of things and they were calling for more of it, what was happening was they were, the people in the field had run out. So they had to go back to the police station and storage and get out some more. I don't think they ever actually ran out. But they would have deals where, the police would be out for some period of time while they got restocked. Fortunately, that stuff tended to happen pretty quickly. They knew it had to. It's a conspiracy theory that the cops started the fire so more chaos would happen, and so the governor... Yeah, a total conspiracy theory. It's nuts. Do I have a place where you can send me footage? YouTube deletes the links. Well, you can get a hold of me if you want to shoot something at me at SYL Tales on Twitter. I'm not able to monitor that quite as much as I'd like because of everything else going on. That's Hose and Protest, yeah. Lazy Gamer. Austin Frisch had an aerial view. Okay. I will take a look at Austin Frisch. Similar to Smoke and Scan on second look. Okay, well, feel like going downtown and yelling until people show up. Well, I tell you, I'll tell you something. Interesting thing about Chicago. Okay, the way I get my news tends to be from first responders, like we're hearing right now. And to be honest, I'm not paying too terribly much attention to it because right now, there are fires and there's people chucking rocks and stuff, but for the most part, it's relatively contained. It sounds like. But there's an app that I usually use to get to. There's an app that I typically use in order to listen to police frequencies, and it is called Scanner Radio. It should be right here. There it is. I listen to. Oh, I have an application that you can get for your phone, either in Android or iOS, called Scanner Radio. This thing is awesome. It will let you to listen to basically any first responder frequency anywhere in the world, as long as it's not encrypted in some way. Usually, it's really bizarre what they're doing here, in all point of fact. Most of the time when I listen to these, they go to encrypted frequencies and you can't, they just immediately. Because, see, anybody can have this. The people in the crowds can have this. They can be aware of exactly what the police are doing if you listen to it. But that's how this is the primary way that I get my news during breaking events. And this one, who cares? This one, you can set listen thresholds. So like outside of, in my city, I have fairly, I have thresholds. If, like there's 500 people listening, in Lincoln, Nebraska, that probably means there's something serious happening. But outside of that, I get alerts like this one right now. There are, how many people are listening to this right now? Let me see if I can, top 50 scanners, this will sure be one of them. No. There are currently 31,643 people listening to this. That is how I found out about it. I was just sitting in bed because I'd been up till 4 a.m. on last night's stream on this crap. And then this thing went off. And it goes off with a very loud alarm because if there's something going on locally, I sure as hell want to know about it. Doesn't seem to be anything locally going on right now, but there's over 31,000 people listening to this police scanner right now, police frequency right now. But Tribal One, let's see, real quick. Kipter 1993. This is outside the house, massive protest. And the other one has no evidence to not pursue. No, it has evidence to not pursue. Oh man, if they don't do something with that guy, this is gonna really be miserable. I mean, this is what they're doing when I think that the whole thing is in process. What most people don't understand is that the legal process takes a long time. It takes a long time. From the time that you commit a crime like murder until the time that you get a trial can be a year. So you have all these people protesting like now, we want it right now. And they don't understand it takes time. It just takes time to get through that system. If they don't send him into that system, at least to get, even if they gave him, found him not guilty, which would probably cost more riots. But if they just got him into that system, that would be a big help in terms of causing this to die down. Does the app I use have an orange color palette? Yes. It looks like that. You can find it in either the Apple Store or the Google Play Store. There's a free and a paid version. I do the paid version simply because I find it so useful. But Travel One, in terms of Chicago, very interesting thing about that. I have my ex lives in Chicagoland out in the western burbs, which is where my daughters grew up because she got custody and moved there. And so I was for a long time paying quite a lot of attention to when there would be civil disturbances in Chicago. And when Trump was elected, there were a number of civil disturbances. Fortunately, they were peaceful, where they would go to Trump Tower and go and protest and get mean and nasty and horrible and all kinds of evil things. Wasn't like this though. And the thing about it was, I got to the point where I'd listened to enough of them that I could recognize different field commanders. You can tell the difference. And one of them, oh my God, what a wonderful woman! She was the epitome of leadership, just the epitome of leadership. She can be, having 1,000 people showing up at Trump Tower and wandering around down there. And she would be rock solid. She could give orders in an authoritative manner, but she would never lose her cool. And it had a huge impact on the officers under her. When she was not, when somebody else was being a field commander, like, you'd hear the tension in their voice. You could hear them getting nervous and, okay, God, we got to do this, we got to do that. That female commander, I wish I knew her name. She deserves a fracking medal, because she would be just, okay, here's what we have to do. We need to do this. We need to do this. You'd hear her on the radio. And then it'd be something like, by the way, go over and do this thing over here. Okay, we got to do this. Everybody clear? And it had an immediate effect on the officers. They were calm. Her demeanor kept them calm. And in several cases, probably stopped things from getting much, much worse. She was great. If I had to ever be a leader, she's the woman that I would want to be emulating. She was great. She was absolutely great. If anyone wants to see a lot of the best news and footage, you can go to Kipper1993 on Twitter and check it out. Okay, I'll do that. Saved a lot of excellent footage. Cool. You even have the guy who was shot last night. Holy for holies, I never got a shot of him. We just heard about it. Well, hell. And the protesters are throwing stuff at cops now. They've done that. It's Kipper in 1993? There you are. I see your footage. Coolness of you. And followed. Oh, and you're into Anonymous too. Cool. Love the Anonymous group. Love Anonymous. Cool. You've got a lot of. That's great. You've been collecting a lot of cool footage. Awesome. One other thing I wanted to do, because you followed me. I'm going to follow you back. Anyone who follows me, I will follow back instantly. That's just what I always do. Follow everybody back. It's not like I got a ton of followers anyway. I am on Twitter at SYL Ranch. I'm sorry, at SYL Tales. They kicked me off. I had an at SYL Ranch one, right? What I would do is basically marketing on Twitter. And so I would put out I'd put out something. I'd usually have a bunch of hashtags that would be related to it. But Twitter threw off my original account, at SYL Tales, because they thought that I was manipulating their algorithm by using all of the hashtags. So I can't use that account anymore. So my account on Twitter is now at SYL Tales. Thank you, Kipper. I saw you did that. Thank you. The breaking news notification, what number of listeners do you have it set to? I have not changed anything on that except for my own city. The numbers for almost everywhere else are perfectly fine. For my own city, I have a lower threshold of about 500, because in Lincoln, Nebraska, a city of about 340,000, if you have 500 listeners, something's going on. Outside of Lincoln, I just let the app do whatever the defaults are, and that has always served me well. Listen to the scanner for a second here. Okay, so they're out there trying to clear the Target lot. Target is where this kind of all started. This is the Target that they're talking about here, and the lot. Most of the time, if you haven't been with me here, Most of the activity we've been seeing is in this area right here, bounded by these streets. There's been a hot spot at University and I've forgotten the name of the street now. I've only heard it a million times. Syndicate. University and Syndicate is where most of the action's been going on. However, we have had a fire at a tire store over here and a fire at this furniture store over there. I don't know the status of those fires at the moment. They had been out at the tire store at one point, and they were talking about it was in danger of being reignited. That tire store one is bad because, you know, have you ever seen a tire fire? A, they're really hard to put out, and B, they produce really toxic smoke. So the protests got pretty physical in New York. Oh yeah, cops clubbing people and dragging them behind their line. Wow. He sent me a DM. Okay, thank you. I'll have a look at that. I'm not able to follow this nearly as closely as I'd like. Suspected looter shot dead by pawn shop owner. Okay, that's the one. Okay, that's the pawn shop one. Yeah, that was the fatality last night, and they arrested the pawn shop owner. I think if you're a business owner, if you want to protect your business, the best thing that you could do is what that Korean guy did during the Rodney King riots, which is just stand outside your store with your gun visible. Anybody gets too close, fire in the air. You know, he didn't shoot anybody at that point. He was just out there shooting in the air and making sure people stayed the hell away from his store. I think that would be probably the most reasonable thing that you could do. If you do like this guy did last night, a pawn shop owner, a guy broke into his pawn shop and he shot him. To me, I wouldn't mind that. I mean, you know, somebody's breaking into my property. I'm going to protect my property and myself, and I'll shoot him. But he did kill the guy, so technically they're going to have to pick him up. I wonder if they maybe will find him, you know, guilty of, maybe find him with justifiable homicide. I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to see how that goes. So far, that's the only fatality that I know of through this whole thing. The cops are starting the riots and gaining an alarming amount of traction. Yes, that sort of stupidness always does. It's, you know, I never liked it. I don't want to brag or anything like that. I know some very smart people. One of my oldest friends, who's a big supporter of this show and is extraordinary help yesterday with me. Really, really, really smart guy. He's operating in the 95th percentile or above. If he doesn't qualify as a genius, it's only because just barely. But you have to remember, he's operating up there at the 95th percentile. And then you have the 50th percentile, you know, the average, right? Half of the people in the world are below that. So, you know, when they start hearing dumb conspiracy theories or the press pushes stupid nonsense, which the press always does, nothing you see in the press is real, nothing. And they start to believe it. That's just all there is to it. They believe that stuff. You know, it's again, 50% of the people in the world are down here. So they're going to believe stuff without thinking about it too hard. If you watch that, you can see cop giving him chest compressions, bleeding, dying in front of the store crazy. Yeah, I haven't, I'm going to have to, you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab this video. Alright. I have a cute little program called JDownloader. And JDownloader, let me delete all these. JDownloader, if you right-click on a URL, it will automatically scan it for things like video. So if I just do a copy of this URL where that goes, it should pick it up momentarily. Come on. Copy. Oh, not that. Copy. Well, fine then. We'll do something else. There are websites. There are websites where you can download Twitter videos. Yes, savetweetvid.com is probably one of them. I'm going to pull that video down because it's probably in danger of being taken down. Oh man. If you watch that, you can, yeah, the cop and the compression, yeah. I'll pull it down for future reference because I'm too busy to do everything. I'm still trying to listen to the scanner in one ear, so. Come on, Twitter, download video. There we go. 1280p download. Come on, Beavis. Give me my download. I want my download, Beavis. Start it going. It'll figure it out eventually. There we go. All right. I'll stop you and download you. Okay, well that didn't take long. Either way, I've got it. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for sending that to me. Rupley is okay. Rupley.tv, that's a good one. Apparently, a news reporter is caught playing gunshot noises from their phone during a broadcast to make it sound worse than it actually is. Who knows if it's true? I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Those guys do nothing but sensationalize. One must always remember the role of a traditional reporter, what they call the mainstream media. Their role is not to accurately report the facts. Their role is to sell advertising. And so they will sensationalize and be stupid and ridiculous. So let me get back to, I want to see this guy. Oh, there's Rupley. Okay. Let me find Rupley.tv. Rupley. Yes, Rupley.tv is very interesting. You can download an application for your phone called Rupley Stringer, and then sign up for them, and you can stream from wherever the hell you happen to be. It's pretty amazing. Where? Block. Great. Now we got a liquor store on fire somewhere. Didn't hear where it was. Northeast corner is something. I didn't hear what it was. Let me find Rupley on. Yeah, I like Rupley because they just point the cam and shut up. That is the best kind that you can get, is pointing your cam and shutting up. So we're live. Not much going on with that. I'm going to leave it for the moment until such time as there's something interesting happening in there. Check my Facebook real quick because I've got stuff there. Alright, well, nothing happening there. Let's see what Sophia Narwitz is doing. She was going to be going down to do some streaming. Oh, she's with RT? Okay. Yeah. Okay, she's got a car on fire. Please, Sophia, are you on YouTube? I would love to have a live stream of you to put up. YouTube. Nope, sadly not live streaming on YouTube. I'm getting some stuff on Twitter, but it's intermittent. It's it's only a few seconds long, so just she's got videos of car fire, has videos with the rubble from one of the burned out buildings. Yeah, it's about what you'd expect, unfortunately. Let me go see what Rupley was doing, because they were doing something that was interesting. Oh, cool. Okay. All right. Rupley's going up. Hang on a minute. Let me pop you out so that I get you grabbed right. No. Yes. Okay. We will change your shape and size. Move you down so it looks like I'm looking at you. Okay, that's Ruptly.tv. I like these guys very much. You will not see them talking. Yeah, I'm sorry. Kawaii Nego Zombie. Yes, I wish she was streaming. She's just getting footage, but yeah, I wish she was streaming. I'll tell you what. Yeah, Austin Frisch, I was looking at him too briefly. Excuse me. I'll take a look at him again here. Run out of screen space pretty quickly, but actually, let me take myself and put myself over here. And put you behind the cam and you behind the cam. Yeah. Where's Rupley? God, I've lost Rupley. Where's Rupley? All right, well, fine. We'll remake it.
Looking for a strike team preferred available for 1750. Strike 15 available with 6 people. 1750 will say their location.
Okay, there's Rupley again.
Steve, can you bring your people over to the front door of West Team Station? We got a job to do.
I'm going to put him up there. All right. So many windows, so little time. Let me see what Austin Frisch is doing right now. I'm sorry about that. He's showing Rupley at the moment. I'll monitor what he's doing here. No, he's... what is he doing? It's a variety of things he's going through. White House press secretary. Well, I'll monitor this and see what happens. Oh, more breaking news. What's that? Is it the White House press secretary talking? Oh, shots fired in Denver at the Capitol. Okay, hang on a minute. I got to do something.
Copy, Gulf 8 is en route from Sherburne and Hamlin. And 1, if possible, we need the traffic stop going through the alley of Arson University. And no place to go.
Sorry about that. One of my kids lives in suburban Denver. I just wanted to send her a quick text to. She's far enough away from the city itself to send them on the suburbs and the outlying, but she's in Denver. I want to make sure she's okay. The stolen food and stuff have been turned into a place for protesters to get items and help, apparently. Yeah, they had food from stores last night. They set up healing stations. Yeah, people ran around distributing it in Target shopping carts. Yeah. Yeah, it was an utterly ridiculous night. Okay, tell you what, I have to take another quick break to relieve the pain on my back because I got arthritis. I also have a couple of meds I should have taken a while ago. I will put you, well, as I have been doing so far, I'll crank up the volume on the scanner and put my mic down there so that you can hear that while I drift away to get my back so it isn't killing me. So.
Copy on that. What's my status on my team for the liquor store? Commander Mulder. We are working on getting to that liquor store right now. We're stuck in traffic. I'll give you a brief when we arrest. Do you have an ETA? 2 minutes, if everything works all right. 860, there's at least 2 uniformed cops right close by here. Fire's on scene, addressing the fire, and the crowd doesn't seem to be too big over here right now for your information. 1099, last transmission for 1990. Reference the fire at the liquor store, it's 860. You do have a couple uniforms on scene here. The fire is addressing the fire, they're on scene addressing it. There's not a large group currently at this location. Okay, good copy. Strike 2, we're still en route to that location. Strike 2, maybe they were lined up. Strike 2, 10. Is that you guys south of University? Mobile Field Force 1 to command. Go ahead. We are currently blocking westbound Snelling, correction. Eastbound Snelling at Uni. They got a public works truck out here. Would you like that to clear it? We'll take it over. Either that or they can leave it here and then we'll move it as needed. I don't know what the plan was before we got out here. Is there a driver with it? There won't be, because they're getting ready to leave, so that's, you want me to have them take the truck and we'll just hold the intersection, shut down eastbound traffic? Yes, otherwise we own that truck. So I will leave that up to you. But if we remove the driver, we own the truck for the duration. I'm going to have them take it. It's got a plow and everything. I think we're going to run into a bigger problem if it stays. We'll hold the intersection. Good copy, thank you. Strike Team 10, what's your point? Hamlin and Sherburne. Alright guys, you come down to Sherburne and Syndicate. That's where the fire rigs are getting pelted with rocks. Where we need you to start these 2 rigs. Bobby Drew's down here. Need some more support. My team's in the alley. So if you get down to Sherburne and Syndicate, help out fire here. Fire there right now. Strike Force 7. We're in the alley behind Napa. We got some people kind of moving up the alley towards us.
1253, Margaret.
Copy.
23.
Kimber, Flacco. Strike 7, you copy that. Strike 10 is blackout. Yep, 10, put you on server syndicate to help out fires. I'll be greasing, inform you guys. You got a few holes in the alley here for 2 cents. They're congregating on 1234 Sherburne Avenue in the garage there. That's your group. They're out of that house. Strike 12 to command. Our plan now is we're going to go east on Sherburne to hook up and assist fire at that location. We're going to push our way east on Sherburne. Nice job. Thank you.
Okay. Back with you again. Kick the volume down on this thing. All right. What do we got here? Let's see. Oh, PK, your girlfriend and I have been watching me for a while. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hope the family in Denver's okay. Yeah, I think so. I don't think she'll have any problems. She lives far enough away from Denver itself, out in the outlying suburbs, and she's kind of an introvert anyway, so I think she'll be fine. I just figured man, I don't like that. Okay, I did hear. Let me move me. Oops, move, wrong thing. Okay, I heard them say that there was, oops, no. 123 Sherman Avenue. Really? I don't think that's accurate. Maybe it's 1, 2, 3. I don't know. It's too far away. Too far away to be an accurate thing from what I said. So let me go back to our primary area that this is covering. Syndicate approaching. Sherman approaching Syndicate. Well, this is Syndicate. That's St. Anthony Drive. They said Sherman. We moved out of our previous, this was previously the area that was generally being impacted. I'm trying to find Sherman Street. They were approaching this, so it must be cross street. It wasn't Sherman, it was Sherborne. Okay, so they have some crowd in here that is headed over towards North Syndicate right now. So it's not too far off from where we're at. The affected area is essentially the target there. The affected area now is essentially here, around in here. We got a fire here. We had a fire here. I don't know this, don't know currently what that means. The hot spot that was over here seems to have started to disperse from what they're saying. So, let's see. Breaking news: George Floyd and police officer allegedly responsible for his death knew each other and worked together.
Can I get an aerial view? Uni Snelling.
Okay. Well, let me look that one up. Worked security for the same nightclub. Really? Huh. That's amazing. That's kind of amazing. Wow. Wow. That's going to throw a whole new light on things. Oh, man. They worked together. He knew the guy. If they don't arrest him for at least first-degree manslaughter, I think it'll be a travesty of justice. I think it'll be a travesty of justice. He knew the guy. He knew the guy. Twitter has Denver protest videos. Yeah, I'm not going to sit on that very much because I got enough on my plate here with St. Paul. Excuse me. But if there's stuff going on in the city of Denver itself, she's far enough away that it shouldn't be an issue. And, of course, she hasn't texted me back. But it's that is kind of amazing. Wow. They work security for the same nightclub. That's amazing. I think you can say probably the best thing here you can say is, unlike last night, what's the fire they're trying to put out over here? I can't see where that is. It isn't billowing black smoke, so I have to assume that it's not the tire place. I wish I could see the... Let me pull this down. Maybe I can see it better on my laptop. What is that? What is that? Stop. Bowie Express. I don't know what that is. They have a pretty good fire going on that building. Doesn't look like there's anybody fighting it. It's not billowing black smoke, so that's a good thing. Black smoke would mean that it was the tire store fire. Oh God! Now a Walgreens.
No, we'll take one more car floating this way, though.
Oops. This looks like it'd be awfully far away. Let us zoom out and see what we can see. Let's do a directions. That'll tell me something about exactly how fracking far away it is. Oh yeah, that's way too far. That's way too far. Okay.
Good. Yeah, we linked up at Unit Snelling with straight 15. They got 6, we got 13. We'll stand by here until fire's complete.
Come on. Eating up bandwidth like mad with all this stuff I'm doing. Who are you? You're just spinning. And now we're hearing Molotov cocktails.
1281 to Minneapolis and Hamlin and Sherman. If you walk eastbound to our location.
Oh, man. I think I'm hearing now stuff moving into Minneapolis. Across the Mississippi River from St. Paul. The two cities are often called the Twin Cities. They are essentially, if you thought about it really, it's basically kind of like one city but split down the middle by the Mississippi River. There we go. Now we got you. Close it down a little bit. Hey, you actually fit. Okay. Twitter has the Denver protest. What's on fire? I'm not sure. It is a... They keep moving it too quickly. Bove Express. Is that W? Okay, well. Maryland. Maybe there's a Bove Express. I don't know what's on fire. I can't tell. I'm not seeing anything obvious in the searching about it. Let me see if I can find someplace on this map that might make sense.
Good copy. Strike Team 8, what's your status?
Target grocery.
We're still holding last team. We are available to go up to another team that wants to stay here.
Place. Sprint, UPS, Verizon. I'm honestly not really sure what's on fire there. I don't know. I can't tell where it's coming from, and from what I'm hearing, I think maybe another group maybe have started up in Minneapolis. I don't know. Boy. What a nightmare. There is. I'm going to do something here that I don't usually do, which is lay way back in my chair. It's a little easier on my back. Oh, there's definitely... God, I look so fat this way. That's why I don't do it. There is... what was I going to say? I don't remember. Wish I could tell what that is that's on fire. There's no real other identifying stuff around there. They are trying to put it out. That's good.
Strike Team 1, copy. Let me check to see squad availability. Make sure we can do that.
Just trying to see if I can see anything. God, would you stop jittering the camera so I could... So that's Syndicate. That's Syndicate Street. And... is there a cross street that you'll give me? Syndicate? Machine guns? Holy for holies, where would somebody get a hold of that? They gotta be gang members. Holy frack, machine guns? Jeez. So this is something on the corner of Syndicate. And it's a cross street that just comes in and stops. Okay, let's do what I usually do when I'm not quite sure and drop myself into Street View. Maybe we can see what it is from the street. Ripley is now. Reload you.
Intel of the group. You got the group upwards of 200 arming themselves with bats and sticks at Charles and Greg.
Okay, I'm going to need to do something here.
In the Charles area, people arming themselves with bats and sticks. Sergeant Moore, Sergeant Murphy, you copy? More copies.
Can't tell. It's somewhere on Syndicate, but I don't know where.
And Charles, coming up to Greg. More coming up to Greg right now.
It's a street that has a building with windows. It's on the corner and across the street from some building with windows. If I recall correctly, I think there was something about that over at University. Yeah, there are the buildings. That's the building. There's a subway over here.
Golf 1 and Golf 3 are with Cart 2. And what's your location?
Yeah, that's clearly the building it's across the street from.
Charles, west of Greg.
Hmm.
Charles, west of Greg. You copied the last. People arming themselves with sticks and bats.
Okay, there it is. The Google Street View is out of date. It's now something else. It used to be a subway, but it's now something else. But this is the building right here that's on fire. It used to be a subway. Come on. Just take me over there. So yeah, it's right here. It used to be a subway. It's something else now. Google Street View is out of date. But that is what's on fire right now, that building right there. So we found it, a former subway. So it's... This bunch of stuff is out of date on the overhead, so on the satellite view. But that's what that was. It was a former subway that's now something else that is on fire. Right about in here-ish. So that is, to answer your question, that is what's on fire. CNN has 0 clips on YouTube about what's going on here. Well, I bet they're calling them peaceful protesters. That's what the press loves to do with this stuff. Let's call them peaceful protesters, because they actually do kind of agree with the protesters here. They're generally on their side. The press will always choose the wrong side. ABC is streaming a feel-good piece about the Dalai Lama. Yeah, I was listening to the radio this morning on my way to and from the... I had to get a CT scan this morning. Nothing important, just CT scan. And it came back positive. Everything's fine. But on my way to the hospital and my way back, I was listening to the radio, and nobody that I was listening to had any kind of reality that they were talking about. I flipped past Rush Limbaugh, a guy who I am at a point where it's difficult for me to watch him for more than a few minutes, or listen to him for more than a few minutes. But he was gibbering on nonsense. He was talking about nonsense he'd seen in the press that wasn't accurate. Flipping stations, local ones, they were having stuff that wasn't accurate. They don't... Here's the thing about the press, right? Not only is their job not to tell the, to report the facts, but rather to sell advertising. Not only that, but what you think the press does is not what they do. They don't sit around and go out and check things out and check facts and stuff like that they don't even try. Their job is to sell advertising and to get a news story in front of the anchor every 15 minutes, or else they will be fired. Okay, what are you spinning on now? Reload you for smoke and scan. Come on, man. It's not that complicated. Reload the page. I must be eating so much bandwidth with everything I'm doing. I have all this incoming streams, doing my outgoing streams. I bet right now if I checked, my bandwidth would be bad. Okay, Rupley is back, more or less. You're back. Okay. 9 News is streaming Denver if I want to look at it. No, I got too much going on to be able to deal with Denver right now. I just, let my daughter try to stay where she is and be safe. She will. I don't imagine where she lives. It's a very residential suburb. It's hard to imagine that anybody would bother or care to go out there to do anything nasty, so.
South Greenwich West University, and what golf team is looking for resupply?
Yes, it is, yeah. Now we're spinning again.
There's a fire at about 1180 University. The old Arnellis is now on fire. The old Arnellis is now on fire. I copy 1180 University fire. That is affirmative. It looks like the old Arnellis is on fire. 1161 Old Arnellas is on fire. Fire is advised. Stay on road. Do we have security for them?
Come on. Man, oh man. I might just be killing. Am I buffering at all? Because that'll tell me something about whether or not I'm eating up so much bandwidth that is problematic. Come on, baby. You can reload. Come on, Maps. I know you can do it. Alright, fine. We'll just stay with our general area here. It's being nice to me. And now you also have to be reloaded. Man, I just hope they get this dispersed. It's now dusk. I hope this, maybe getting into evening in there. I hope they get this crap dispersed before then. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I never know when things go to hell like this, whether or not I've got anything useful happening. Come on, there's Rupley. Play. There we go. Play. Go into his live. Go into live. And you're going to spin now while we get to live. Okay, there we go. All right. So many windows, so little time. Let me put you back up here because that's a good place for you. Okay, where are they talking about? Something Weston Uni?
That would help all things tremendously. Yes, please.
Okay, a bunch of the stuff that's been happening today has been happening on University Avenue. I'm going to kill you because I think you're causing me problems. So, University is this street running here, east-west. We've had hot spots over here at Syndicate. So if they're talking about shutting down, Oh, that would be perfect, yes.
Close that roadway for westbound traffic. Thank you, copy.
See, they got a large, I'm not seeing where Western is, but they have a, excuse me.
Field Force 1 to command. Go for command. We've just been relieved at Snelling and Unity by a squad. Where would you like us?
So I'm trying to locate this stuff on the map.
We just got cleared by a squad at 2-guard spot. Where would you like us?
I'm lying. Watch my feed.
Yeah, I'll take you at University and Griggs right now. Coordinate with Sergeant Murphy and Sergeant Moore.
University and Griggs, that's where these guys are headed. I think that's probably where they're going to try to shut down the shut down University Avenue. That would be a good place.
1512, immediately use to resupply Griggs and Unity.
And they're doing some resupplying now at Griggs and Uni. So now I have to so they're going to come St. Anthony to there to get there. Excuse me. God, would you stop that? Austin Frisch has confrontation going on. Let me go back and find him. Yeah, I'm not. Excuse me. They're now hitting targets in our suburbs like Burnsville. This is total BS. Send in the National Guard, send in everything. They go for the suburbs. People are going to bring guns and crush them. Yeah. Yeah, it's I thought they had this contained, but it's moving out, and apparently you're now getting, now that it's getting dark, as it clearly is, you're starting to see more people showing up, and oh God, I'm working on 4 hours sleep. All right, let's have you look at you, Austin. Live. Oh, I'm not seeing his. I'm not seeing the confrontation, but I'm seeing where it could have happened. Oh my God, that's not. I don't think that's the area we're dealing with. This is spread or grown or something. Let me see what I can do with this here. Oh, okay. So it's moved into Minneapolis.
We're gonna get the westbound traffic on the north side of University out here so that the fire rigs can go back down the wrong way.
Can't listen to two at the same time, so I'm going to have to. All right, let me pull this up here. This is Austin Frisch.
The officers at the University Syndicate, what's your status? How you doing? We're starting on number 5. The crowd is starting to gather, but there's 3 people. University auditors of the fire rigs can go back up the right way. Mobile field force 4 is still en route. We're fighting through traffic. Your copy.
Get you smaller. Well, I can get you smaller up here.
Whatever personnel are parked north of University and Griggs, you need to move your squads or trucks so that fire trucks can get north
Okay, let me move me so I'm more towards the center. Okay, I've got two things going on simultaneously. The St. Cloud, Minnesota Metro Police, Fire, Sheriff, and EMS is running state dispatch for riot in Minneapolis. They're saying Minneapolis rather than St. Paul. I'm afraid this has gone and spread off to Minneapolis. Let's see what I hear.
2003. Information 2005 Suburban and Aldi's. Alarm covering the vestibule corner spray. Conditional caller. Warning, 2 people ramming curtains to the door trying to break in. Information 2004.
Call the National Guard. Call the fracking National Guard, for Christ's sake. Call the National Guard. Yeah, lazy gamer, it's getting pretty huge. And now everybody's spinning on me for various reasons. Now I'm spinning.
Please assemble at Uni and Greg's on the track. Part 2, Uni and Greg's on the track.
I'm reloading these pages because they're sitting here and spinning on me. Oh, come the hell on. It must be a problem with my bandwidth at this point. What can I close out? I'll close you out. And you, and you, and you, you. And you. Okay.
Strike 12, do we have a squad blocking westbound traffic at Lex?
Live. Come on. You got some good footage here. I like having this up here. Wait a minute. You're live. Yeah, I think you're live. Okay, I'm going to have to drop off at least one stream, I think, because it's too much for my bandwidth to be able to cope with right now. Who are you? I don't know which one you are. You're that. Okay, so you're this one. Who are you? Is that the smoking scan? No. Alright, well, we're running again. Live. 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 Okay. Let's see. Excuse me. It's awful. It's awful sound for you guys. Ineko Zombie. You're saying the police scanner is rough to listen to, especially with all the video and stuff on Twitter. I can feel it physically draining. Let me drop it down my audio here then so that I'm listening to it primarily. I have two. I have one that's for St. Paul and one's for the state police and St. Cloud that have been sent out. It's not much to listen to. They're doing the same sort of thing that we are now, so I don't know. Hennepin is now going up. That's what was on last night in Minneapolis. Well, you know what? I know what I need to do here. Hate doing that, but it'll help with my bandwidth. It'll be a little. It shouldn't be too much of a problem on my feed because I'm doing 1080p and dropping this down to 480 is okay. But I am now listening to Well, it doesn't sound too horrible just yet at in the Minneapolis side of things. If you happen to be listening, that's the Hennepin, Dakota, Anaco, Carver, Scott, and Ramsey County Fire. Really? Okay, I got another stream for Ramsey, Washington, Anoka, and Dakota County Public Safety, where they're talking about they're having a riot at the Minneapolis 1st Precinct. I am not even being able to keep track of all this crap. Oh my God. So we got St. Paul that's still having problems, and now we have Minneapolis. Oh God, I'm going to kill my bandwidth. Let me see if I can find it. Minneapolis 1st Precinct. MPD 1st Precinct, okay. Okay, here's the problem with the one they've got going on in Minneapolis right now. Like last night, it's at a police district. It's at the 1st Precinct police. So they have similar problems that they did last night. Last night, they were fighting to keep the police station alive. That was their biggest thing to do, and they couldn't. It was hard to do much of anything else. It was better when it was just in St. Paul because it was limited and the police didn't have to worry about their precinct. But now they have to worry about the precinct again downtown. So let's see. They are going to burn down all of America at this rate. Yeah. Crowd is attacking vehicles. Denver confirmed on 9 News. Thank you. Yeah. Tell you what, I'm going to step away again, but that's because I want to call my daughter and see that she got my message. So I'll do the same thing I did before. Kick up the volume, put my mic down, and I'll let you listen to this while I go make my phone call.
There's 2 entrance points on Walgreens. There's probably a dozen or so people in there right now.
Return to the point where it doesn't have time. Well, friends are cleaning out of 13.
I will be back momentarily.
Certainly, it's 2114.
Strike to 1990, you should have 2 cars arriving at Lexington Uni. Lexington Uni closing down traffic. Good copy. Call for request permission to use gas. The crowd's approaching from the south. Approved.
Referencing the medical at Griggs and Thomas, is there somebody out with the patient? The patrol district car cannot find them.
To Sergeant Patel. We have the van at Griggs and University with 5 team members. Just a FYI. 1281 copies that.
Additional information for squad 399 Northwest at the Speedway is now on fire. Fire is in route.
1990 fire is aware.
Over.
Golf 3 Sergeant Reject the rig of the Union Griggs.
Maybe head to 1401 Maryland to Walgreens. Disorderly, possibly 10 people breaking into the pharmacy.
Got it.
216. Copy, 216.
Strike 8, mobile field force. 3, what's your status and backing up? Go 4. We're currently on scene. Go 4, what's your status? Okay, the gas deployment seems to work for now. So they flank to the east. And south. Meanwhile, we're still getting cars coming eastbound Union. Can you identify where they're coming from? I'll try and get them stopped. I think the gas pole from here is somewhere in there. Trooper 9, they're coming out through the target parking lot. See ya. Kurt 2 to 1990. We got a status check for significant And Uni. Strike 2s that are out to Lex Unity to support the fire. And then the last unit go. Car 2 looking for a status check on Uni Syndicate. Sergeant Camo, can you give me a status at Uni Syndicate? Strike 10, we are at Uni, correction, Trooper and Syndicate, all's fine here. It looks to be under control at Uni and Syndicate. Card 1 is at Uni and Syndicate, and we're just keeping an eye on the fire rates. We're good here. Strike 3 to 1990. Go. Are there any vehicle assets to block the intersection at Judy and Hamlin? Squad 303.
303.
Got a flight down inside the Sunray lot. There's possible domestic up on McKnight. And just maybe a little bit west of the Sunray lot off Old Hudson there. Do you have any available spots?
Checking first squad to start for a possible domestic McKnight and Old Hudson area.
Strike 15. We'll go to that. You need that.
Thank you.
Strike Team 12.
Strike 12.
Strike Team 12. Can we get any chance to resupply at the community?
There's an emergency cancel. If there's any other calls related to a fight here or in your park, you can do come to this one.
Copy, pending calls. Toyota 21.
We're cleared by. We'll start assessment.
Copy, 21.
Taking over security at Westing while Strike Team 8 was deployed out on the street. Good copy. Please have 360 situational awareness at all times. I want all heads up on anything going on. Got it.
Strike Team 12, I did not copy what you said about resupply.
You've got a group of about 7 trying to break in the back door of Target. Command at Target, did you copy? You have some activity at the back door. Is that on the west side or the back? Camera says exterior trucker door. Staff there thinks it might be on the west end.
At once, nothing else seen or heard. I copy the route GOA at Walgreens at 2123.
After we shot his last, I saw him, he ran off from the back of Target, but there's a group back here still, and you can also push it. To that squad. Is that the southeast corner of that building? Affirmative. It looks like they all got in the cars that were parked on St. Anthony and left. Sign. Here was that copy. Golf 1, 1990. Golf 1, go. Fire is clearing from Uni Dunlop. We'll be heading back to Creek. K32. The copy Golf 1 going to Uni Griggs. Next unit. K32, sounds like there might be a medical female with a seizure in the bushes, your corner collision. Southside University. East of Bruce.
Okay.
Southside University.
Sorry about the noise in that.
Upgrade.
Let me drop this.
With a medical issue.
All right. Where the hell are my glasses? Oh, jeez, I gotta be right back.
Golf 2, Golf 1, are you in a position where you can tell me the status of a possible injured female in the bushes? Golf 4. Sorry, Golf 4. Golf 4, go. I got a crowd going to our left. I'm just going to use more gas here. Yeah, we got a good copy on the video. Dispersing hospital crowd, thank you. I gotta identify where vehicles are coming from on you. You guys give your location, I'll work on the problem.
Okay, I'm back. Let me drop down the volume a little bit more on my scanner. Let's see what we got going on here. Crowd is attacking vehicles. Yeah, I heard that's when I called my daughter. NBC is streaming as well. NBC has the advantage of helicopters with special access. I'll take a look at it. This is crazy. Yeah, looks like poor Unicorn Riot is in the middle of it right now. Is he? I'll take a look at that too. I don't know how he's still alive. Yeah, that was crazy last night. Still is. All right, let's see if I can get a Unicorn Riot up here. So many. And I'll try NBC as well. Thank you for letting me know about that. I'm going to run out of space here. I may take the map off. Let's see. A Unicorn Riot. Okay, I'm going to drop the map off because I really have no way to get all of this stuff in here at the same time. So let's remove the map. We'll just have to deal with it. 2 items? Well, okay, whatever. I only got rid of 1, so that's all I care about. All right. 19K people watching. They have 2 different streams with the same stuff on it, it looks like. No, that's not live. Is it live? Yes, it is. Okay. Let's add in Unicorn Riot. Let me take this so that I can get out this. And we will add in a window capture for Unicorn Riot. There we are. And we will change the size of this window. And then we will take our Unicorn Riot, drop it over here, shrink it down a bit so that we can have another window on here. Let me change you since we don't need to see this chat disabled thing. Oh man. Oh, I got rid of my lower third. Okay, well, let me get my lower third. Image, existing, lower third, episode, lower third image. Where's my lower third image? Yeah. What are you? What are you? Oh, that's my lower third. It just didn't. Okay. Well, let us. Right. Nope, that's my background. Where did my lower third go? Why are you not adding my lower third? Okay. Image. Add existing. Lower third. OT. I have no lower third. Oh well, we'll just have to watch this. I guess it gives me a little more screen real estate. And we have spinning on just about everything except Riot, and they're not seeming to be actually live. Oh, I moved my... What are you? All right, let's... This may be my lower third. Sorry, just doing this is a one-man outfit. This is all the best I can do. I don't even know what you are for sure. I hope you're my lower third. Ah, there we go, my lower third. No, stop, I need my lower third. Now you're covering that up. Scrolling lower third text is still the top. Nope. Wait, scrolling lower third text. What are you? No, that's the scrolling lower third. I don't even know how that... Where is my lower third now? Nope, my background. Well, I can't find my scrolling lower third, and Jesus, I've just lost everything. I lost everything. All right. Tell you what, I'm actually going to shut this stuff off. It's causing issues with bandwidth, and I'm not being able to get rid of this. Smoke and scan. All right, let's try putting back my chroma key. Jesus. Okay. Except you're not showing up in my sources list. All right. Okay. I'm not going to fool with this any longer. All right. Here's the deal. I can't keep track of this stuff anymore. I can't keep track of it anymore. There's too much of it. The best I can do is listen to the scanners and, you know, hope for the best. I've got an issue going on here with my sources, which is where I put all of my fun stuff, is not being nice to me on my informational Windows side. So what am I missing here? I've got a scrolling lower third. I still have I'm missing my lower third. Hang on. I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to try to do it. Chroma key. Chroma key. Chroma key. Still not quite big enough. Chroma key. Alright, there's my chroma key. Chroma key should be behind the camera. That's the scrolling lower third. The chroma key needs to be behind the camera. Scrolling lower third needs to be on the top. See if I can bring back my lower third. I still can't get a lower third out of that. All right, screw it. I cannot get enough of this in. I can't. It's becoming about impossible to follow. There are a bajillion videos out there. Man. All I can tell you is, there are now over... Oh, God, another one? There are now almost 35,000 listeners to this scanner we're looking at. We got another 2,000 that just got to me on that Ramsey, Washington, Anoka County Public Safety. And that's East Central Minnesota City and County Law Enforcement. So that's going to be the Minnesota riot. All right. Well, as I say, I can't keep up with it anymore. It's too much. I got 2 different scanners running because there are two different riots in progress. One in St. Paul, one in Minneapolis. We've got ones in Denver. We've got ones in Venice Beach. We've got ones in New York City. We've got ones in Memphis, Tennessee. There is every likelihood that there's some others floating around out there. So it's impossible to guess where and when it's going to happen. And I tell you, I have now been on here for almost 8 freaking hours. And I have been working on only 4 hours sleep from last night. So I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to sign off. If it gets to be, I'm going to be monitoring this stuff yet. If it gets to be something where I think I can do another live stream, I will. But for the moment, I think that's all I'm going to do. Yeah, I need a new set of flying in coffee cans. It's not an issue when I'm only just doing me. It's when I throw in all of this other stuff and bandwidth starts to become an issue because I'm pulling in all these video streams and then pushing them out again, so it becomes miserable. Anyway, thank you very much, Doo Horns. Appreciate it very much. So I guess the last basically thing I'd say is what I usually say. I would certainly appreciate it if you would like, hit the notification bell, and that notification bell is very important because without it, you don't know if I've gone live or if I've dropped the video because YouTube doesn't think I'm worth telling my viewers about that sort of thing automatically. So that bell is real important. I would certainly appreciate you if you would, follow me on social media. I am at SYL Tales on Twitter. You can find me on Facebook. I've forgotten the URL, but it's Tales from SYL Ranch. You can look there. I always market to those two services more than anything else. As I say, if I get something that I can do, I will do it and come back and do more live streaming. But at this point, coming up 2 minutes on 8 hours being streaming, I am just going to drop off. This is too insane to follow. Put it this way. There are riots at various places throughout the United States right now. I think they discovered, unfortunately, that last night, since there really wasn't anything to be done, and since they burned out a bunch of the blocks of the city, that this has emboldened people around the country to take up the same thing. Again, can't really follow it all. There's just too much. So, I'll tell you what, I will close out with what I usually do, which is cake. And that cake is there because here at Tales from SYL Ranch, we do what we must because we can for the good of all of us who are still, except the ones who are dead. But there's no sense crying over every mistake. You just keep on trying until you run out of cake. And the science gets done, and you make a neat gun for the people who are still alive. And that is all that I have to say about that for tonight. I would love to keep the conversation going, so please leave your comments, questions, and nasty remarks. I'll do my best to respond to them. Remind you to please donate to the Amanda Smith Rehabilitation Fund at gofundme.com/f/Amanda-Smith-Rehabilitation-Fund. So thank you for watching. That is all the time that we have today. And this is Tales from SYL Ranch, where everyone is entitled to my opinion. And I'm Bill Stone.
Ultimate power in this world has always been one simple thing: the control and manipulation of minds.